And go. Okay, well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, folks. We're finally here. It's been a bit of a rough start to the day for this event. Hopefully, you're all doing well. Welcome along to MTG Ozone and DotGG's first foray into coverage for their premier historic qualifier events. I'm Howling Minds. This is Deninja. How are you today, my friend?
I'm swell. I've just got off a pretty long stream, but I feel refreshed, and I'm really excited to see some great historic gameplay here
Me
today.
too. For those who don't know, Deninja's just finished a lovely 18-hour long marathon of the decathlon final. Of course, having to finish those in a chunk of 24 hours, which is lovely. So hopefully, brain ready to go and raring for some historic. We are just currently in the process of setting up our round one feature match. There has been some small technical difficulties, as you can expect, with the first couple times of doing this kind of thing. I guess. What are you hoping to see today?
I'm hoping to see something challenge the black green deck we've seen, the black green food deck we've seen from the last Pro Tour set championship, if you will. That has been a breakout deck in that big tournament, and I think there's been enough time to see maybe some changes and maybe some decks adapting and challenging its superior status. So hopefully somebody can bring something uh, to beat that deck. Oh, we're not gonna see like 8 people in the top 8 playing Bragging Food. So let's see what people are bringing today
Let's
to
hope
the
so.
parade.
There was obviously like a small handful of other historic events over the weekend. It does seem to appear that people are kind of figuring out how to take on the food decks. Awful lot of variety at some of the premier events over the weekend. Even some different colors of the sacrifice deck. I know one of the popular decks from yesterday was like a black-white version, playing Abiding Grace, which was originally printed in MH2. So really looking forward to hopefully seeing some curveballs and just things that are a little bit different. I guess we'll kind of break down how today's tournament's going to work, for lack of a better phrase. We're currently looking at 6 rounds. We've got a good chunk of players, followed by a top 8 cut. We'll be here on MTGA Zone for that entire broadcast, so hopefully we get to have a lovely time commentating a variety of matches. We're going to try and keep the downtime as little as we can, fingers crossed. But of course, we only have a limited amount of feature matches provided to us by Discord, because we're doing this the same way that every other lovely competitive tournament has to do so.
Indeed.
So I guess if you were playing today, Ninja, what would you have selected?
I actually have seen some pretty interesting blue-white controllers utilizing the Lotus Field, or is it called Lotus
Ah,
Field? I think it is
yes.
the land which you have to sacrifice 2 lands, but then it taps for 3, and you can neatly untap that with the fairy for 5 mana, and then you, instead of untapping 2 lands, you essentially have 4 mana worth of mana untap at the end of the turn, which seems like a good way to go about it in historic.
Yeah, it
So that would probably
seems
be my choice.
seems really good that you could kind of like main deck the strict proctor, the torpor orb effect as well when everyone's running Inquisitor captains and that kind of thing. Yeah, I think it's a really good choice. Obviously, double Lotus Field with Teferi doesn't surprise me. You're a control mage at heart. I can definitely see that being a deck of choice for you. I actually played an event yesterday myself and had the pleasure of running some Jeskai Flicker, kind of a deck that's been floating around the cusp from April King, some Saffron Olive, some other folks playing it yesterday, and I had a really good time. I would probably be playing it again myself today, given the choice. There's nothing quite like ephemerating a Moldrifter, if you ask me.
Yeah, that sounds amazing to me.
Makes
A
me
lot
feel
of cards
some
I like value, so
certain kind
sign
of
me up.
way. So yeah, we're just in the process of getting our first feature match player into the area, ready to go. We are covering one perspective for today's tournament. So basically, we get to play, I guess, devil's advocate and take a guess at what our opponent is up to, what they're playing, and kind of commentate in the dark alongside you guys. My belief at the moment, assuming everything stays the way it is that our first round feature match, we're going to be following an Is It Phoenix player. Now, what can you tell me about Is It Phoenix in Historic? What is this deck trying to do?
This deck is trying to cast a lot of cheap spells, and then eventually, if you manage to cast 3 of them, sorceries or instants at the same time, you get the card I'd Like Phoenix back from your graveyard. Ideally, multiple copies of said card. So yeah, it's just trying to play a lot of cheap cards. There's some cheap threats such as Dragon's Light Channeler or Delver of Secrets,
Hmm.
and then you're just casting cheap cantrips and trying to get back the set phoenixes, the um, the hallmark of the deck.
Of course, so we're looking at a lot of cheap is-it spells, a lot of good, efficient interaction, and basically a lot of cheap threats that are either recursive or hard to handle without trading down aggressively. So what does Is-it Phoenix want to see? What does it not want to see in terms of matchups?
Well, that is a pretty hard question. I mean, it depends on the build definitely, because with the Phoenix, we've seen some builds which go really low to the ground with these Delvers and Dragons like channels. We also have some more mid-range options with you have those Drakes for 3 or 4 mana, which sometimes are played. So it depends on how your deck is structured. Usually, you're pretty fine playing against assortment of control decks because you can grind pretty well. Um, but I could see a lot of decks maybe playing a lot of disruption, a lot of graveyard hate. That could be problematic because you are relying a lot on your graveyard. So something which is targeting your graveyard is not somewhere you really want to be against.
Makes a lot of sense. So I'm kind of getting word through. We've just had the Phoenix deck list in question come through. This is a player that's playing some main deck Delver of Secrets. They are going the Is-it tempo route, and it looks like they're playing Jeskai Control in this first round, which we can grab the deck list from Melee as well. This looks fairly stock to me, barring the Delvers. I'm not a massive fan of them myself. How do you feel about Delver in Phoenix? Do you think it's the right way to go, or should we be trying to leave the past in the past?
I don't know. I haven't been a big fan of Delvers, but then again, I haven't really played a lot of the Phoenix deck myself, so I can't really say if that's great or not. But I've been more of a fan of the Dragon Sprite, the 2 mana one, which gets counter for every spell you play. That kind of feels more like my jam than the Delver. But the Delver does come down on turn 1, so this build will be definitely trying to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more attacking earlier on. And if you can flip the Delver, it's a 3/2 flyer for 1 mana. That is a good rate for a card.
Yeah, very much agree. I think Delver kind of holds that like pinnacle vintage title of like, best card on turn 1 and worst card in the deck on like turn 7. When you really want to draw like another sorcery or instant to bring back your Phoenix. So if we're expecting this opponent to be playing against Jeskai Control now, what does Jeskai Control in Historic look like? What's the pros and cons of playing that?
I guess the question there is, I'm not sure if they're playing against Jeskai Control with Gearhulk, which usually plays a decent amount of the card Opus and the Mythic's Masteries, or they could be playing more of a really control shell which doesn't really rely too much on the graveyard. So it depends on which one they go with. I think the Opus version is a bit more proactive. It has like some some really good like come from behind plays, whereas the traditional control list is more like trying to go 1-for-1 and really can struggle if it gets behind too much at some point.
Sure. So I think it's fair to say that if our Jeskai opponent is on like traditional like Jeskai Control, they're going to struggle a lot more in the 1-for-1 process, because Phoenix's threats are obviously quite cheap or recursive, so you don't really want to be trading 1-for-1 with those threats. It doesn't seem like a particularly functional game plan. If they're on the Opus list, I guess they're just going to be trying to go for an early Gear Hulk and hopefully ride that to victory off the back of a Magnum Opus. It does look like we are getting ready to start, so we're going to switch scenes over here. Let us switch to some gameplay. And hopefully, folks, we could start doing some commentary for you at this point, fingers crossed, courtesy of Discord. Alright, so following some Phoenix here to start things off. Oh, the joys of technology. We're all good, okay. At least I hope we're good.
Appears to me, okay, we do have an opening hand here for our Phoenix player.
Sure, this looks super reasonable to me. A little threat light, but a lot of very powerful, cheap interactive spells.
Yeah, we have the Ox. If that ever gets discarded, it can come for 2 mana later on from the graveyard, refill the hand.
So with this kind of hand, do you think we're just trying to like cantrip aggressively early and not really care if we hit threats? We're just going to try and fuel an early Ox, or are we desperately looking for something?
I think we are okay to set up a little bit here. We have this Ox, which will take some time to come back because we only have like the looting for a bit of mill right now. But eventually that's gonna come in, and I guess right now we're looking for some threats, because outside of the Ox in the graveyard, we don't really have any threats right now in the hand.
Yeah, this kind of worries me a little bit. Playing against Jeskai Control, I have to imagine you need to be the aggressor in this matchup. And it does feel like being so passive early might be a bit of a death sentence.
Especially with the cheap, like the 1 mana threats, you do want to be casting those like on turn 1 ideally, with like especially the Delver that really doesn't seem that amazing of a game plan on turn 5. So
Yeah, inclined to agree.
Prefer to be swinging a lot earlier.
So bombing some lands here off the top, finding a Delver, okay, that gives us something to do. Ooh, multiple Delvers. Okay, well, this gives us a start at the end of the day. This means that we can start threatening this Jeskai opponent. I assume we're extending both of these here to play around like a solitary removal spell.
Could be, but depending on what our control mage's sweeper suit is, they might be able to, like, if they have Mythic's Mastery, just clean this up completely.
Yeah, we really need to fade the Mythic's Mastery here. And
that would be... I guess maybe...
Okay, well, Lightning Helix on one Delver is much better than losing them both.
That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, a whole lot worse.
And we get a flip too, okay.
Opponent living the true Delver of Secrets experience and flipping them immediately. I have no idea what that is like.
I don't think I've seen an opponent not flip them on the first try, so I think that just happens every time.
It happens for everyone but us, I understand, okay. Well, opponent doing I'm surprised to see this Phoenix being bottomed here. Wow, do we not just want to keep these to flashback Faithless Looting, or is that, like, too greedy?
I guess we'll see what they go with here. I mean, there's a lot of ways to go about sequencing your plays in this deck, so...
Of course. No, just very surprised not to see the second Phoenix being kept. I have to imagine that Arclight Phoenix is one of your better threats in this matchup, just because of how recursive it is by nature. So a little surprised to see it bottomed there.
I agree with that, you know. We do have the looting, but potentially discard the Phoenix, but sometimes it's actually pretty okay to just also hardcast the Phoenix if you don't have a... Like, we don't really have a great way to bring it back right now, I don't think, so that might also be just a fine play to just... 3-2 Flying Haste is not a bad creature on its own. Some people forget that that is an option to do as well.
The Snare Thopter mode, which is certainly reasonable to me. This Narset could be really kind of a big deal. I'd be interested to see whether or not this Jeskai Control player actually leaves the Narset on 5 to try and play around some removal on it against the Phoenix matchup. Narset seems like a really important card, stopping the Phoenix player from drawing cards. So a little surprised to see the minus here, actually.
Yeah, so this is definitely... I wouldn't call this a super fast start for the Phoenix player. They would have preferred to have, you know, some more threats than just, I mean, nothing right now.
Yeah, this got a lot worse. I would kind of expect to see the Phoenix here. It seems a little early to pull back this Ox, given that we still have 4 cards in hand. So I think I'd just kind of like jamming the 3-2 with haste here and letting it get to work, personally.
We could see that.
It's amazing how quickly this Phoenix deck fills its graveyard. Just 10 cards already on turn 4 is it's quite a feat.
Yeah, this Phoenix deck is like, a lot of times it feels like they're just not really doing much, you know. And then out of nowhere they have like 3 Phoenixes out and you're like down to 5 life and like, what happened here? I mean,
I blinked and I died. Yeah, it's really impressive how I agree there's an awful lot of air in this deck. It does spin its tires a lot. But you're right, it has some super impressive like burst turns as a result of that, just because everything it's doing is so cheap. Delver goes in the bin here. Not looking for the turn 5 Delver, much like we've discussed a few times here. Interesting to see this Dragon's Rage Channeler and not the Phoenix. What do we think about that?
Maybe wanted to keep up the Fetting Hope in case they had a removal, so they could recur that back to their hand.
That's an interesting choice. I don't think that feels like a winning play to me. Like, surely if we're bouncing our own threats, we're... Wow, it's going to get paid off here, though, however. Teferi does minus on the Dragon's Rage Channeler, and we get to not draw it again. Clean it up with the Phoenix. Yeah, this absolutely pays off. We draw more Dragon's Rage Channelers anyway. Okay, so we are walking into the anger of the gods here, unfortunately. Like, we can see it face up in our opponent's hand. We know this Phoenix is not long for this world.
That's still 1 for 1. I'm not Like, it's not the best case scenario for you, but it seems okay. Like, if you're getting like 2 or 3 Phoenixes with the anger, that starts feeling pretty bad. But
That feels a lot worse. Mizzix's Mastery on Magma Opus here, going to take care of the only in-play threat and kind of reverse the clock here. Are you much of a fan of these Magma Opus builds of Jeskai, or do you think that they're like kind of a bit more win more?
I do think they're good because sometimes you just like, as we could have seen here, but didn't quite happen, where it's like discard the Opus on turn 2 and then turn 3 you have the Mizzix, and that can be very like some decks like Elves, for example. If that happens against them, like you just kill their board and get a 4/4 and draw a couple cards, they are really have a really hard time coming back from that. So I do think that the more proactive plan can be pretty good in Historic.
So is it more to think of Magma Opus as like a very efficient piece of like almost like a sweeper or like a card advantage tool than it is endgame? Is that like kind of how you perceive it?
Yeah. I think like you don't end up actually casting it for the full mana cost that often, but if you're in like a control matchup, sometimes it does happen. But mostly, it's there to be served with the combination with either Gearhawk, which is even better value because you're also getting a threat along of it on side, so you can get like 5 plus 4 9 power on the board just from one spell. That's very strong a lot of times. Or you can just do with the mastery. You're not getting any bodies, but you're still getting the cards and clearing the board. So either way you go about it, it's a strong play.
So opponent does indeed earn the Anger of the Gods here, courtesy of 2 Dragon's Race Channelers. I'm assuming we have to be pulling this Ox back sooner rather than later, or we're just so very far behind on the board here.
Yeah. Also, the good point with the Opus is sometimes it can accelerate into Teferi, which is a pretty key interaction as well.
Yeah, turn 4 Teferis are nothing to turn your nose up at. That's for sure. So we take this Unholy Heat, gives us a nice smooth answer to this 4/4 at least. Choosing not to use it here, looking for the land off the second iteration. Does eat an Archmage Charm for the trouble.
Okay, we're seeing a nice back and forth action here, but yeah, we have the Jeskai player on like 15 lands or something.
Yeah, this seems kind of hard to come back from. I think the Phoenix player has a lot of tools left to grind here, but the Jeskai player just seems to have the control of the board, which I think is really where you need to not be as a Phoenix player here.
Yeah, the Phoenix player is getting more behind every turn, it looks like.
Well, the 4/4 is no joke.
Down to 2 cards, so not all is lost maybe, but...
Well, we are threatening lethal here in the form of the 4/4 and the Hall of the Storm Giants, so I guess like this Ox has to come back now, or the Unholy Heat has to kill the 4/4 to stay alive. Okay, maybe we can pull some Phoenixes back here. This is slowly coming together. We get to kill the 4/4 and pull back our Phoenixes. That might be a good turning point. And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, it does feel like the Phoenix players had nothing going on for a handful of turns, and then suddenly they're just going to be chaining back 9 hasty power here, regardless of whether they attack with it or block with it. Well, not 9, 12. All 4 Arclight Phoenixes in the graveyard. My apologies. Yeah, this looks familiar.
Stuff is happening now.
Yeah, okay.
As we said, like, that it doesn't seem like anything is happening, and then out of nowhere, 4 Phoenixes on the board,
Of course. It's like kind of impressive here actually as well. This Unholy Heat still keeping this 4/4 in check. If it doesn't have to answer the 4/4, it can go alongside Faithless Looting and another spell to bring the Phoenixes back next turn. Or is there an Opus in the graveyard? Because if we're tapping both the blockers here, this is awful.
I'm not sure. We'll see soon.
Helix.
There seems to be Helix.
Okay, so I think our Phoenix player is still in this game. Unholy Heat keeps them alive here, I believe. So Phoenix down. Are we popping this Gear Hulk? I'm a little scared to wait here, just because if our removal spell gets countered, we are dead. I feel like we probably have to do this now. Yep, Gear Hulk down. The flame blessed bolt coming to ruin our Phoenix players' day here. Going to remove the one remaining blocker and allow this Horde of the Storm Giants to come in for lethal, I believe.
Yep, the big storm of the Phoenixes was looking like it could do some good stuff, but in the end, the whole finishes the game.
Yep.
And we have up a game for the Jeskai player.
Yeah, just a little bit too much removal for our Phoenix player to get through here. So what do we think about like sideboarding in the Jeskai control matchup? How do you think we should approach this?
So we're gonna see. Usually we're gonna see some counter magic coming in, though it's a slippery slope with the Phoenix deck because you want to be kind of having your spells be a lot of cantrips. So once you add a lot of like disputes and negates, it can be sometimes difficult to like actually get your Phoenixes out of the graveyard if you're holding a lot of counter magic. So we'll see how much counter magic they do want to bring in here. I do think that disputes might be worthy to bring in as well, but so far just the negate, it looks like.
So I really like the idea of like loading up on these Brazen Borrowers and these Crackling Drakes. It feels to me that portraying threats in this matchup that are good against cards like Rest in Peace, other incidental graveyard hate that seems very good against you, seems really profitable. Brazen Borrower also being a flash threat seems like it could be kind of a big deal for pressuring the opponent in this matchup.
Yeah, and probably looking to like set out some of the interaction as well. We'll see what actually stays in. Probably some of the like burn spells might be staying in.
Yeah, so it's looking like I'm interested in this Abrade coming in. Is there? I can't think of much of a reason for this. Am I missing something?
It does kill Gearhawk, I suppose.
Oh, that might be better than just, I guess, cards like Pillar of Flame. Like these are just cards we have to get out of our deck, I guess. So it's an upgrade on a removal spell, I suppose. So it looks like we're losing Pillar of Flame. Looks like we might be trimming on Opt. Ox going here is an interesting choice. I suppose this lets us hedge against graveyard removal in the best possible way. Just making our threats less reliant on the grave other than our Phoenixes.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Yeah, so I kind of like the way that our Phoenix player boarded there. I like the Crackling Drakes, I like the Brazen Borrowers, and it seems like some soft permission to me seems like a very good way of keeping your threats safe. So yeah, on board with most of that. Okay, nice aggressive start for our Phoenix player this time. The turn 1 Delver is much better than the mid-game Delver, so... Taking bets, chat. Are we flipping Delver on turn 2? Let's find out. We are not. The true Delver of Secrets experience. Basic Island into the grip.
Alright, so we are setting up some early threads here.
Yeah, this seems great.
Unfortunately, we don't have the flip there, yeah, so... This is one thing I love about the DRC, the Shaman we have here, though, because it does fill your graveyard super quickly. Like, the Surveil on every spell, that gets out of hand super quickly, and that kind of enables those, like, super turbo Phoenix curveouts, I think, much more than before, because, like, you are able to really fill your graveyard, like, it's just, you can't really compare it how quick it to before, because you're getting, like, by turn 3, you can get like 5 extra cards in your graveyard just from the Surveils if you have Trum on.
Well, extra cards in the graveyard not going to help our Phoenix player very much here. Turn 2 Rest in Peace, right on time, right into another land for that Delver of Secrets is going to slow down this start pretty significantly.
And you asked me, Scott, at the beginning, what does a Phoenix player not want to see? I told you they don't want to see a Rest in Peace, and here we go.
Here we go. You are very much right. But this is kind of why I like these Crackling Drakes so much. Like, it's one of the unique threats that kind of still benefits from Rest in Peace being in play, because it cares about spells that are in exile as well as in the graveyard. So you still get to just have your 16/4 Crackling Drake-shaped cake and eat it too.
Yeah, and like, the thing is that the Phoenix player... They know that they're not stupid. They know that they will need to battle through these graveyard exiling spells like Rest in Peace. So they know that they have to adjust their deck post board to just not solely rely on the graveyard. And for that reason, they get a bit more grindy post board. They get those drakes, as you said, and they sometimes like they can outgrind even the control player. They just draw more cards than them. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case this game, but sometimes that does happen, and then you just end up hardcasting a couple of Phoenixes and just that can be the end of the game. So
Yeah, very much as we said before, hardcast Phoenixes are not something to kind of turn your nose up at. They really can do an awful lot of damage. Speak of the devil, keeping that one on top, maybe? Yeah, we are. Okay. Snare Thopter mode engaged, Narset off the table. A little bit awkward keeping a Phoenix on top with a Delver in play, but
yeah, I guess that's not gonna be Flippy's this turn, but
no, this
yeah,
this
I mean,
Delver.
sending a Phoenix to the yard is a death sentence for the Phoenix forever. So
Of course. Yeah, this Delver doing a very good 1-1 impression, but we got quite a clock going on here. If we can fade a sweeper or two, we might be in good shape here.
yeah, I mean, I think this is exactly what you need to be doing as the Phoenix player. Once there is a rest in peace on the board, like this is the only thing you can do. Is just like put everything on the board, hope that somehow you can cheese them out before it's too late. But yeah,
Well,
I mean,
the world's worst Delver of Secrets now belongs to our Jeskai player. I wonder if they're going to manage to flip it.
yeah, this DRC also is never gonna be like better than a 1/1. So
Of course.
it may do a bit of pseudo scrying, but it's never gonna grow, unfortunately.
Imagine finding a Wrath of God with your Delver. Not quite castable just yet. Currently lacking the second white source, but that's maybe a bit of a problem. It's probably going to earn this negate.
Yeah, this negate has been waiting for a good opponent.
Another Narset. Now this is a tough choice. Do you negate the Narset here knowing the Wrath of God is looming and just hope that your opponent never finds a white source, or do we have to let this resolve?
That is a good question. This might have to resolve, honestly, yeah, and we're seeing that happen right now. Because you know that if the Wrath of God goes on stack and resolves, you're probably just... There's not much coming back from that.
Yeah,
honestly.
very much agree. I actually think this Unholy Heat is a pretty fantastic draw here. It's going to keep this Narset from finding another card, which is kind of nice.
Actually, could see that actually going after the aberration here instead of going after the Narset, because
Interesting.
the
Want to keep
aberration
the
next turn will
blocker?
be able to be on the blocks, right? So if you don't kill the aberration, then the aberration just cleanly trades for the Phoenix.
Interesting.
I think that has to be taken into perspective here.
Our player can't decide whether they need to attack this Narset here or not, umming and ahhing about where the damage is going. Looks like we might be sending 1 point over to Narset, so it kills itself if it minuses. I can't say I like that very much. I like putting our opponent dead to just the Arclight Phoenix here.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, because if you attack both phase, then they go down to 3, I believe.
Yeah.
So they would be just dead to the Phoenix, and then you can remove the
This gives
aberration.
our Jeskai player like a whole extra turn, and I can't say I like that very much.
Yeah. Also, the problem is that we know about this dispute now. So if we want to ever negate anything, we have to have 3 mana on top of it as well.
Which we can do, but it does mean we can't negate and Unholy Heat at the same time, which is something we've got to be kind of careful of here.
So we probably might be looking to Unholy like end of this turn. Looks like if that.
Yeah, I think if the Delver stays back on blocks, this Lightning Helix is really problematic.
Yeah, but can we? Yeah,
I think this has to earn the negate. I think you just have to kind of hope at this point your opponent doesn't find a white source.
This is the Sophie's choice, right? Do you just do you die to the Lightning Helix, or do you die to the Wrath next turn? Either way. I mean, you're hoping to make a Phoenix, I guess, here.
So we kept the Faithless Looting on top, which is a little surprising to me as well. I guess, as I say, we kind of need to find another Phoenix or some way of pushing damage here. Brazen Borrower is a fantastic draw here post-Wrath, right?
No, that actually returns the aberration to your own hand, so that's probably the best thing we could have seen here.
Yeah, that might actually be best possible. Other two looking to be discarded here.
Yeah, because instead of just killing it, you are actually recurring your own threat to your hand.
Yeah, so we bounce the Delver. Managed to get in for 4. This is going to earn the Wrath of God basically always. Sadly, 1 mana shy of getting this Borrower down post-sweeper. But if we'd attacked our opponent last turn, we would have been in... this would have been over.
Yeah, that's why we were thinking maybe that would have been better than carrying well the Narset, but who knows what the Narset could have brought out, but...
Very true.
Good thing is that the Brazen Borrower now is lethal on its own, if there are no more...
Well, it doesn't currently get through Mystical Dispute.
I guess so, yeah.
So the Delver kind of needs to flip here, I guess.
That is That is actually true. Yeah, the dispute has been known for a while. Oh, they choose.
They choose to
play-
use it. That's interesting. Now, I guess maybe with I mean, can we not be scared of Brazen Borrower? Do we just have chunks of instant speed spot removal in our hand?
This was a bit strange play. I'm not sure what our Jeskai player is trying to achieve with that. Just make them pay 3 mana. I guess maybe they just really didn't want the
Magma
Brazen Borrower to
Opus,
come down.
Magma Opus a lot worse when there's a rest in peace on your side of the battlefield. Oh, we have an Archmage Charm. So your Delver? I think you mean my Delver.
Yeah. I mean, Mike is like so jealous of these Delvers. They just want to have their own.
Oh, we found the Phoenix! That's incredible! Phoenix for lethal. Snare Copter mode engaged. Rest in peace, no good.
I feel like our Jeskai player had the tools to not lose this game, but they chose to lose it instead. So
Yeah,
I
I think that that dispute was rather suspect.
Yeah.
Really kind of surprised to see that, but Phoenix player, playing to their outs, finding their hasty threats to punish the Jeskai player for their mistakes.
You have to take any inch the opponent gives you, and if they give you a whole yard, you're taking that as well.
I'll take that whole yard, absolutely. Yeah, interesting one. This. So we look now and we can see that these crackling drakes are no longer in the deck. I'm surprised, honestly.
Yeah, did they took it out now for game 3?
No, it looks like they didn't put them in for game 2. And staying that way game 3 as well, because the Brazen Borrowers, the disputes, they've stayed in, but the crackling drakes haven't.
You know, Scott, the ways of the Phoenix player are sometimes treacherous, and sometimes they have different cyber plans that we expect.
Of course, yeah. Well, this is super interesting. It's very knowledgeable. We're learning something about how this player perceives the matchup. I guess even having seen Rest in Peace, they don't believe Crackling Drake is a threat they want here, which is really interesting to me.
Also, there's something to be said, like, if there is like a certain kind of default way of sideboarding against Jeskai, trying to figure out maybe a different way to approach it can be useful, because then you might be able to catch your opponent off guard. But this doesn't seem to be exactly working out. Like, we have the turn to Rest in Peace. That is definitely a card which complicates things for the Phoenix player.
Always with the turn to Rest in Peace. Now, what do you think about this expressive iteration? Is this a fight we're supposed to pick with our negate, or are we supposed to let that kind of resolve?
That is hard to say. I'm not sure. Mike is on the play here, right? So they, I guess, are missing land drops currently.
Yeah, so I'm always a bit confused when it comes to turn 2 iterations before a land gets played. It makes you wonder whether they're missing their land or whether they're just kind of going for the value from the iteration. So I'm always a bit hesitant to counter them, just because I feel like fighting over the card draw is a bit of a mistake. But definitely kind of paid off here. Made our Jeskai opponent stumble.
Unfortunately, we have right now nothing to do.
Yeah, I can't help but wish this finale of Promise was a Crackling Drake right now, I'll be honest. Kind of sitting here doing not a whole lot in the face of Rest in Peace.
God, I'm not gonna pretend I know a lot about Phoenix, but I think Finale is one of the cards which usually goes out in the post-war games. That is the one piece of knowledge I would have said that I've heard before.
I'm also no Phoenix expert, but it is definitely looking like a blank piece of digital cardboard here.
That Finale is not looking like it's gonna do much. I mean, best case scenario, you like find eventually a Borrower, you bounce the rib, then you counter it on the way down, and then somehow you fill your graveyard, and maybe at that point
maybe it does something. Yeah, that seems a little ambitious.
But we were jumping through a lot of hoops there to just get something off this Finale there.
Yeah, we could jump through a lot of hoops to cast an Opt again, which doesn't seem like the most profitable line for me. This iteration really solid here. Finds us a Brazen Borrower in hand, finds us a DRC as a threat. This is kind of what you want iteration to do in these spots. Just find you 2 copies of whatever key piece of play that you're missing. Magma Opus doing a good rampant growth impression again.
And we're seeing the world's most overhyped 1/1 on the board, which sometimes cries.
Yeah, these channelers have been a bit underwhelming. But underwhelming to Fairy, Hero of Dominaria is not. That is quite the haymaker for our Jeskai player here.
honestly, like in this matchup, something like Rest in Peace is obviously a great cyborg card, but for me, like in the past, for example, bringing like the Rest in Peace against something like the historic Rogues decks has been something super interesting because it doesn't seem like it'll be that impactful. But once you realize like all the creatures just turn into like 1/1s and 1/3s which do nothing and attack you for very little amounts of damage, actually becomes pretty interesting. So
Kind of
Rest
like
in
gives you
Peace
all the
definitely
time in
one
the
of the
world.
key cards in the format for sure.
Yeah, I believe it was given to us from a historic anthology. Is that right?
Um, that I don't know. I think Rest in Peace has
Amon
been
Cat?
around for a while.
Yeah,
But
it's been a while. It's really hard to keep track of what's legal in this format these days.
yeah, there's a lot of special sets. So to tell you exactly from which set something is, that is not the easiest of tasks. But it is here now, and we have it in the format,
We
and
do
it's been
indeed.
doing a lot of good stuff.
It helps keep
And
these graveyard shenanigans a little bit in check, at least.
yeah, I mean it's a card we've seen in older formats too, right? So it's definitely a card which has proven its worth over time.
So choosing to pressure this Teferi here with an Unholy Heat from our hand, we're actually going to get value from this finale to kill the Teferi, which is really quite impressive, honestly. We found that Borrower, we found that Borrower, we bounced the Rest in Peace, and maybe it comes up Millhouse after all.
I can just like see the eagerness in the Phoenix players' eyes. It's like I can finally get something of this finale. I mean, like this is Christmas land.
The 3-mana shock here is in fact good enough, yeah.
I can see how eager they are to before the rip comes down again. I mean,
Please, I need to use my card.
quickly use this use this cardboard. I mean, hey, we said that it would have to be crazy turn of events to get some value from the card. But
They found the line.
To,
Yeah, they found the line.
They actually Teferi with it. So.
That's genuinely very impressive. Okay, Narset coming down here, looking to be not all that much of a problem right now. We kept the Delver on top. We have a Brazen Borrower. Hopefully these threats can help us stabilize here. But I'm a little skeptical. Our Jeskai opponent somehow still at 18 here, which it's quite a lot of life to push through this late in the game.
I talked about how sometimes the Phoenix player just outgrinds the Jeskai player. That is not happening in this particular match so far.
No, I think very much the Phoenix player being ground here, unfortunately. Brazen Borrower with a lot of work to do in this particular case.
And we come back to the discussion we had on like threats like Delver, you know, and we see how like underwhelming they are on any other turn than turn 1, really.
Yeah. Flame Blessed Bolt just kind of taking care of this 1/1, but yeah, as you say.
Even stuff like the Sprite, you know, if you cast it like on turn, let's say on turn 6 or something, you have a couple instants in hand, you might be able to outgrow it out of like a Bolt range or something.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
Delver,
with these-
unfortunately, always a 1/1 until at least the second turn it's in play. Yeah, this is looking really bad for our Phoenix player here. We're just out of stuff to do. Okay.
Well, We
found our Snare Thopter. Now the question is, do we kill this Narset or not? I think you have to, right?
for sure we're killing it here. There's no way we're not killing that. Opponent is at 16 life. We're not killing them anytime soon.
Definitely not facing down an Anger of the Gods. Yeah, thank God Narset no longer on the table. We'll search for a Scanter significantly worse in the world of Rest in Peace.
Yeah. There have been some interesting synergies going on.
Oh, the finales. The finales. Oh, no.
Yeah, that is... I guess our Phoenix player is pretty happy to discard that.
Definitely not getting value out of that one. We put it in our deck to discard the Faithless Looting. Definitely feels like a bit of a top deck war here at the moment. Obviously, the Jeskai opponent having a search for a Scanter in play is going to favour them in that top deck war.
Yeah, so for Scanta, Scry 1 every upkeep, a pretty decent card.
Not looking for that mountain.
It will be challenging to transform this Search for Santa, though.
It's going to be an ambitious endeavour, I think.
Yeah,
I'm surprised that we kept this Delver here, but
yeah, I mean, you live by the Delver, you die by the Delver.
you die by the Delver. Our opponent is passionate about Delver's ability to get things done. Let's see if the 1/1 managed to survive a turn cycle this time around. That is a very well timed dispute.
Yeah, that is That is something I would be glad to dispute at this point. Yeah. 5-6, which just blocks. And
Oh, there we go.
And oops.
Oh, and an oops. The politest of
Rude.
oops, of course.
That
Yes.
was a rude oops, I
That
would
was.
say. I mean.
Oh, I was being very sarcastic. Don't worry. Yeah, it's somewhat of a unnecessary oops. Some would say. Oh, Jeskai player with
and the rub-ins.
Yeah,
There we
all
go.
the. Oh, and the Delver even finds the steam vents. Yeah, this is a pretty miserable way to go.
I'm not sure if there was any merit to like killing him before they reveal the card, because you actually get knowledge about if there is an incident or not. Because if they
Very true.
Had they had like a Phoenix on top, you would prefer probably killing the Phoenix rather than the 1/1.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's a small little oversight for sure. Could get some free information about the top of the opponent's deck. I'm not sure it's likely to matter here, unfortunately.
Double rest in peace.
Yeah, truly in peace at this point in time. Snare Thopter, let's go. All right. I mean, I don't see a way out of this for our Phoenix player that doesn't involve some extremely convoluted set of circumstances, but I'm very happy to be wrong.
Yeah, once you untap with Teferi the first time, the game starts to become really hard to lose.
Yeah, Teferi Hero of Dominaria was a bit of a mainstay of its format for a reason. It's still a pretty iconic card in some of the earlier Eternal formats. Pretty much a haymaker for most of your blue-white X control decks. Even occasionally seeing play in Modern should tell you something about what it can do. So the question is, do we get to Teferi Ultimate here? Oh, the hard cast Magma Opus. Yeah, this turns the game around real fast. The 4/4's quite the clock here.
Again, this probably could have been done on the upkeep just to tap the lands, but
yeah, I think this is an all roads lead to Rhodes scenario.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because our opponent is being a little bit impolite, shall we say?
Yeah, they are not exactly, respecting the possibility of our Phoenix player getting back into the game.
No, I can't say I blame them, but also there's a time and a place.
Yeah, this is the Phoenix players. It's their time that the game will end.
Yeah,
they decide if it ends prematurely or not, and
yeah, I think they're going to get to decide if they end this game with any lands in play or not.
I'm gonna say if they were putting any fate into this Fateless Looting, fighting them a way out of this, this Narset probably is the final line of the coffin.
Yeah.
Just rendering this an obsolete piece of cardboard.
Certainly looking like it. Yeah, we get the top right. Unfortunate series of events for our Phoenix player there. Looked really promising after the comeback in Game 2. It was a very, very sweet game.
Yeah,
and unfortunately,
the 4 Phoenix full bonanza when we get that, that looked like it could get there, but unfortunately they were a little bit too far behind at that point.
It was certainly quite impressive, yeah. So that looks like it brings us to an end of round 1. We're just taking a quick peek, but it looks like that was actually our last match running, which is really quite impressive. So I imagine we'll have very little downtime here. But we'll be heading into round 2 basically immediately by the looks of things. Unsurprisingly, the control matchup being one of the longer ones to finish. But yeah, do we think that was a fair representation of how we expect those builds to play against each other? Like the Delver versus Opus matchup, if you like.
Yeah, I think the post-board games didn't really pan out for the Delver player at all. I think that's usually whether you can get a decent amount of advantage over them, adjusting the deck post-board, but those games just kind of ran out of steam too quickly. And the only game which kind of looked pretty close was the first one, I would say. We did get there in the second game, but yeah, overall the post-board games didn't look as impressive from the Phoenix player, unfortunately.
Was definitely kind of a death by 1,000 cuts scenario in Game 2. I guess we kind of just have to be hopeful that the Phoenix player continues to rally back from here on out. I'm going to take this brief opportunity to give our host today a little bit of a plug while we wait for the start of round 2. If you're not familiar with the guys over at DotGG events, they are now running premier events over on MTG Melee multiple times a week for whatever your format of choice might be. If you fancy heading up for a set championship qualification, you want to play for some cash, or you just want to kind of dip your toes into competitive Magic in general, you'll find people like me and the Ninja playing their events all the time at a very reasonable price, and I suggest you check them out over on MTG Melee. That is .gg events that we are hosting for today. Additionally, they are associated with MTGA Zone. If you happen to not be familiar with that website, I do have to wonder where you've been for the last couple of months. MTGA Zone, the perfect place to find deck lists, very carefully curated from all your favourite content creators and events. Just find your framework to work from, or a deck that you'd like to play of an archetype you maybe haven't considered. Well worth checking out mtgazone.com for everything deck list in the world of Magic the Gathering. Brilliant.
I have to say, Scott, I have been also reading up on a lot of their articles preparing for the decathlon events. They had an article up for every single decathlon that was happening.
Wow.
So yeah, I was reading up on a lot of them, just seeing what kind of builds they were bringing up and what's possibly the formats, because a lot of the formats that were in the decathlons were pretty niche formats. So it was really nice to have like a source of some information on these formats where you probably don't really find it anywhere else. So yeah, you can find a lot of good content on MTG Zone, and I do frequent it myself quite often.
Yeah, absolutely. Very big fan of their content in general. Been lucky enough to be featured a few times, and some great guys over there running the event. So yeah, Phoenix unfortunately taking an unsavory loss in round 1. We're going to be heading into round 2 very, very shortly. Of course, as always, folks, if you've got any questions, any concerns, you can put them in the chat, and our moderation team will do our best to get back to you shortly. Daninja, have you got any horses in the race today? Is there any friends of yours playing today's event?
Let me check actually the roster here who we have playing. I think I've seen Gallopin playing. It's my good streamer friend who also likes to play a lot of control. They're on Azorius Lotus Field.
Ooh.
They're actually the one who tipped me off to their version. So I would love to see that at some point maybe. Unfortunately, it seems like they have taken a round 1 loss. They seem to have played against Golgari Food, and they look like a clean sweep for Golgari Food. That's kind of surprising, honestly. It seems like Control would probably feast on Golgari Food, but I guess maybe I have that matchup wrong, or maybe just like some unfortunate mulligans happened. We'll see if we ever get that matchup on screen.
Of course. Anything else kind of jumping out to you as unique deck lists in today's event?
Azorius Affinity is interesting, but by the one and only Jim Davis.
Oh wow! I'm assuming this is some kind of like Tempered Steel Overseer deck.
They actually don't seem to be playing Tempered Steel, but they have a lot of other payoffs. They have the Black Staff of Waterdeep. They have a Nettle Cyst. So they have, looks like they have other ways to leverage their artifacts.
Yeah, very reminiscent of like the In-Soul artifacts from deck from Pioneer, which seems really cool to me. Would love for a deck like that to be good. So I guess the other thing to break down is kind of, I guess, while we're waiting, what we're playing for today. Our second match is currently being shuffled into the feature match area. What are we playing for today, Danger?
We're playing for a decent chunk of money. I believe first place should be taking $400 home.
That is correct, yeah.
And also we're playing for some .gg points for the leaderboards. So 30 points go to the first place, 25 to the second place, and so forth. So those points, keep an eye on those. That they will be interesting coming to the end of the season. The top players will be getting some perks based on their standings.
Yeah.
So definitely good to try to start collecting those if you see yourself playing in multiple of these .gg tournaments.
definitely worth grinding away. Anyone who goes X and 2 or better today also finds themselves with an invite to the set championship qualifier. So very much some new, well-founded perks up for grabs from events like this on Melee. There was a bit of an announcement recently about Premier tournament organizers who can now offer like set championship invites, which is what today's event will qualify people to have a chance to win. So. The stakes are definitely high, some cold hard cash, some well appreciated qualifications also up for grabs. Okay, so our second round feature match is making its way to fruition now. We have our players sharing their screen, so I will head over in just a second. I don't have the matchup yet, unfortunately, so I can't tell you what it is, but hopefully we'll have that information very, very shortly. And I will remember to update the graphic this time because I forgot. Last time around, which is not perfect. So cool. We have our player who is on Heliod Company, by the looks of it. So we're going to switch on over to the gameplay screen. I have to wonder what our opponent is on. We'll take a look and see what is going on there. So we have Heliod Company. How much about this deck do you know, Ninja?
Heliod Company, are we talking about the kind of the Heliod Oak combo deck?
I would assume it's the squirrel combo deck personally. I haven't seen any other Heliod decks running around, but I don't actually have a deck list just yet, unfortunately, so I can't comment. But we can see on screen Heliod from the player that we are featuring this round, which is very, very cool, and looking forward to figuring out what they are in fact playing against. So if it is the green-white Heliod Squirrel Oak combo deck, explain to the viewers who might not be familiar kind of what that deck is doing.
Alright, so basically we have to be combining like 3 key parts of that combo. So the Heliod is the legendary god who can put a counter on a creature whenever you gain life. That's the first part of the combo. Then you need to have some way to gain life when a creature enters the battlefield. There's a couple of those style of cards, the Soul Sisters as we know them from the past, and there's also then the Oak, the second part of the combo, which basically whenever you put a counter on that, it creates a squirrel, and then more squirrels come into play, more triggers, and it just keeps going. Not forever, but for as long as Arena lets you, and for as long as you're comfortable clicking on the various buttons.
I see. So
it is pretty obnoxious to play against. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's not exactly client friendly. Some would say is probably the way of putting it. Right? It's a little difficult to enact on the Arena client. So it looks like we are playing against Is It Phoenix this time. Do you have much of an insight into this matchup?
So we're playing Heliod versus Phoenix.
Versus Phoenix, yeah, it looks like it.
Okay. That I can't say I've played that matchup from either side, so we'll see what happens. If I had to guess who's favored, I mean the Heliod deck can really come out of nowhere, which I could see Phoenix struggling. Like once the combo goes out, like I don't really know if Phoenix can do anything about it. So I guess the Phoenix player is just trying to interact with the various 3 parts of the combo, and just trying to get them dead.
Yeah, so I kind of, from any experience I have playing this matchup, like fundamentally agree with that basic foundation. I think the Heliod player in general is ever so slightly favored, mostly because if the Phoenix player doesn't have any way to check the combo, they are basically incapable of coming back, which is it's pretty much the game over. In my experience, but the Phoenix players do tend to be packing an awful lot of interaction, and as long as they're somewhat careful and understand the fundamentals of the matchup, they do a pretty good job at kind of holding that together and being able to hold open unholy heats or similar removal spells and take care of combo pieces at like appropriate moments. It can be quite hard for the Phoenix player to kind of finish the game though, because there's a lot of incidental life gain from this matchup kind of playing out, and the Phoenix players sometimes lack some finishing power if the Phoenixes themselves are kind of taken care of by a card like Skyclave Apparition or similar. So yeah, just waiting for our feature match to begin here. I'm sure it won't be long now. Taking a look at these deck lists that have been shared to us. This Phoenix list is not on Delver this time around. We have your favourite Sprite Dragon in the slot this time around in this Phoenix list. One main deck Crackling Drake, a single main deck Prismari command, so some interesting choices there. The Heliod deck looking fairly stock to me, from what I can see at a glance. The full 4 Skyclave Apparitions, 4 Company, 2 Inquisitor Captains, and then the chunk of expected life gain creatures, the Oak, the Heliod, the Voice of the Blessed. So yeah, looking fairly standard. Really interesting one in the sideboard for this Heliod player. We have a Book of Exalted Deeds. I have to wonder if they're indeed, yes. I have to wonder if there's any cheap tricks we can do with that, popping an angel or two into play, or whether there's an angel we can keep safe and stop ourselves from losing the game. Looks like we're enjoying the fundamentals of the arena software here, with the challenge failing to go through. Something spectator mode. But I'm sure we'll have a match underway as soon as the players are capable of doing so. And we'll do the best that we have with what we have, unfortunately. But yeah, this should be a really interesting matchup. I've not actually seen too much Heliod versus Phoenix. I've only played it a handful of times myself. Kind of looking forward to seeing what these players can show me about a matchup I know very little about. So this should be really sweet.
I will say that the Heliod deck, that can kind of like the same way we said, like the Phoenix deck can kind of come out of nowhere, and just out of nowhere they have 4 Phoenixes. With the use of the Coco, you can find 2 pieces of the combo. So as long as you have any one of the 3, like, you're threatening at any point to just Coco into the combo. So that is really hard to like try to interact with, because every potential, even Soul Sister, or every part of the combo can be potentially game breaking if you just don't kill it right away, because they might just have a Coco and combo off before you get to kill things. So yeah, it can be really hard to interact with all the parts of the combo, because potentially every piece is threatening to get their the full combo off.
Yeah, very true what you say about Collected Company, actually. It's kind of why I think the dynamic of this matchup might be really interesting. Because, as I say, there's a lot of really good interaction pieces from our Phoenix player. But if they think they're safe for just a moment and, tap a little too low, it's really easy for this Heliod player to, like, assemble a combo out of nowhere and just kind of run away with the game. Collected Company, definitely one of the main villains that causes that. It's quite a, I guess, well-known joke in the Magic community that when your opponent's green creature deck passes with 4 mana available on turn 5, with 5 cards in hand, no plays, that kind of stuff. Okay, it looks like we are having a small amount of technical issues with this match, so I've been politely asked to move to feature number 2 real briefly. So bear with me, folks. We're going to switch on over to feature number 2, so we've got some gameplay for you. I'm told, somewhat reliably, this is a food mirror. Now, I personally am not the biggest fan of the food mirrors. I think it's Golgari food versus Golgari food. How about you, the Ninja? How do you feel about the food mirrors in general?
Food mirrors can get pretty tricky. I mean, they're...
Oh, we've lost a Ninja. There we go. We have you back.
We have regained the Ninja again.
We have regained you.
And looks like, are we starting already? Looks like...
Yeah, we're hopping into an underway game, unfortunately, because we are having to basically hop into a match we weren't expecting to be in. So I do apologize. I will be with you in just a second, guys. I'm just having to ragtag set this up, which is not ideal. So just a moment, and we'll have some feature for you. Okay, we are on broadcast now. Okay, we got there. We have a food mirror. We are unfortunately very, very underway. Looking like Jund versus Golgari, by the looks of it, from initial impressions. This Golgari player looking to be quite far ahead with Lurus, Trail of Crumbs, some active geese, even a Morality Spear tucked in hand.
Yeah, we are jumping into an ongoing game, but on the first look, it looks like one player is clearly ahead here. I mean, I think every metric outside of cards in hand currently is dominated by the L guy on the bottom. Though a devil
Well,
is
Mayhem Devil's got to be a
a
house
card,
in this
yeah.
matchup. I think if I'm from a, I guess, unexperienced perspective, I would think that the Jund deck is probably slightly favored in this matchup. Mostly because I think both Korvold and Mayhem Devil are really impactful cards in the mirror. So we are indeed
Yeah,
churning through some food.
then probably gonna see a fatal push. Now we have revolt
Yeah,
with
triggering
the.
Revolt to take care of the Mayhem Devil seems like a plan to
Mhm.
me. Try and stem the bleeding from that one. Opponent will pop away their treasure in response. I guess we're just trying to make sure we take care of Lurrus here. Yeah.
That could be true, yeah. Depends on.
Into a village rights. Okay, so some recouped advantage from this Mayhem Devil dying. So Jund player definitely still got plenty of tools available to them here. Village rights in the Jund deck is not something I see particularly commonly. That's very sweet.
Yeah, interesting build. This 5/5 squirrel is starting to be pretty big. But I guess the L guy is gonna have their own big squirrel soon.
Yeah,
Gonna
we
be
got a
doing
squirrel
bigger.
fight. We've also got this kind of morality spear tucked up in a pinch. So I don't think we need to panic about the squirrel just yet, but it's definitely something we got to be concerned about. Oh, I like this play a lot.
This little cat might have been a much better top deck than it might seem on the first look, because that starts the whole Trail of Crumbs, cat and oven loop, which not only drains your opponent but also gives you kind of infinite cards over 10.
So I really like this play quite a lot. Our green-black food player choosing to run out the Meathook Massacre for 0. Not a overly common play that you'll see every day. Meathook Massacre obviously a pretty premier sweeper in matchups where you need to take care of creatures. But this deck is so good at sacrificing its own permanence that just spending 2 mana to have it in play to constantly affect your opponent's life total seems like a really big deal to me. Binding of the Old Gods making its way down. What do we target here? It has to be the oven, I would think.
It looks like we are killing the trail here.
Interesting. So I guess they want to fight over card advantage?
Looks like we can also kill the other player's trail with the Mortality Spear if we want to at some point. Like now.
I would say now. Now's a good time.
Now is better than later, I guess.
I think so. You'd much rather than not be generating food with a Gilded Goose, for example. Yeah, trading off these Trail of Crumbs here, neither player gets to draw cards anymore. I think that definitely favours our green-black player currently. The Squirrel is just larger. They have a Meathook Massacre. Feels like they're ever so slightly in control, especially drawing a second Trail of Crumbs. That's huge.
Yeah, I would have to say that when we came to the game, it was looking like the L guy on the bottom was very much ahead, but now, it's starting to get a bit more even. It's looks like the jump player is not quite it out of it, but
No, I think they need
the
a
life
good draw
totals
or two, but they definitely can swing
Yeah.
this back in their favour.
the life totals are getting very low, and the problem is the any sack of the cat basically is like double damage because you have the mid hook also damaging you. So like you lose one when they sack it, and then you lose another one when they bring it back. So yeah, we need
some help
now
here.
is that our top player Kokosi can't be really focusing on like maximizing all their value, because they have to be keeping in mind that they might be just dying to this cat.
Yeah, there is an awful lot of damage tucked away secretly on the L guy's side here. So I guess with the fact we have a food and a goose of our own does let us kind of mitigate that. But we are choosing to sacrifice our food to Deadly Dispute here. So I guess not particularly worried about our life total just yet. Find our own Trail of Crumbs. Okay.
That might come to bite them. I we'll see. I mean, 6 life is not a lot of life against an active cat and cat oven massacre mix.
You're not wrong. There is a wall of geese here, so I do feel like our green-black player here really needs to kind of finish this up now. I think they're very much getting to the point where if they can't start grinding through opponents' resources, they just have a better setup engine than they do. So I think Calvin really needs to like kind of just pull through the last chunk of damage here. If the Jund player gets to untap, they just have access to 12 life every turn, courtesy of 2 Guild Goose.
I can see definitely the Jund players' life total being really a big issue. Them coming into these probably final rounds.
Yeah, it feels like tapping out here was definitely a conscious decision, and maybe a poor one at that. Leaving yourself unable to crack a food is definitely a statement. I think, if I'm reading this correctly,
we're also seeing the Golgari players' pace starting to pick up, so I think they might be going for the
yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I haven't. I was trying to do the math myself a second ago. I believe this is 3, 2, 1, and yeah, this is it, because the Ravenous Squirrel could sacrifice the Cauldron Familiar one final time, so this is lethal.
Yep.
Have
you might have a little bit over lethal, but that's just keeping track.
Yeah, it's not exactly easy to do on these board states, right? But no, Ravenous Squirrel, the important one here, but obviously the Phyrexian Tower being found off of Trailer Crumb's going to do the same job, but it meant that we had a guaranteed way to sacrifice our Cauldron Familiar one more time to make sure that we triggered the Meat Hook Massacre and the Cauldron Familiar again. So yeah, leaving ourselves with no mana to crack a food, super punishing in that particular game for our Jund player. A lot of very cool sideboard cards here for this list.
We're talking about like what am I looking to see here? I told you I want to see somebody challenge these food decks.
Yeah.
It looks like Jund is not maybe doing it quite
well.
That's so much, so.
That's somewhat concerning. You would think the Mayhem Devil deck is probably one of the ones with the best food matchup, but hey, maybe not. Guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard people say that the Jund side is better, and I've heard people say that the Golgari is still favored because they can just like interact with the devils whatnot, and they have a superior engine. So
yeah, it does seem to be a little bit of
too much time myself. So
yeah, it seems to be a little bit of I guess misconception in the matchup. No one's really sure who it's supposed to favor. I tend to find like all the Golgari players will tell you they're favored, all the Jund players will tell you they're favored, and no one really seems to have a concrete opinion. So this should be a really fun watch. I'm looking forward to seeing whether our Jund player can show us some of the power, I guess, of Jund in this second game. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, a timely Devil which doesn't get interacted with can definitely be a huge problem for the Golgari player. But I assume that the Golgari player knows about the presence of said Devil and is preparing for that, especially post board.
Yeah, of course. I have to imagine Mayhem Devil is definitely on their mind. Very much like, I imagine Korvold, the Fake-Earth King, also probably on their mind as a threat that's really hard to answer for this this green-black deck. It really needs to have a Morality Spear on time or a similar effect, kind of like in the chamber, to not let Korvold run away with a game. This hand is atrocious. The old double Phyrexian Tower tapped Greenland Gilded Goose is not really where you want to start.
Yeah, 6 lands and a goose is maybe a bit of a loose keep, I suppose, but we do see our Golgari player mulliganing that wisely.
Indeed, this 6 looks fantastic. A little bit of everything you want: cat, oven, squirrel, meat hook massacre. Yeah, seems like a really solid keep on 6 here. But with an oven of their own, okay, we're going to be settle in for a long one, folks. Grab yourself a snack. Make sure you have a drink. We've got a cat oven mirror here with plenty of life totals about to bounce back and forth.
We see both players with cats.
Yeah, I'm sure this squirrel attack is somewhat redundant, but sure. I mean, make them click, I suppose. It's probably the way of putting it. Yeah, going to be an awful lot of repetitive strain injury at the end of this match, I imagine.
Yep, I think that's a strong decision to start with cats. I mean, cats are very good companions, and I commend them for that choice. Some ovens too. I'm not a fan of shoving cats into ovens, but I guess you gotta do what you gotta.
I'm gonna try not to judge people too much. Like, it's obviously their personal choice, but I would recommend against jamming cats into ovens, if I'm being completely honest. It seems rather cruel.
I like my cats just out of ovens usually.
Yeah, I'll keep
Unless
them.
I'm playing on the arena, I suppose.
No, that's not an excuse. I would much prefer to keep the cats out of the oven at all times, if at all possible, because, well, it's a bit inhumane, shall we say.
They do make delicious food, I suppose. Which
Oh
heals
no.
you for 3 life.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be that bad of a snack, right? Like, surely 3 life is got to be somewhat delicious.
Yeah, I mean, if it was just okay, it would be probably 1 life, right? So 3 life has to be like Michelin star pretty much.
Oh wow, this is some real premier cuisine going on in the in the oven. Witches know how to cook, folks. You heard it here first. It's so this binding of the old god's actually really huge. Going to turn this oven off. Make sure that our opponent is incapable. Well, our opponent is the one going to be flicking their cat back and forth from this oven when we're not going to be doing that. So this lure is going to need to pull the oven back to kind of break parity again, or we're going to be the one slowly bleeding out here. Meat Hook Massacre kind of weirdly mitigating this damage. It's a really awkward exchange. Both players essentially on starting life totals here. If they wanted to be, this could take a while.
We're seeing here Kokusi on the top, joining the Cat Preservation Alliance and stopping the massacre on the opposing side. So for now, the cats is safely in the graveyard.
They certainly are. There's one in
But
play coming down.
Lurrus has something to say maybe about that. Yeah, and the L guy is like, nope, we have to keep the cycle going.
The massacre begins once again. No, we cannot end the chain. Yeah, this is kind of what you expect, I think, for the most part from a lot of these food mirrors. You're going to find that a lot of the early game kind of revolves around this nickel and dime, getting your engines set up. And we're very much going to be both waiting for, I guess, one of our players to find a really reasonable payoff at this moment in time. Like, we're looking for a Corvol, the Devil, on the green-black side. There's a number of payoffs there as well. But we kind of need one of these haymakers to really kind of run away with this. Lure us down to another Binding of the Old Gods here. It does feel like our board is fairly at parity here, to be honest. Both players very much reliant on Cat Oven without basically anything else going on.
Yeah, it's like...
There we go.
Judging who's ahead in these mirrors can be really tricky in some cases. Like, usually the trail is one of the most important permanents. So seeing that for the bottom player here coming to fruition and maybe starting the loop of ovens and cats and trails.
I definitely think Trailer Crumb's likely one of the best possible draws here for our green-black player. Very much a case of their last missing engine piece. Just going to start grinding a lot of card advantage here, and that should be pretty hard to come back from. So our top player definitely needs to find like a trail of their own or one of their own haymakers to kind of rebalance this.
And thanks to the tower, which is on the Golgari side, they can convert more than one food per turn here.
Oh, this is big Daddy Corvold here. This is going to draw a lot of cards real quick too. It's going to score 2 cards from these food, from the Cauldron Familiar. The Oven is still active. The Phyrexian Tower is active. Its own trigger is active. Binding of the Old Gods in the next upkeep. Because this can't be fatal pushed. This is a phenomenal draw. Jund player going to pull themselves right back into this game by drawing just an absolute boatload of cards.
Yeah, I mean, we said that the Trail of Crumb is one of the key permanents, but and it has the inevitability over a long game that you will grind your opponent out. But Corvol just doesn't care. It counts down and draws like 15 cards right away. And
yeah, Corvol is like the Trail of Crumbs on steroids, really. Like, it's like if we just did it all in one go, is very much where Corvol finds itself. So 3 cards drawn. This Trail of Crumbs is going to really need to find like a Morality Spear or something to shut this Corvol down. Just a desperate need of a piece of removal for this.
It's gonna be hard to find a morality spear with a trail because you can only take permanents, but we are hoping for probably binding, I suppose.
Yeah, you are 100% correct. That is not an enchantment. But I guess we could try and draw Morality Spear, or as you say, try and find a binding or a similar answer that we can find with Trail of Crumbs, even though we can't find Spear.
That is, I mean, we're looking at pretty much only binding, I suppose.
I think so.
A big meat hook, but we can't really get it that big. We would need 9 mana. We have a decent amount of mana, but 9 is not really at our grasp here.
We're really close. We have a tower of our own, so this is for 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, only like 5. Yeah, we're a little shy of challenging this Corvol with the meat hook we drew. Really important. This card is like essentially fatal push proof. Obviously, the fatal push staring in our hand here, making that very evident.
It's interesting for like a Lurrus deck, which is like, it's supposed to be like the slow to the ground deck. Like they can generate like insane amounts of mana, like overcoming like most Ram decks of the formats as well. Like
yeah, it's really impressive what these Lurrus decks can do. As you say, you kind of get these workarounds by playing cards like the Meat Hook Massacre that let you use your mana regardless of the fact it's not technically more than 3 CMC.
Because you're pretty much never missing your land drops, plus you have these geese, you have these towers too. It's not uncommon to be casting like massacres for for X's like 7 or 6 pretty early on.
Genuinely very impressive that this deck's capable of doing that. But it does appear at the moment it is not capable of taking down Corvold.
Yep. I was gonna move the proverbial advantage bar here pretty long way towards the Golgari player before the Corvold came down. Now it seems like can you survive one more turn before it kills you, or
oh wow, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And this is what makes this so powerful, right? Is the Corvold's raw card advantage is definitely a testament to how good the card is here, but it's just finding you your other haymakers, cards like Mayhem Devil, that are just like mirror breakers per se. It's just so much easier to find them when half your deck is in your hand.
I wonder if maybe the top player, the Kukusi, has like any like 1 or 2 mana creatures in hand that might have been better to play that before the Devil, and then you could like sack it in response to removal and then flicker some cats in and get a bunch of things. But could be that they don't have any cheap creatures in their hand. But that would be nice because now they don't really have a great way to like get the cats in because they have no food. They have nothing great to sacrifice. Like they don't want to kill the Corvold.
Well, they can make a food really from this Devil dying to Fatal Push here, right? I mean, it's not ideal, but it's something.
Yeah, but you could have like the ideal thing would be like to like get a bunch of cats back and forth with the Devil still on the stack before it dies to the
of course
Fatal Push. That could have been like extra 6-8 damage maybe.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they just didn't find another creature to play, and
could be. I mean, they only have 4 cards. Could be a bunch of lands. Usually, you have a lot of lands like these. These decks rarely miss land drops, so it could be like 3-4 lands in their hand, and maybe some.
This is still an amazing amount of raw card advantage coming from this Corvold here. We're up to 6 cards in hand just from that whole Fatal Push interaction.
Yeah, imagine, and I imagine they probably are playing more than 1 Corvold, so imagine they probably have a spare maybe at this point in hand. So imagine that the Golgari player finally finds their last way to kill the Corvold, and they just replay the second one the turn after. Like, yeah, how about you deal with this one as well?
Yeah, I guess it's very true. Corvold not only good at finding you other haymakers, but also just good at finding more copies of itself. It's very good at chaining together. It looks like, according to the deck list for this player, we have 1 Corvold in the main deck and then 2 more in the sideboard. So very possible they have up to 3 here.
I could imagine this would be a matchup where they would want them, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like you really want this like pseudo mirror breaker effect. I think Corvold just seems fantastic at running away with a game here. So if it was up to me, I'd probably have all 3 in the deck at this point as well. Okay,
I would try to sneak in a 4th, and maybe nobody's looking. But
yeah, if I can get away with the 4th, I'll try and get away with the 5th. We'll just see what we can do. Trailer Crumbs here, just kind of an embarrassment of riches from our Jund player at this point. Really went from having nothing to having everything. Very, very impressive. It's kind of cool. We have the Golgari list as well in the Discord. Really interesting card in the sideboard that's worth talking about for this matchup as well in terms of mirror breakers. There's a Valentin, the Dean from Strixhaven, the green-black Dean, that's going to care about creatures dying in this mirror match, which seems really impactful to me.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of creature die so far, so I believe that when a creature dies that gets exiled by the Valentin,
Yes.
unless they pay a certain amount.
I need to check the card exactly. The backside does seem like it could be kind of relevant too. It's really easy to gain life in this deck, especially from all the food. So being able to just turn your team into a team of monsters by having the Lisette, the green half of that Dean in play, also seems like it could be really impactful for our green-black food player. Really cool card. It means they can actually secretly play a 4-drop in this Lurrus deck. Which is really cool. So yeah, if a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. When you do, you can pay 2 to make a pest, so that the exile is not optional on Valentin. So if you're killing their stuff and Valentin's in play, it's gone.
Yep, that seems relevant. And I was gonna say, like, it's a cool card, but you know, that's a little bit of cheating, right? You're supposed to be playing 1 and 2 drops. What is this 4-drop doing in your deck?
Yeah, well,
you should be like prohibited from casting the bad side if you're playing Lurrus, you know?
Yeah, I would much prefer you can only cast the Meathook Massacre for 1, you know, for 0, not for 1.
Yeah.
it's not fair. You get to bend the rules like this. Yeah, I think this feels like very much a garbage time situation to me. Hopefully the Jund player has found a way to kill these Gilded Geese in their 11 cards. And hopefully just get over the line with Korvold here.
I would love for the Jund player to just kill the opposing geese with their own Meathook, but I'm not sure if they're playing one. But that would be a sweet justice.
Yeah, just Meathook the flyers out of the way and get in with a
they
with a big
actually are
dragon.
playing some Meathooks. Yeah, they have 3 main decks. So
wow, very impressive.
Actually happen.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, green-black players' Meathook Massacre has actually done a really surprisingly decent job at helping them stay alive this game, just from nickel and diming the opponent. But I would be surprised if it was enough. Apparently, we're still digging here. We are still drawing 3 more cards, just desperately, I guess, looking for ways to clear out these geese to get lethal over the line here.
You know what, Scott, I wouldn't be surprised if the Golgari player was on the mill plan right now.
Let's sneak some ruined crabs in here real quick.
Yeah, you just kind of look innocent and then hope that your opponent forgets that the library can have an ending to it.
Yeah, I guess maybe your out at this point is you draw too many cards by accident. Yeah, it's definitely possible, I suppose. But yes, this Mayhem Devil here looks like a very valid way to me of taking down these Gilded Geese, so I imagine we'll be going to Game 3 in just a moment. More than enough ways to sacrifice permanents here to deal 3 more triggers from Mayhem Devil, draw approximately 1 million cards in the process. So yeah, looking like a Game 3 to me, and we can hopefully get a better idea of exactly how these players are sideboarded here.
You say just a moment, but it could take a half an hour before all these triggers resolve.
Just a moment meant in perhaps not the literal sense, but yeah. Fail Push speeding up the process ever so slightly before this 21-21 Korvold is going to come on in and close this out. That's a pretty big testament to how important Korvold is in this matchup. I'll be interested to see whether our green-black player chooses to bring in anything they didn't before to kind of like hedge against Korvold, if they've got any extra ways of taking it off the table.
Yeah, I mean, hindsight being 2021. We have our Golgari player dead here, so
yeah.
I'm not sure if they have anything left in the sideboard.
No, honestly, it looks like this deck is very soft to Korvold. We have the 2 spears and a Maelstrom Pulse, but obviously we can't play Binding of the Old Gods or anything because we're a Lurrus deck. So it does look like we're lacking in answers for the big dragon in the green-black list here.
We're talking about the devil potentially being a problem, but it looks like the big brother is much more of a liability, or much more of a threatening force for the Golgari player.
Indeed. Looks like a really good start for our Golgari player here. Again, just Cat Oven on turn 1 and turn 2, excuse me. Ways of interacting with the opponent's oven, and I guess more importantly that Morality Spear, which might be needed to be held here for a little while.
Yep. The problem is with the Mortality Spear, there's so many good targets, like sometimes you just can't really afford to wait until a Corvo comes down and you just have to pop the first trail or something.
I suppose so. maybe you just have to either hope to find the pulse or another spear before the Corvold comes down if the oven is getting out of hand. At the moment,
I
seems
have to
pretty.
mention this. I have to mention this Liberator though. That if that ever flips to the backside, that is just an oven-eating monstrosity.
Absolutely. I'm a really big fan of Outland Liberator. This card's kind of seen play all the way back to Modern even. It seems like a really sweet design. If you need artifact or enchantment removal in a pinch, it's good for that. But it also has a really high upside of being able to kind of turn into this permanent shredding machine, as you say. Obviously, unfortunately, it does eat a fatal push here. It's going straight to the graveyard where I'm sure the Jund player would rather it be. But definitely a card to pay attention to if you're looking to improve your food matchup yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it is currently in the graveyard, but it might not stay there forever. We do have a Lurrus.
We do have a Lurrus. It can indeed.
In the future.
It actually works very, very well with Lurrus just because you can keep putting it back into the graveyard. So even if your opponent does prevent it from flipping, you can repeatedly use it in a pinch.
Yeah, and the backside being kind of a Kogla's little brother because getting to kill stuff on attacks, it's a really nice ability to have.
Absolutely.
When the opponent usually has upwards to like 6 or 7 targets for that.
Absolutely, 100%.
Mid-game.
We're back in very similar territory here, much like Game 2. Early game here, mostly just dictated by getting engines set up, both players establishing early cats, early ovens, able to just kind of grind. Looking forward to seeing which of these players can establish their engines. Trailer Crumbs is a really big pickup. It's going to let our Golgari player kind of get on the board first in terms of generating card advantage. I look forward to seeing how our Jund player can kind of combat this, if they're going to remove the trail or if they've just kind of got a haymaker of their own here.
Yeah, this is a similar situation to the one we had last game where we thought, oh, they have the trail, they're probably ahead, and then the Corvold came down, and it was like, okay, I guess we're not ahead anymore. But this game, we do have an immediate answer to it in the spear. So
we do. It'll be interesting to see whether this Mayhem Devil is a problem enough to earn the spear.
Yeah, I think that is what the Jund player has to do. Is like they have to try to present enough threatening stuff that actually they can clear the way for their eventual Corvolds. Like they put down the devil, they put down the trail, and is this enough of a threat for you? And then eventually maybe the Golgari player will bite and kill something, and then maybe is the time for the Corvold to come down.
Absolutely. So this devil is honestly kind of keeping this board in check. This squirrel is being held back by a single cat, somewhat unfortunately. Meathook Massacre for 0 here is interesting. I was wondering if this would be for 3 to kill the devil, but it looks like we're just prioritizing getting it into play.
Yeah, I wonder if when they were designing this Meathook Massacre and testing it out, I wonder if they were even considering people playing it for 0, because that doesn't seem like something you would really expect that card to be doing a lot of time, but
it's shocking. It happens quite a lot for these food decks. It's a surprisingly common play. Happens all the time in a lot of the standard sacrifice decks too. I think the Meathook Massacre easily one of my favorite designs from recent memory. It just seems like a really versatile card with very high upside.
It's also super interesting because you're playing this kind of, you could say it has a creature kind of mid-range aggressive curve outs, but you also have the sweeper in the deck, which doesn't usually happen for creature decks to have a sweeper in there.
Of course.
So sometimes you're playing against humans, and you can maybe ramp up a little bit, and then you just cast a Meathook for 3 and just wipe their whole board.
Yeah, catch back up in a game you have no business winning. It's really, really impressive card, and definitely one of my favorite designs in recent memory. So we do earn the spear here, the Mayhem Devil going down, courtesy of Morality Spear. Really interested to see whether we've got the Corvold here. That's really going to be the make or break, because if there is land Corvold here. Not looking like it.
Corvold o'clock?
Sadly not. We're sacking away Cauldron Familiars to Squirrels, so I guess we're looking for a land. It might be a case of we set this up perfectly, had the Corvold in hand and then missed the mana. Yeah, look, okay, stuck on 4 lands for our Jund player, so this could be a problem.
One thing we mentioned with the Valentin from the Golgari side is that actually you have these giant squirrels, but usually there's a cat to block them, so Valentin actually on the backside can be granting trample as well, I think, which is important
It's
because
very
otherwise
impressive.
it can
Yeah.
be really hard to get like the damage through. You can have like 3 20 squirrels, but they just can need three cats to sacrifice each turn to block them, and you can't get anywhere. But if you do have the Valentin on the backside, then you can grant them the trample, and then with that you should be able to get through the pesky cats.
Valentine seems like a very clever inclusion for this green-black version of this deck. For the mirror, it does seem like a very, very powerful tool. Green-black player kind of running a little low on resources here, which is weird to say given the in-play Trail of Crumbs. It feels like we're going to have to spin our wheels for a little bit here to try and find, I guess, a way of contesting the opponent's squirrel. I feel like the green-black player is ahead here just because of the amount of like trail activations they have. But it does feel like they kind of need them to hit to start getting somewhere, because I fear if our Jund player finds their 5th land, they might have a dragon to have to deal with.
Yeah, if the game kind of continues in this manner and nothing like major happens on the Jund side, then definitely the Golgari player is gonna be getting very much ahead every turn.
Yeah,
But
these
all it takes
meter
is a
triggers adding
Corvold.
up.
All it takes is a Corvold, and the whole game can flip on its head.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. As I say, the Corvold is definitely the thing. I have to imagine it's likely to be in our Jund player's hand. They seem to pretty aggressively be digging for the land last turn. But these, as I say, these meat hook triggers are definitely adding up. Our Jund opponent is slowly bleeding out on the other side, just finding themselves down towards the 10 life range repeatedly, which is starting to become a problem. Kind of amazing to see the Meat Hook Massacre doing what it does in this matchup and just really breaking these one side, like the symmetry of these cat oven plays.
The Trail of Crumbs can be a great card advantage engine, but the one thing it doesn't do a great job of is finding removal for Corvold. Like you can find like the bindings, which there are not that many of, and then
yeah, well, there can't be any for
that,
our green black player because it does cost 4, unfortunately.
Oh, I suppose then you're just not looking for anything with that, because yeah, that would be really hard.
Yeah, it's hard to find him.
Yeah, that is hard to find them. Yeah. It's almost as hard as to find the Mortalis spirits with the
yeah.
with the trails,
we've both forgotten how Trail of Crumb works at some point during this game, or how Lurus works. But we're fine. We're fine. Don't worry about it.
Let's say we were hopeful for the trail, but it looks like it is not as helpful with the trail to find any removals for.
It's still doing a very good job here, even though it can't necessarily find an answer to the Corvold that's not coming because the mana is not being found. It is just continuing to make this engine grow on the other side of the battlefield here, just like more and more trail triggers, more and more cat triggers. Each and every turn, it's possible that our Jund player just doesn't have the life total left to compete by the time their threat actually lands.
That could be, yeah, because we'll see now. If it comes down this turn, I think we might be still in contention here. But I think at this turn is probably where it needs to happen, I think.
Yeah, this game is by no means over, but I think our Jund player really needs like 5th land Corvold here to be in with a realistic shot. A lot of what you were talking about earlier coming up here, actually. This Ravenous Squirrel, obviously, just super impressive, 15-15, and just can never attack through a Cauldron Familiar. So it's just...
There's this huge squirrel the size of a skyscraper, and there's like the tiny cat. Like I can't get past you. I'm just gonna have to go again next turn.
This squirrel is larger than an Emrakul. Is in fact larger than. There we go. There's the Corvold.
There we go.
Bigger than an Eldrazi, and it's just stopped by a witch's pet. Which is something. But yes, this is exactly what our Jund player needed. Gonna sacrifice that plant. Gonna start churning their way through their deck. And now I guess the onus is really on the Golgari player to either establish the fact they're racing and try and burn our opponent out as quickly as they possibly can, or they need to answer this dragon yesterday.
I also wonder from the Jund side, is there anything we can do about the sad cat jump blocking the squirrel problem because I don't think we can really grant trample that easily without the Valent in there.
No,
So
I guess.
are we ever gonna get to utilize this 18 squirrel for anything other than just like being there?
I guess like maybe the only way is to aggressively remove both of these ovens and then slowly plow your way through all of this food. But again,
Yeah.
seems somewhat ambitious to have that happen. I think the squirrel's kind of just deadlocked behind the Cauldron Familiar, and this is mostly going to come down to if Corvold is enough to win the race against the Meathook Massacre.
Yeah, I think you described it perfectly. I think it's just Corvold versus Meathook, and who can be the first one to take over.
Absolutely. So this Outland Liberator going to start doing a pretty reasonable job of taking care of Witch's ovens, I would assume. Trying to shut down this, I guess, life refresh from the opposing Cauldron Familiars. I wonder if that's going to be... I quite like this angle of attack. I think our green-black player has realised that they need to race. It's really hard for them to find an answer to Corvold consistently. And in the world where you need to race, well, luricing back removal for the ovens is going to stop your opponent from gaining life. It's going to help you win that race.
Yeah, this is super interesting. Like, I don't even know who's ahead at this point. I mean, obviously the Golgari player has the jump down to 8, but Corvold is a super quick clock too.
Yeah, this really could go either way. The Jund player really can churn through a number of sacrifices here. They still have one active Witch's Oven, but they've been losing approximately 4 life a turn, so they really need this Corvold to get the job done in maybe 2 swings. Otherwise, it feels like it's going to be a little bit too slow.
Yeah, I think we probably need to maybe remove the goose so it can't jump block this turn. That would be a good place to start, I think.
Yeah, very much so. I think we're very much in the market for a Fatal Push or a similar effect, just to remove the goose. If our Jund player themselves can find their own Meathook Massacre, that would really help sway this race as well.
Yeah, Meathook here would be pretty good because we also do need to get rid of the Lurus, I suppose.
Yeah, that might be what this
allowed
is.
to stay on the battlefield.
Meathook for 2. This is a big deal. Okay, we've got a race.
It's predicted.
Yeah, this game is super close. Very, very impressed by this so far.
So, I guess the squirrels are still deadlocked.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
It's amazing how these squirrels seem like they should be super impactful, but every game we've watched from this food mirror so far, they've just sat on the board, got inhumanely large, and done a whole lot of nothing, which is very impressive.
They just get arbitrarily right because it doesn't matter if it's 100 or not, but it just still doesn't get blocked by a 1/1 cat. I mean,
it's
might as well just like not even track the numbers at some point.
Yeah, just if I was doing this in paper, I don't need this dice anymore. Yeah. It's very large. If it hits you, you're probably going to die.
Yeah, it would turn like into a phage kind of creature. You know, if it ever hits you, it doesn't matter what happens. Like this, you're just dead. Right?
You've died.
Just
the
put
game
a
has
phage
ended.
counter on it and be done with it.
Absolutely. It's this so not worth ignoring. Obviously, the Meathook coming down to clear these blockers out does actually make this Corvold ever so slightly smaller. Might very well affect the racing math here. At the moment, this is killing in 3 swings, I believe. I guess the opposing Meathook does mean that it's a lot harder for you to race with your cats anymore. This is going to be very close.
Yeah, I actually am starting to believe that Jund player with that Meathook, because the Meathooks kind of cancel each other out now. So basically, the Golgari player is like doing half the damage they were before. So
yeah, they've gained an awful lot of time by having their own Meathook Massacre here. It makes me think yet again, much like we were talking about in Game 2, that Corvold is just kind of the be-all, end-all in this matchup. You need to answer it the turn it comes down, or it's too late. I mean, look at just how many cards the Jund player has found themselves with. They were running, down to 3 cards, looking for their 5th land, trying to land the Corvold. Now they just have a completely full grip, a 10/10 dragon. Definitely.
I think also an interesting point is like if the Golgari player does find a way to kill the Corvold, we might be starting to peel our eyes to the top left corner of the screen here with the timer being down to 4 minutes.
You're not wrong. I guess maybe if we find ourselves with a way to answer this dragon, and they don't have another one, you're right. Maybe this could come down to that. I never like to think of the clock as a win condition, but it's a very real concern in these tournament environments, and you should be wary of it.
Especially if one player does not even have the clock on yet, and the other one is already down to 4 minutes. That there has to be pretty big time disparity now. It usually appears with like 10 minutes left or 9 minutes, something like that. So
yeah, it does feel like our
Bulgari players still has a hefty time reserve, but that might.
I'm not even sure that's necessarily because of slow play. I think it's pretty evident that the Jun player in these last 2 games, especially, has just had way more triggers to resolve. It's kind of amazing how much time that eats up.
And we've seen that even in the Pro Tour top 8, where there have been players conceding games they could have reasonably won because they didn't have the time on the clock to get through all the motions.
Yeah, obviously
they would be ahead on the board, but they just knew that like it would take like 30 more minutes to get through all the stuff, and they probably would get there because they had like an advantage of card. So eventually, over maybe 20 turns, they would get there, but they just knew that they didn't have the time to perform all that, and something like that could happen here as well.
Yeah, very much so. It's quite amazing to kind of see. I guess another consideration for playing this deck in a tournament environment. It's not so much a damning thing if you're playing on the ladder or casually in your own time, but if you want to play one of these food decks in a tournament environment, you've got to be prepared and ready to test your reflexes. Get these triggers resolved. Make sure that you aren't timing out.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, Mayhem Devil seems like a very big deal here. Yeah.
Mayhem Devil go pew pew pew.
Certainly does. This actually might be a way for us to get this squirrel through. Wow. Okay. Well, we didn't fatal push the 24-24. We fatal pushed the goose, which really tells you what our Jun player thinks is important here, and it is Korvold all the time.
I don't know if they're trying to preserve the damage from the devil just for face. I don't know if they can quite get there with the Korvold this turn.
No, well, this is tough, right? Because these 3 cats are 3 more damage next turn. Our opponent, our opposing player is on 4. This isn't over.
Yeah, I don't know if the Korvold can get there. I mean, it's gonna be attacking for potentially a 16-ish.
Yeah, something that kind of ballpark. Yeah. Yeah. This is close. Our Jun player, I feel like they're very much in the driver's seat, but they got to enact these game actions at a reasonable pace. Because if this takes more than 2 more turns. This is a lot of triggers.
3 minutes is okay to close the game this turn or next turn, but if it takes 3 turns, that might not be enough.
For sure.
But this might be lethal here. I mean, we're coming down to
16.
They'd be attacking for like 17, maybe even.
I think this does it. Puts them to 16 attack with the Korvold. Yeah, this should be lethal. They can't remove
1 over.
Yeah, they can't remove their own Cauldron Familiars here, so I believe this is everything. You can take your remaining 2 minutes to double check.
18, I guess, because they also get the Devil
Wow,
so they get
what a game! Wow. What a game! Those food mirrors are certainly something. It's kind of hard to it's kind of hard to deny. There is an awful lot of back and forth in those matchups. A lot of moving pieces too. Feels like the good sacrifice player is definitely going to get rewarded for their intrinsic understanding of the matchup.
I have to say that I think both of the players played really well. I haven't seen any or many missteps in either player, so it was just a nice back and forth. Eventually, the Korvolds proved to be just too strong in both of the post-board games, looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it. It does seem like Korvold very much a mainstay of the matchup and kind of what it revolves around in at least in the simplest of senses, which is good to know if you're looking at picking up these decks for yourself. Looks like we've been doing a really good job at finding the last match of the round. So we actually got to kind of wrap things up there in comparison to the round. So I imagine we'll be heading into round 3 very, very shortly. So I I believe we're going to have a very short break following round 3. It'll be about 5 minutes approximately. But we will have a third round of Magic coming at you very, very shortly. Very much looking forward to kind of enjoying some more Magic. These matchups have been really cool. Our players have been very, very deliberate. I guess I'm kind of drawing a blank here for a second. That matchup took a lot out of me. I wasn't even playing it.
Yeah.
It's kind of frazzled my brain. How have we got anyone doing particularly well at the moment that we should talk about, the Ninja? Is there anyone repping a cool deck after 2 rounds?
Let me see if there's somebody interesting at 2-0 maybe. We have Jim Davis still undefeated with their Azorius Affinity, as we mentioned, so they seem to be doing just fine. There's a couple of, decent spread of decks here. We have Dimmer Control, which sounds interesting. Wonder if they're playing any...
So I'm getting word we have a really interesting deck picked out for the next feature match, actually. We're going to be watching some Phoenix again, but it's going to be playing against Mono-Red Combo.
I see that
red combo. So this is a Burning Ignis, Burgy, Runaway Steamkin Grape Shot deck.
All right. And they already have proven that it can win, beating Band Blink 2-0.
Wow, that's impressive. So we have some mono red. This is going to be very, very sweet. I'm looking forward to this. It's essentially Storm is what this deck is. And I am very, very much looking forward to seeing how this plays out. I'm not familiar with this deck at all. It's not something I've seen around the ladder, so it could be very spicy, and hopefully gives us a very different change of pace. Sorry guys, channel hopping being a bit of a problem. Hopefully we have you back again now, Ninja.
Yeah, I appear to be here.
We're all good. Really looking forward to exploring this one. It looks like they're going to be against another mainstay of the format in the form of Phoenix. Do you have any kind of insight as to how this matchup might go?
I'm just here for the ride and want to see how this Mono-Red combo plays. I mean, I wouldn't dare to try to predict how this could go because I have no idea how this deck even plays. Looks like it was probably going to involve the Ignis being bounced back and forth.
Yeah, so my understanding is that we're basically using Grinning Ignis repeatedly to up our Storm count for Grape Shot.
I wonder how much the Arena Rope comes into question here, if that's going to allow us to do as much as we want or not as much.
Very good point. I know I've seen some talk that the Arena client has some small problems with auto targeting. And I've seen a few times now that Grape Shot has been resolving on your own face if you run out of time to.
Yeah. These kind of things do happen sometimes when you're like targeting something with like a shock, even or removal, and you run out of time. They usually just bolt your own face. So
this could be a real emotional roller coaster depending on how much the rope comes into play here. Really looking forward to kind of exploring this deck. I don't know. I really just have no idea how this goes, what the matchup is about. I'll take this brief moment while we're getting the round 3 feature match set up to once again just talk about our host for today. If you aren't familiar with .gg event or MTGA Zone, both liaisoned together for this event, .gg now hosting premier tournament events over on the MTG Melee client. Everything from stuff like this to hard cash events to set championship qualifications on the way. Well worth checking out their events, something you should definitely do if you want to dip your toes into competitive MTG. MTGA Zone, the place to go for all your articles, all your deck lists, everything you will need to dip into an archetype you might not be familiar with. Highly recommend checking out their website, giving them a fair spin, and reading their articles. Got some fantastically talented content creators over there that are well worth checking out, so please do so if you haven't already. Welcome on in all the folks that have been joining us since the start of the second round. My name is Howling Minds, this is the Ninja. We are your commentary team today for this historic event hosted by .gg as a preliminary qualifier. We've had some really cool matches so far. We're about to head into round 3. I'm very much in the process of getting that feature match set up now. If there's anything we can do for you, please do let me know. I'm very much looking forward to exploring it. Phoenix appearing to be doing well at this moment in time. A lot of Phoenix players towards the top of the standings in this event. I personally wasn't sure how Phoenix did against Food. So are you happy or sad to see Phoenix kind of like ruling the roost at the minute?
I've seen enough Phoenix in my lifetime for now, so I'm happy to see some other decks too doing well.
Okay, so I think I can safely say I both know which side we're on for this matchup. I want this Red Storm deck to be something very special. I'm assuming you do too.
That is for sure. Yeah, I mean, if we can decrown one of the champions of the format, at least of the past, which was the Phoenix deck, then that would be a big achievement for this up and coming mono red combo, potentially busted deck. We'll see.
I can see this being something that I'm going to experiment with on stream myself very, very shortly. So, looks like we got some footage coming in just a moment. Going to be heading over to our gameplay scene in just a sec once we have some gameplay on screen. Looks like we are just dealing with some small teething issues of showing MTGA. The joys, again, of having to use Discord for these tournaments. So, bear with us, folks. We'll have coverage of this match very, very shortly. There we go. Looks like we're okay. Let's hop on over to gameplay.
I do like the naming of the deck though.
Yes.
Imported deck 761. That seems like I'm not sure what led them to choose this particular number, but seems
imported
seems like
deck number 761 is definitely a testament to the work maybe that has gone into this archetype. Very much looking forward to seeing if we can see any other versions of this deck hanging in their deck creator a little bit later on.
Also interesting to know that the maximum amount of decks on Arena is 75, so that is over 10 times the amount of the maximum amount of decks. So that has to have been a lot of deleting and recreating of and re-importing of decks to get to that high of a number.
We seem to be having some problems with Discord showing for our player. We're just going to have to try and make sure they are...
Something is...
Yeah, I want to make sure they're not hovering over to the other monitor. I think this is kind of, unfortunately, a pretty common problem. I'm guilty of it myself in these events. If you hover away from your Arena monitor that's being broadcast on Discord, it will start showing other stuff, which is less than ideal. So hopefully we can have that resolved.
Okay.
It will not be a problem.
Does it happen even if you're sharing the application itself?
Yeah, it does. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a known bug. I've wrestled with a few times, but thankfully it never tends to be too much of an issue. Okay.
All right. So we have a mulligan to start off with.
We certainly do.
Berkey, Runaway, Steamkin. Okay, I guess we can also keep churning just with the Berkey and the Steamkin. I guess we don't really need the Ignis right at the beginning, I suppose.
No, that would be my best guess. I have to assume that you can just play like a somewhat fair mono red mid range game sometimes.
Because both Berkey and the Runaway Steamkin basically reimburse you for any 1-mana spells. The Steamkin, you have to get 3 to get the 3 back, but for Berkey you get 1 for 1 each time. So you can kind of churn through your library, just keep casting those Crash Tools and drawing some cards, and eventually you're probably gonna find more pieces to combo.
I would think so. I think the Spikefield Hazard is a pretty reasonable draw here for the turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler from our Phoenix player. Hoping to see that used as a removal spell. I guess maybe you need to hold it as a land, but I would have thought if you were choosing to play it as a land, you'd have led with it on turn 1.
Also, if you were intending to use it, then you probably should have used it on your own turn, because now they might get extra mills for free.
Yeah, it does seem like a small misstep, perhaps. Maybe they could have had some instants in response to that. Thankfully, not punished for it, which is extremely nice.
That is nice.
Yeah. We do apologise again, folks, for the quality of today's footage. We are doing the best with what we can, but of course, potato is sometimes all that we have. Runaway Steamkin coming down here for the Phoenix, not the Phoenix player, for the mono red combo player. I have to imagine this is the start you want. There's some cheap red cantrips here, Burgee here as well. I can't imagine there's too many pieces missing to start really spinning the wheels here. Speaking of spinning the wheels, Phoenix player also cantripping away with some considers, looking to try and find some Phoenixes, I assume.
That would be ideal, yeah.
We discard Phoenix.
But
We discard another looting in an island, and Steamkin does eat a Flame Blessed Bolt. Land is kind of big here, I think. Let's just get this Burgee on the table.
so far, no Phoenixes to be found, looks like.
Does look like we are kind of spinning our wheels on both sides, kind of looking for... I wouldn't call Phoenix a combo deck, but it's obviously pretty clear that you want to put, you know, some elements together to make it work. And it kind of feels like what both these decks are trying to do right now is just kind of cantrip, spin their wheels, and trying to find the missing pieces to enact their game plan.
So I wonder just how menacing it is for the combo player to just untap with Berkey here. What will we be seeing here happening with just the Berkey untap if that doesn't die here? Because I could see a flurry of spells here leading to some insane stuff here if the Berkey doesn't die.
Well, it's possible maybe we could have like Faithless looting the Ox away and then like span some wheels and pull back an Ox to draw 3 cards. That's kind of like the only thing I was seeing. Obviously, Brazen Borrower here, very much setting us back a turn, doing a good Time Walk impression.
Yeah, and you have the Crash through, which can another Crash through, and you know at some point of getting back Oxen, and you can be kind of starting to go out there. Fortunately, the Berkey is legendary, so I guess we will not be able to get double dips on that.
No, sadly not. The backside of this card, the Horn, definitely somewhat reasonable in this deck too. Very good at churning through cards, but obviously we're a little bit of mana away. Does help with drawing the second copy of the Legendary though. Oh,
I love these split cards, Scott. Was like, you have a really good like face front, and they have like a niche card on the back, which you play like 10% of the time or 5% of the time, but when you do, it's really nice to have that option. Especially with the Legendary, where you can actually have like one copy on each side because each side is differently legendary, I suppose. So
yeah, it does kind of
nice.
mitigate
like
the
design.
Yeah, it helps mitigate the downside of drawing an extra copy of a Legendary.
Right, Storm count 2 right now.
2 is correct. Interesting to see Hazaret to Monument, a card in this deck. I don't think that card has seen play outside of Limited, personally. That's quite an impressive one.
What does that do even? It makes red
spells cost
right?
less, that's correct. And I think it has a stapled on effect. I want to say it rummages or something. Our opponent seems to be having some problems here, which is somewhat unfortunate. I really do want to check out this match, but technology is our bane. So we are kind of spinning our wheels here a little bit. Wonder if we're sending Spike Field to the face, perhaps, to kind of keep spinning with Berkey here. This is basically free, doesn't cost us anything. Just ups our storm count.
It doesn't seem like we have too much, but maybe we can still go off from this point. I don't know. I literally don't know what the deck is capable of or not.
Yeah, me either, unfortunately.
I will say that probably like a Graveshot for 6 would not be the most interesting card. Even though you take them down to like 10-ish.
I feel like we have to
attack too.
I think we have to do slightly better than that. Personally, we do seem to have like kind of come up a little bit short here. It seems like we're running out of things to do.
Looks like maybe we might get like a value grave shot just for 6, or are we just not gonna do that at all? Because I mean, these creatures are a bit of a motley crew, but they do attack for currently 5 damage a turn, if not stopped.
They certainly do.
They would be going down to 7 here. I don't know. That seems kind of reasonable, but I guess I'm not the combo player here. But like, you would be taking it down to like a 2-turn clock with your creatures on the board.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree. I don't hate this. The idea of firing off the Grape Shot there, just to kind of turn this into a 2-turn clock.
Because I'm not sure if this Grape Shot is going to be getting any better anytime soon. I guess we'll see, but I'm struggling to believe it's going to be better wrong. Yeah. Maybe they're just going to combo off and just do the full 14 next turn, but yeah.
I look forward to seeing it.
Like, imagine they were down at 7, they take additional 5 here, you just need 2 damage to finish them off, basically.
Okay, Unholy Heat going to take the Burgie off the
Okay.
table. That does set us back quite significantly.
Yeah,
Still...
because now we have nothing which like filters our spells into more mana, right? So
correct, yeah. Still no Phoenixes here for our Phoenix player. Kind of definitely spinning their wheels. Might be relying on their own Ox to kind of get things done.
they have been doing a good job like cleaning up the board. Like many creatures they've already killed, which would have been really problematic if they haven't been cleared. So they're doing good on that front.
For sure.
I think we might be starting to see some Oxen pretty soon here.
I'm kind of getting that impression. This hand feels somewhat anemic otherwise. It's kind of like a mishmash of pieces, and I'm not really sure what else you could be doing with it here. Ox feels like a bit of a needed reset, if that makes sense.
Right? Back to the drawing boards, 2 damage to face, attack you. I mean, that works. It's a 6-turn clock now.
We got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I still come back to the 7 damage grape shot being somewhat interesting, you know. We'll be looking at 5 life here. But...
yeah, I think that might be an interesting pivot point, actually. I look forward to seeing whether this grape shot is capable of doing more damage than that over the course of the game, and whether or not it should have just been fired off when we had the chance. More faceless lootings from our Phoenix player. If this continues, there's a good chance we
potentially also could look at the match from the other side, I suppose.
Yeah, we're having a word in the Discord now and trying to get that resolved. We might end up stepping away for a brief second just to try and fix this. Obviously not ideal, but it's kind of beyond our control. So thank you for your understanding, folks. It's appreciated. But yeah, trying to contact the other player, trying to see it from the other side, and just kind of figure out what's going on. So if you lose us for a second, that will be exactly why. But here's hoping we're okay.
At least we're really missing some big combos here because there's no big combos happening right now. Our combo players unfortunately kind of been stifled with all these endless removals.
Yeah, awful lot of Unholy Heats, Flame Blessed Bolts, these kind of effects, just really taking all the engine pieces out of play.
Yeah, they had a lot of them too, and like the Phoenix player has been doing a really good cleanup job here. They didn't allow a single one to stay more than like a turn cycle. I guess this merchant might be okay to hang around for a while.
This Crackling Drake is huge.
That is
a 16-4 Crackling Drake at this moment in time.
I think they can kill it with the intervention though.
Double X, so yes you can. I mean
they can even overkill it if they want to.
Overkill. Yeah, we can in fact get this Drake off the table. It's a start, I suppose. Perforos' Intervention, not a card I was expecting to see today. Seems like a really cool one in this deck, actually. Seems very flexible.
Yeah, I guess if you get a lot of mana, you can make like a 20/20 or 20 whatever X trample haste token, and then kill them with that. I suppose.
Hey, it might steal a game out of nowhere. That's true. Like, you can just generate a wall of red mana from your cards and just create a big hasty elemental.
How much do you need to be going infinite with the dude?
With the Ignis,
whatever it's called.
Grinning Ignis.
Yeah.
I think off the top of my head, it's 2 mana to return. Let's take a look. I could take a cheeky peek real quick. Oh, well, apparently I can't. I can break the stream if I do that, which is not what I intended to do. Just a second, folks. We appear to have some technical difficulties. The joys. The joys.
So you spend 4 mana to gain 3 mana, so you need to be gaining 2 mana on the transaction to be excellent mana. So you need like 2. I think you need both Bergie and the.
Yeah, I think you need both, right? The Steamkin?
The Steamkin. I think you might need both to be able to go infinite. With just a single one, you're going neutral. So you're building up storm, but you're not building up mana.
I guess neutral is good enough if you have 2 mana
Yeah.
left over, though.
Yeah.
So
2 mana is not that much. But if you have both of them, you actually can be going infinite. So then the Perforos to make an infinitely large token can become a thing.
okay, seems like a very sweet one-off. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Also, we can kill like potentially huge creatures, which you might otherwise struggle with. So, are we letting this Drake stay alive? I guess.
I don't see how that's beneficial to us.
That seems like that might be a quick swing and a game 2 here.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like to me. I mean, is there any 1 mana answer we can draw to this? I guess we could draw our own Unholy Heat, maybe, if we have them. Land Unholy Heat? That's not Land Unholy Heat.
3 mountains.
The old triple mountain ox is definitely not not ideal, to put it bluntly. All right, looks like our player here is going to try and share a different tab in a moment. So hopefully we have some cleaner footage moving forward. It's is what it is, folks. Thanks for bearing with us, and hopefully you are still enjoying the show regardless. So this Hazoret's Monuments making their way out in this matchup. Seems like that's the kind of card that will get significantly worse if your opponent is constantly killing all your stuff. We're boarding Anger of the Gods makes a lot of sense versus these Phoenixes, of course. Cutting away some of the cantrips, bringing in 3 copies of Fry, which is super intriguing to me. I guess this deck is somewhat concerned about specifically Crackling Drake.
I could see why. That definitely didn't seem like a card they were having fun against in the first game.
No, I'm inclined to agree. Yeah, very much a case of trimming away on some of the, I guess, fluff, for lack of a better phrase, cards that require a lot more effort to get help with, leaving most of your main combo. These Merchant of the Veils are a bit clunky if all your combo pieces are regularly being attacked. Just bringing in removal, bringing in an interaction. Fry's, Anger of the Gods seem to be the big ones, just to kind of hopefully keep the Phoenix players' threats in check long enough to give you the ability to attack them.
Yeah, they just want to keep going until they can strike it rich.
Strike it rich indeed. A card that's basically seen very little play, but it's another one of those like hidden gems from Modern Horizons 2 that made its way into Historic courtesy of a digital drop. I think there's a lot of unexplored cards in that neck of the woods. Really look forward to seeing.
I think somebody was even trying out some copies in like the Phoenix list, but I don't think that kind of caught on. But I've seen somebody playing like 2 of those and some of those, but didn't seem like it quite was enough impactful in that shell.
Certainly an interesting thought. Another cheap instant or sorcery to help you with those Phoenixes. Maybe worth exploring some more. Speaking of the Devil, we will strike it rich on turn 1 here. Going to make a treasure token and be able to flash that back a little bit later. Does seem like an absolute house in this archetype, though.
Yeah. That seems good. The treasures can like...
I'm not sure I like this. Maybe we're just so dedicated to Runaway Steamkin on turn 2 that we have to burn that treasure, but surely we can wait. We just untap and play the Steamkin and then Spikefield Hazard to get the counter onto our guy?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of people popping treasures on opponents' turns, because treasures famously don't untap, so there's no reason to rush with that. I mean, you can just wait and see what you're drawing and what you're playing out, so a little bit maybe of a hasty decision to just crack it right there, but ultimately, I guess we lost 1 counter on the Steamkin.
Yeah.
Might not be the end of the world.
It's a small misstep if you like, but probably nothing that's going to cost you a game, hopefully.
Yeah, but sometimes we have close games, and these one cast counter could be the difference between going off and not going off, you know?
Very much could be. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite our opponent. Burgie going back on top here makes a lot of sense.
This seems like the Storm deck is probably pretty good when an opponent doesn't really interact much, but when they do, it seems like it tends to a little bit fall apart.
Yeah, it does seem like this matchup could be quite difficult, mostly just off the back of so much cheap interaction.
You kind of need your stuff to to not die every turn, which
Well,
seems like that's been the case so far.
yeah, between all the Flame Pest bolts and Unholy Heats, our Phoenix player's definitely done a very good job at keeping the pieces in check.
Also, once you start putting in stuff like Soul Guide Lantern, I do understand why you do bring that in, why you do have that in the first place, but it definitely dilutes the whole power level of the deck when you have non-combo cards in your combo deck.
Yeah, it's very much a stereotypical problem from a lot of combo decks, right? Like, you're obviously playing a very dedicated, synergistic core to your deck, and the more, niche sideboard cards or silver bullets for your opponent's matchup that you bought in, the more you're going to find yourself kind of whiffing when you need to find a combo piece, because you've just kind of diluted the density of your deck.
Right. I mean, I keep coming back to like, yeah, you just I guess end up just maybe killing them with combat damage if your stuff doesn't die. Like, we have a 3/3 and a 3/3.
We do. We have two Phoenixes in the bin
can potentially
here.
become a 4/4 if we can find it.
Phoenix doing the Phoenix thing, just again this huge tempo swing here. Cantrip removal spell, killing Burgee, coming in for 6, very much turning this race on its head, leaving that Soul Guide Lantern looking a little bit embarrassing, honestly. Huh?
Yeah. This lantern is coming up a little bit too late.
Yeah, as are these mountains, unfortunately. This is looking pretty rough for our Red Storm player. Kind of feels like they've been interacted with at every meaningful metric so far, unfortunately, which is a real shame. We haven't really got to see their deck do what it's supposed to do.
Unfortunately not.
But
I can't imagine... sorry, go on.
Yeah, our Phoenix player here is on 7 life. Like, this isn't completely free. They are obviously kind of, I guess, at the very least, a 2-turn clock from this runaway Steamkin. I guess maybe there's a way we could chain together some damage off the top here to kind of steal this from underneath our Phoenix player.
Kill the Steamkin.
Wow, that Anger of the Gods is kind of huge. It does kill our Steamkin, but it's going to get rid of 2 Phoenixes.
You do what you gotta do. Bye-bye, Steamkin.
Yeah. Turns out that missed counter actually proving to be somewhat relevant.
Yeah, that might have meant that they get to get a 4/4 instead of a 0/0.
Yeah, one of those certainly better than the other. Narset Parter of Veils coming down here. That's not what I've seen in Phoenix sideboards for a hot second. Obviously not particularly threatening here, but definitely going to let our Phoenix player grind on through and find their resources, presumably before our Red Storm player.
I can't imagine, like, if this matchup seems somewhat challenging, I can't imagine like the Jeskai control matchup being much better because they pack even more spot removal, more burn spells, more sweepers.
Of course. Underworld Breach is a super interesting card here. It does feel like this is meant to be a combo piece for the most part, but unfortunately kind of, I guess, shy here. We don't have any pieces in play already to let it kind of pull back what we're missing. It's going to make ourselves a treasure and pass here.
Also, we don't have particularly huge amounts of mana either.
I guess maybe this is why we're making the treasure. Try and find some more mana to utilize our graveyard in a more profitable manner.
Yeah, I think they're maybe realizing that this this breach is probably their kind of last hope and trying to like set it up as best as possible.
Makes a lot of sense to me. So iteration here, finding us a Faithless Looting.
It is funny though, like how like 6 turns later the one missed extra trigger on the Steamkin is completely changing the whole face of the game here.
Yeah, it's definitely a testament to kind of considering when to sequence your spells, especially if you're playing them off of treasures. Phoenix into the yard from the looting. Let's see if we can find the 4th one with this next Faithless Looting. Just the one.
In the yard, do we have 3 now? Or?
Just the one. The other 2 got eaten by Anger of the Gods, unfortunately, took care of the other 2.
I remember that, yeah.
Yes. So, Phoenix against the world. We find Grinning Ignis. Okay, does this do anything?
I mean, it's walks or attacks for 2, I suppose.
Sure.
not sure if that was the answer you were looking for, but
No, no. It was not. It is, in fact, a rather overcosted bear repeatedly, but I was hoping for something a little brighter than that.
you can bounce it into your hand. I guess it's just sorcerer speed. I guess I was like, you can bounce it into your hand to dodge removal, but I guess I was wrong.
There's something very poetic about mentioning that you can bounce it into your hand as it dies horribly to a copy of Unholy Heat.
Yeah.
Crackling Drake, 12-4 coming down here. It's going to close this door exceptionally quickly if nothing else
Heat
to be
was
said.
indeed unholy.
It was. It was an Unholy Heat.
This is a bit of a Hail Mary here. I'm not sure even if there's like...
I just don't think we have enough
Yeah.
mana to do anything here. The Anger of the Gods alone is not enough. We can't cast Burgee and do anything afterwards. We just don't have any mana. I'm really not seeing a way out from this Underworld breach, unfortunately.
I actually think I do have a way out.
Okay.
On the top right corner, there's the wheel. Just click that and navigate to the concede button. That is the best way out of here.
Well, that's not quite the way out I had in mind, but I guess you're not wrong. There is in fact a way out for our red player here. And
I think they're starting to do. They're still fighting. Okay, I can appreciate the spirit.
We're going with Soul Guide Lantern. I guess maybe we're trying to draw Unholy Heat ourselves to kill Crackling Drake. Not that we'll see it, of course.
If Crackling they didn't count the cards in exile, this actually would have been somewhat a decent play. Like you could theoretically make it go down to 0 and then restart again, but unfortunately, it does count.
I like Crackling Drake quite a lot in these Izzet decks these days. I just think it's a very well put together card for your sideboard, just because of how much graveyard hate you are expecting in the form of things like Soul Guide Lantern and Rest in Peace. It just gives you this threat that is very non-phased by those two haymakers.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4 toughness, right? That seems like a pretty key toughness.
We crack the Soul Guide Lantern into the Gnar set, and we do find a way out.
Yeah, I don't think that really broke our game necessarily there, but...
No, that was pretty rough.
Is the last straw of the already sinking ship here.
Pretty rough indeed. Okay, Deninja, if you'd like to join me, we're going to try and move over to the second feature match, see if we can't feature that for a bit. So let's hop over to the next one. And I'll have a pop out for you guys in just a second. For folks who do want to watch this, we're just going to have to set it up the hard way.
Band Blink, maybe?
Looking like Band Blink to me, yeah. Give me just a moment, folks, while I set this up for you. As I do need to move some pieces around to get you another feature match. Looking like Bant Blink, not sure what the other match is just yet.
It's Azorius or Jeskai, I would assume, from the land.
Jeskai control, maybe, yeah, maybe that makes some sense.
Could actually be Azorius. I've seen some people play that. We'll see if they add red mana to their roster here or not.
We appear to be a little slow here. I thought it was just me, but the lantern is in fact moving, so it's definitely not. We're all good.
Something is happening.
Something is in fact happening.
It's just not happening very quickly, but it is happening.
Indeed. So we are blue-white control versus Bant Blink here.
And we can get a 2-drop here. I wonder what they go for.
Fibblefip? Are we grabbing the Fibblefip to draw 2 cards? Because that would be cool.
Fibblefip.
No, just a Charming Prince.
We're charming here.
We are indeed charming.
That's interesting.
Seems like a very aggressive Neo form to me. Ranger Captain of Eos seems like a very sweet inclusion in this deck. Especially if you're playing Esper Sentinels and the like.
Yeah, because this Charming Prince is not the most impactful thing to blink with the Soul Hoarder, I suppose. Just gets you against Cry 2, but you would prefer to be getting ahead on cards or something.
I guess maybe there's just no appropriately costed card draw effect in our player's deck, unfortunately, to go and fetch up. So maybe this is just the best option they had available to them.
this Ranger Captain of Eos is more value from the Sword, of course, if that gets ever blinked.
Certainly is. I have to imagine this is just Esper Sentinel. Maybe we have some other targets. We have Giant Killers, we have Thraben Inspectors. Wow, plenty of targets here. That's very cool.
I do love the kind of one-off like Giant Killer. That seems pretty smart to have in these kind of builds.
Yeah, it seems like a fantastic bullet to go and get.
Definitely seems like it will come up at a lot of points.
Yeah, Giant Killer's a kind of card that's seen a massive uprising in Ranger Captain of Eos, and even like Ranger of Eos decks in recent memory. Mostly off the back of the fact that it's such a good way to find a removal spell with that tutor package. It's very, very nice to see. Charming Prince getting it for 3 here.
Also, the Ranger Captain of Eos can sacrifice itself to prevent opponent from like sweeping, for example, later down the line. If they have a lot of creatures, you can on the upkeep you can prevent the opponent from casting spells.
Yeah, it seems like a very impactful line of text against a blue-white control opponent for sure.
Yeah, not necessarily the most impactful on turn 3 here, but down the line, if you have 10 creatures and they're might be threatening to sweep them out, then yeah, you could proactively prevent them from doing such.
Certainly gives you some protection against those kind of Wrath of God style effects.
It seems pretty hard not to overextend here with this kind of deck, though, because you kind of do wanna keep playing your stuff out.
I don't mind overextending too much if you're expecting Ranger Captain to keep you safe. Obviously, if your opponent, removes the Ranger Captain here and then looks to sweep afterwards, that's pretty backbreaking, but even Esper Sentinel helps you recover some card advantage if that was the case. So you're kind of insulated, at least a little bit, in the face of these sweepers and removal here.
The issue with the Captain is, like, it is a nice effect, but it's a one-shot, so you prevent them doing it for once, but pretty much nothing is preventing them from doing the following turn, so you really want to be doing it at the most opportune moment where...
Yeah, very much when you
just need the
expect
one
to be
extra turn.
like pushing lethal, essentially. And to be fair, we're getting pretty close to that here. This is already, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage next turn, so if we can find a way to blink without removing our creatures, we actually just are presenting lethal next turn, with our blue-white opponent having done not very much so far.
It is pretty challenging to blink without removing creature, though, I'll say.
We found Dauntless Bodyguard here, so all that's necessary really is a card like Ephemerate, for example, where we can just Ephemerate the Bodyguard that we play, and then we find a way to do it. So a card like Ephemerate would definitely present us with lethal damage here. Choosing to sacrifice the Captain instead, that's very interesting.
Now we are again off of the lethal for a turn at least.
Certainly will. I'm not sure about this. I guess it prevents the Wrath of God effect in theory, but it does feel like you're kind of delaying the inevitable there. We're not pushing lethal damage by sacking this Captain. So it feels like although we're stopping a Wrath here, we're kind of just still falling victim to it next turn. Maybe
so I can imagine that the blue-eyed player might be just very much fine with playing on your own turn, or like on the opponent's turn, so they might not mind too much that they couldn't cast sorceries.
Interestingly here, choosing to bodyguard the Esper Sentinel, which I guess is actually one of the smaller creatures you have following a sweeper, but I guess one of the more annoying.
More impactful maybe, yeah. Oof.
Shark Typhoon is pretty brutal here.
Do we kill the Soul Herder, or we just...
It's a tough choice. I think you have to kill the Soul Herder mostly because the bodyguard is on the Sentinel, right? Otherwise it might be worth eating the Sentinel.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. Like, if the bodyguard was targeting the other creature, they might shift the blocks to be different than this.
We're considering chump blocking, so this just smells. What I mean, I'm not actually sure I like this either. Surely, if we have a sweeper, we block the Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna mention. I mean, why would you wanna let them leave the Sentinel then? Make them pop the bodyguard.
Yeah, that seems a little confusing to me. I'm not sure what our out is here. I mean,
well, I guess if they blocked the Sentinel, I guess you can flicker the bodyguard and
oh wow, true.
You know,
yeah,
protect something else, I guess.
I guess
That's kind of-
forcing the bodyguard doesn't actually achieve very much if they just let it go.
Yeah,
One interesting dilemma.
flickering bodyguard doesn't
Okay,
seem like a
flickering
level 1 play, but-
flickering the sentinel, however, does seem extremely poor. Now this is no longer protected, right?
Yeah, but I guess the exile would have not. That would have gone through anyway. The Divine
Sure.
Purge.
So in this particular case, Divine Purge, it makes that decision irrelevant.
But yeah, you were right because that is a new instance of the Sentinel, so it will not no longer be bonded with the bodyguard.
It's quite the stabilization tool. Look forward to seeing how our Bant player here chooses to sequence their threats again following the Purge. This might just be try and use all your mana, just Soul Herder Sentinel.
The Purge is a great buyer of time.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of Divine Purge in general. I think the card is exceptionally powerful for a 3-mana pseudo Wrath effect. Really cool to see it put to good use here.
It's just like it doesn't actually like kill anything, but like it just buys you time, and you have so much card advantage you can get in late game that you don't care if you kind of wasted a card to buy time, basically.
Of course.
It's like 3 mana buy 3 extra turns, you know?
Sorry, keep up.
Teferi not keeping up with his own voice line, apparently. We find a Neo form. That's interesting. How do we... What can we do with that? That's an interesting find.
I wonder if we're...
Maybe...
Is this the field version?
Maybe we're running a Deputy of Detention. That gives us a potential answer to this Teferi, but I don't see anything else we can fetch up that takes it off the table.
Okay, so this is not the Lotus field version that we're seeing on the blue-white side. It's just a regular blue-white version.
Standard blue-white
But
control.
They do have some sweetness in there. They have the... What is it called? Discover the Formula, the new one from the Alchemy.
Ooh, very big card advantage spell, yeah. I like Discover the Formula quite a lot, but you don't see it often in Historic. Opponent here on 4 after we choose to ignore the Teferi, which is a very curious choice. I think maybe we're just in hope there's no sweeper territory, perhaps. Charming Prince here is going to save an Esper Sentinel for next turn. But yeah, what do you think about ignoring the Teferi here?
Seems seems a bit sus. I usually tend not to ignore the fairies.
Does seem somewhat skeptical to me, but we are pushing a fair bit of damage here. If there is no sweeper, we are looking pretty. Well, Divine Purge says otherwise. Yeah, this is pretty damning.
More turns.
This Teferi has in fact gained all the time in the world to stabilize and draw cards and do whatever it would like. Blue-white player here just flush with cards.
I love this. Soul Order is like, yay! We exile 3 creatures. I get 3 tokens, 3 counters. Like, oh, I'm no longer on the battlefield, I guess.
Something definitely not to turn your nose up at with this deck either. These Divine Purges, you have to remember that the additional cost increase is perpetual, meaning this second Divine Purge, well, it means this Soul Herder now costs 7. This Esper Sentinel now costing 5. These increases just get steadily and steadily more expensive, making it harder and harder to play these threats.
I'm sure if mono-white humans would be interested in the 5-mana Esper Sentinel, to be honest.
Not quite as efficient a card, unfortunately.
Not exactly, no. Imagine we do it once again and we have like a 9-mana Soul Herder.
9-mana Soul Herder is probably pretty far from playable, I would think.
To be honest though, like the band player has like so much mana, like compared to the Azura's player, like they don't really mind that much.
No, of
they
course.
can still double spell pretty much.
It's very amazing that this band player is surprisingly in this game just because of how low the blue-white player's life total is. We do have to aggressively keep removing threats. Declaration in Stone, a very solid way of doing that, of course. But if we don't, we are going to get nickel and dimed by damage. So I have to wonder, maybe there's a sneaky, I don't know, Neoform target, perhaps something like a Shifting Ceratops that could really just steal this game from underneath our opponent.
Yeah, that'll be cool because you're playing Yorion, right? So you have a lot of space in your deck, so having something like that would be pretty cool.
It makes a lot of sense. You tend to find these decks are all on Grizzled Huntmaster or similar as well. A lot of sideboard bullets to tutor for, which means that obviously maybe you'd have the ability to go and fetch one up if you're lucky. We find the mirror image here. We are going to try and chain some Inquisitor captains off. We find yet another one. The joys of Inquisitor Captain becoming 5 copies of itself. Ah, yet
This
another
seems
Glasspool
like-
Mimic.
This seems like I'm not sure if this was again a part of the intention of the design of this card. I struggle to believe that this was the intended use
So,
of the captain.
It's safe to say our opponent unlikely to have a Ceratops because they did put the Grizzled Huntmaster back in their deck, choosing to instead go with Thalia's Lieutenant here. But of course, one Inquisitor Captain here turning itself into, well, 14, 16 power, possibly more at this point. Genuinely exceptionally impressive.
What's happening now? I kind of lost track, to be honest.
Wow,
I know that
interesting.
there's some Neo forms happening on the stack here, but
So our Blink player does actually have a shifting Ceratops in their sideboard, so chose to go with Lieutenant over fetching that up.
that seems suspicious.
Keep up the pace.
Interesting choice. It does present an awful lot more damage here, but these captains were lethal individually. Oh, that is a hell of a declaration in stone. Oh! That, I mean, it's not a sweeper, but it's pretty close.
What I love though is that now if they have another Divine Breath, they can just get rid of all the clues because they are artifacts.
That would be a truly amazing sequence of affairs.
I want to get into these clues as quickly as possible before they go away, I think.
Yeah, I feel like these clues are not long for this world. It does feel like recruiting some card advantage from them. That might be nice. Okay, Huntmaster. So this would let us Ceratops.
Page the Yorion, huh?
This would let us grab Ceratops and attack with it. This might be good enough.
It depends on what is the the blue-white controller mage's interaction suite. If they have like cast out or something like that.
Maybe
the nature.
they do grab the Ceratops. Let's see if this is going to get the job done.
They
This would
do
be,
have Faithful Absences.
Okay.
Singular Faithful Absence.
This would be a very impressive way of stealing this game.
And they do have Commit. I think Commit would work.
Commit would also work.
Stack.
Yep.
They only have 2 cards, I think, in the whole deck, if I've seen correctly, that do interact with this somewhat. And this would be quite a steal here.
This would be a hell of a steal if this Ceratops goes the entire way. The fact there's no immediate response from this blue-white player concerns me.
Yeah, it concerns me for the blue-white player.
Yeah.
Doesn't concern me if I'm the Ceratops player here.
Oh, this is just long enough to give me hope if I'm the Ceratops player. We cycle the sensor. Cross your fingers,
Desperation
folks.
can be sent in the
Desperation.
air.
Oh no. Did we steal it?
I mean, it seems like our Azores player has had a lot of resources and they probably should have seen this coming. I mean, it is kind of public knowledge, so...
Ceratops gains haste.
There is still the Faithful Absence, I suppose.
Yep, Absence
could happen.
still gets this out of here.
Or you can hope that the opponent just clicks on Reach instead of Haste.
also an out.
That is a bigger out than you might think at the first look.
Yeah, of course, also an out.
But is this gonna be? Maybe.
Shark Typhoon is no good. You gotta find a
That-
Faithful Absence.
That is
One more
another
look at the
desperation
absence.
move.
Yep, one more look at the absence. Oh my lord, we stole
GG
it.
here. Wow,
Shifting
That is-
Ceratops.
that cannot be described otherwise than a steal, because it seems like the fairy player has definitely been in the driver's seat for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Grizzled Huntmaster just showing you its versatility and flexibility there, chewing up a very dedicated sideboard bullet and putting it to good use. Really, really hard to complain with that.
These
Wow.
are the kind of games when, if you're the control player, you just like go sit for a while. I was like, what did I do wrong? I had to have some ways I could have influenced the outcome of the game, but you don't quite know where it went wrong because it's really hard in these long games to really pinpoint which was the pivotal turn that you should have been doing a bit different stuff, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely seems like the kind of game you want to kind of review later on, evaluate, and kind of get a better idea of how that went. I think there's plenty to learn there, but super interesting game. Well done to the Bant player for finding the line.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a very short 5-minute break, just for a moment, just for comfort break for staff and crew. But we're going to be back with some round 4 action very, very shortly. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Okie dokie, folks. Welcome on back to DotGG's premiere historic gameplay here on MTGA Zone. You're joining us back just in time for the start of round number 4. We are currently in the process of getting that feature match sorted out because we are just repairing. We had a little bit of a wait while we had a comfort break one way or the other. So we'll be back with you in just a second. We're just having an arena restart from one of our players to make sure they don't crash. We've got a really interesting match for you here, though. Some big names, some streamers, some well-known Magic personalities. Really interesting matchup as well coming up here. Blue-White Lotus Field Control versus Blue-White Auras coming up in round number 4. Deninja, tell me, why would you play either of these decks in this format?
Well, if you like drawing a lot of cards, and the Auras list has you covered probably, because you can string in a lot of them in a single turn with the help of the Strams and Cores, which redraw your card for every R you cast. So that is a great deck if you wanna be casting a lot of cards and drawing a lot of cards. If you're more interested in preventing your opponents from casting a lot of cards, then you might be more interested in the blue-white control side, which just very much trying to go by the saying that fun is a zero-sum game, and somebody has to have all the fun, and the other person doesn't have any of the fun, and
very much
that is what the control player is trying to achieve. Yeah.
Absolutely. So who do we think is favoured here? Do we think the Lotus Field deck has an edge, or is Auras likely too fast for them to keep in check?
I actually need to check out the list of the controllers then.
Sure. So I guess that's a more interesting question. What are the important parts? What like cards can we look for in the control deck to make this matchup better?
Cheap removal. That's 2 words. I actually have. Where's the player? We'll just feel here. Okay, I got the list. So let me see. Do they have any? Okay, so they don't have any like portable holes, which I guess you can't really play with the Purges, but you do get Purges, which is 3 mana.
Yeah, I suppose Purge goes a long way against Auras for sure. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's a good sweeper. Pseudo sweeper, but I guess it kind of gets rid of all the auras. So, yeah, that's a good removal for sure. And then you have the Fateful Absences, I suppose. Yeah, I really like having 1 mana removals, which I guess you can't really achieve without the hold, because the holds don't synergize the best with the Purges. So yeah, it's more like in Jeskai you would have like those like Unholy Heats. Those kind of interactions are really nice for against the auras, where you can just like use 1 mana to kill their important 2 mana creatures.
Understandable. So really interesting keep from our Lotus Field player here. I actually kind of liked their 7, but I guess I'm just completely off base. Strict Proctor coming down here early. Not an awful lot of early interaction in the face of an Esper Sentinel. Probably into one of these card draw effects based on the fact the Hogpog here kept a 7-card hand.
Yeah, I'm expecting... Interesting. They just suit up the Sentinel, and now... Parameter's best thing, yep.
Yeah, Blessing's a real blowout here. Yeah, I guess this is just a super reasonable keep. You don't necessarily have to mulligan hands that don't contain a Stram or a Core Spirit Dancer if you think that your opponent doesn't have this early interaction. They don't have portable holes. Maybe you can just get away with suing up an Esper Sentinel and getting to work.
Yeah, and this is smart from Mario here as well, putting the Auras on the Sentinel, even though it doesn't get the buff the same way the Core does, but now we're kind of making the Sentinel into a bigger threat.
Absolutely.
We see the Sentinel actually getting targeted here, even though the Core itself is the more valuable creature overall.
I think this is a very clever line of play, actually, and definitely worth drawing attention to. Something I think a lot of people do when they first start playing this Auras deck is stapling all of these Auras onto their Core Spirit Dancers, maximizing power. But, of course, you want to diversify your threats against a deck like Blue-White Control. You really want to put your Auras onto your other creatures so they can push damage, while these Spirit Dancers are your card advantage engine, so your opponent's going to struggle to get rid of both.
Indeed, much to the contrary of the real world, you want to spread around here, and make sure that everybody gets an equal share.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, that would be the case everywhere. But these Spirit Dancers are definitely running away with this one. I feel like we're in pretty desperate need of a Day of Judgment or a Wrath of God to kind of catch back up here. I'm not entirely sure how else we get our foot back in this door.
Yeah, this door seems maybe if we just had drawn a purge there,
Wow,
that
okay.
would have been a good way to get back into it.
Well, if we don't die here, we do have a pile of sweepers, but we are very likely to be dead. The Auras player here, just with a gargantuan hand, seems very hard to not take 11 damage here.
Sacred Insight is not the most efficient way to buff your creatures.
Nope, but Sentinel Eyes here is going to do it.
And that is it, yeah.
I mean,
we just needed 2 auras. How do you not have 2 auras in your
blue-white auras deck? Yeah, it's kind of pretty damning if you don't. So yeah, pretty much a very good demonstration of what this auras deck can do in a matchup like this, and very much a testament to what Ninja was saying prior to the game starting. You really need these early pieces of interaction, these fateful absences if you're not playing Portable Hole, these divine purges, because you've got to get these early threats off the table. Auras is going to make it really hard for you to interact, mostly because they kill you so fast, and cards like Karametra's Blessing are just so cheap.
Auras brings in usually some pesky like counters, like to counter the counters.
Sure, so like Dovin's Veto style effects, or
yeah, or maybe sometimes even like a dispute here and there, or other Karametra's Blessing, like just like cheap ways to like negate what your opponent is trying to do.
Sure.
I guess the one boon here is that Purge actually exiles, so Karametra's Blessing is not the best way to protect your creatures.
It's an interesting thought for sure. It's nice that Purge does kind of circumvent that blessing. Is there any argument here to maybe bringing in your own like situational cat magic, your own disputes, maybe your own vetoes to fight your opponent on that axis, or are we just all about removal all the time?
Veto seems extremely inefficient. I could maybe see a dispute, but probably not happening either.
Sure, so just not an axis that we want to fight this matchup on.
I could see some amount of disputes maybe work, but yeah, it's like pretty hard because I think that the interaction that you have here is just not gonna be on par with their threats, especially if they play carefully, which I think that the Hawk will be playing carefully here around, potential sweepers and such like that. They will have their own counter magic as well to fight against the purges, for example, which are could be potentially key cards, but I'm expecting that Hawk will be respecting that as well.
So early Proctor here again from our Blue-White Lotus Field player. Have to imagine they're pretty desperate to find a Lotus Field here to kind of tie this hand together. Seems a little expensive in terms of Teferi and Shark Typhoon.
Narset is a key permanent too, though, because that kind of stops the whole nonsense of drawing extra cards.
Certainly, Narset's super efficient in this matchup if you can keep it safe. Definitely a card that's worth considering. Really interesting to see I believe it's the Drake on the other side here, the Storm Chaser Drake. Really cool, very recent inclusion to this Auras archetype, kind of giving them like up to 12 copies of your draw effect.
Yeah, this is the problem though, which I kind of wanted to mention, is like, yeah, it's not gonna be that easy to keep the Narset alive for a long time. I guess we do have these Shark Typhoons. Those are gonna be decent jumpers.
Oh, missing on the Narset here seems like a real bad whiff.
Good old whiff, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So it does seem like we have a reasonable chance of keeping this Narset alive. As you say, these Shark Typhoons do generate chump blockers. Going to buy us a fair bit of time, hopefully stop our opponent from drawing too many cards courtesy of Narset. Hopefully that bought time can kind of get us towards some spot removal or maybe some kind of divine purge.
I wonder if we weren't supposed to just take 2 damage from a fountain and just make a 2/2 in hopes of killing the Drake, actually.
Seems like a very reasonable suggestion, actually. Yeah, I like that a lot.
We're just taking 2 damage now, I guess, so we ended up taking the 2 damage anyway.
So this obviously is definitely a hedge towards trying to keep the Narset alive. Yet again, we want to play 2 blockers here, but I actually very much agree with your line last turn. I think making the 2/2 and at least forcing some kind of Karametra's Blessing or pump effect at instant speed to keep the Drake safe seemed like a really good line to me.
Yeah, these Typhoons are good, but you can only chump for so long before you can't chump anymore.
Well, we found the Divine Purge, choosing not to block the Drake because we found the Purge, trying to trade for this SRAM.
Yeah.
Does indeed find the Cammetra's Blessing to keep the SRAM alive.
That's interesting, really, to me, because Commentated Blessing is really sucks against the Divine Purge, so they still elected to keep that in full board.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's super interesting, actually, looking at the configuration of Hogpog's deck. They're choosing to play 4 Spirit Dancer, 4 Storm Chaser Drake, and only 3 SRAM. So actually choosing to prioritize the Drake over SRAM. I imagine mostly because SRAM is a legend, but really cool to see this recent card getting a head start over the iconic effects that auras tend to play.
Yeah, of course the disadvantage with the Drake is you have to be actually targeting the Drake itself. Sometimes you want to be putting stuff on a core, for example, to get more damage output. Then you don't end up drawing cards. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword.
I think we really need this untapped 6th land here to try and protect our Divine Purge with Archmage's Charm. I feel like there's very likely a Dispute or a Dovin's Veto in our future, and this Drake is out of hand. Already drawn so many cards replacing themselves here. Really need a lot of help here to get back into this game.
Because like we had in the last game, you saw Arya spread out her auras, but now it's more difficult to do when you have the Drake, because you're kind of incentivized to keep putting stuff on the Drake, because otherwise you're not drawing cards.
Of course. Curse of Silence here seems like a huge card if we correctly name Divine Purge. Wow, look at that. Correctly named, really good instinct. No longer can we protect this Divine Purge. We're just going to have to fire it off, and I imagine we're going to walk into a counterspell. No, okay. So we can Purge here. Wow, no dispute. That's kind of huge. I had to assume there was some protection on the other side here, but this Divine Purge is going to resolve. That's going to buy us an awful lot of time.
Interesting that they chose to throw in an extra Drake. I guess they had. I guess they have a full hand.
I guess clearly the reason they had no protection was because their hand was full of Spirit Dancers and SRAMs.
Well, is it gonna be another Divine Purge here?
Maybe. Are we naming it again?
Maybe
that would be
7?
That would be very impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
What a brilliant call. That's fantastic. That seems like a very heads-up play. Very, very clever indeed.
I mean, Arya's evidently realizing that is the pain card.
Yeah, Divine Purge clearly the linchpin of the matchup, and making sure it's turned off here and keeping these Spirit Dancers, Spirit Dancer and SRAM safe just seems super impactful. Clearly something that Hogpog has a reasonable amount of experience with in a matchup like this.
I mean, I think about it like the Divine Purge, is it really that like the end of Below? You don't kill the creatures, and they are not that expensive, so they come back at 4 mana pretty easily later on. You don't really care that they are tapped because they don't have haste anyway. So
maybe it's just the second Divine Purge that ends up being the game ender in these spots, which is why these Curse of Silences appear to be so good here. I imagine if you're replaying the same Spirit Dancers and they end up costing 6, that's a very different situation than them costing 4.
Sure, but you're also gonna be drawing your full hand of spells every turn. So then, at some point, you can just cast the cheaper ones from your hand.
Very true.
Leave the more expensive ones for later when you have even more lands.
Absolutely.
It just seems like you're not solving the problem, but postponing the problem with those purges.
Super interesting to see that Hogpog is prioritizing them so highly, if that's the case. But it's clearly doing wonders for them here. They seem like they're just completely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I do still think that the purge is a great card, but it just doesn't seem like in the long run it actually answers anything. It just kind of postpones the problems, and the big problem here is that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 mana against 5 mana. That is gonna start being a big gap soon, because Hogpog has missed no land drops, and Gallopin's already missed 2.
Indeed. It's kind of incredible, really, that we are looking at a 5-card hand from the control player versus almost 12 from our Auras player. It just seems like kind of an abundance of riches. These Curse of Silences looking really impressive. Correctly naming Sell the Wreckage here as well to turn off that option.
Yeah, and these aura decks, every time I'm playing like a control deck in Historic, I'm like, and I get paired against auras, like it just doesn't seem very good. And if you can get a control list which has an actual good matchup against auras, I think that's a good place to start because that is a matchup which seems like it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
it seems incredibly hard to beat with most control builds.
Yeah, I mean, this has looked extremely impressive from the Blue-White Auras side. I would call this almost like a disassembling. Really well navigated, correctly evaluating removal and threats. Just super impressive by all accounts.
Yeah, but you can even look at Gallop and Sideboard, and it's kind of obvious that they're not targeting this matchup for sure.
Absolutely.
Like, it's hard because what you want to have is the portable hole, but that doesn't really work with the purges, so
Well,
that kind of cuts
like
out your best card against them.
seems like maybe a very good metagame call on behalf of Hogpog then. We're going to move over to our second feature match area, so if you'd like to come and join me, we'll get another feature match on the go.
Well,
I will hop over here and we'll have a Ninja shortly. Bear with me, folks. Just going to get you another match on the go from our second feature match bracket. Just takes me a second to set up. Okay, so we have some Dimir Control coming up for you next. Not sure what we're against just yet, but we get to see some of the blue-black control deck of the format in action. What do you think of this blue-black list, Ninja? How do you think it fares in comparison to like blue-white and Jeskai?
first of all, what is this Merfolk doing in there? I didn't know that we were playing this Valence, but apparently that's now in control. I'm even
which
sure
card?
what
Sorry.
the card does. It's the
Merfolk?
Yeah, the Merfolk, which
Yeah.
like gets indestructible, whatever.
This has been a really prime upgrade in the historic format recently. Seen a lot of it, actually. Sylveon proving to be just a really hard-to-remove threat for these control decks. It just dodges Lightning Helix, dodges all the cheap portable hole style removal, and just happens to be a extremely consistent source of card advantage. So you quite often see two of these in the main deck of this blue-black control deck.
It's extremely interesting. So you're not actually like getting you don't have a way to get like the indestructible for having two other Merfolks. You're just playing it straight up as a 3-mana.
Straight up as a 3-mana 3/4 that draws a card every turn. Yep, absolutely.
That's interesting. That's kind of I have to say that's smart because like that's kind of shows that you're realizing like how the format works and what kind of removal is in the format and what kind of removal can kill what kind of creatures. And you just kind of realize, okay, the 3/4 actually doesn't really die too much, huh?
It's really impressive,
I can just play that.
It obviously plays exceptionally well with your Henny's expertise, a card this deck leans into because it's playing Sylveon, which is very, very cool. Looks like we're against Green-White Enchantress here. Now, I have to imagine this matchup is not particularly good for Blue-Black control. What do you think?
Depends on the number of enchantments his presence is on the board, I suppose. There's one right now. But they do have the Narset, which is very problematic because it's like Narset. It's the same as if you play Narset against like auras. Like kind of the whole engine kind of stops, right? So it turns from like, oh, I'm doing my thing, churning through these cards to, oh, I have to first deal with this Narset before I can do anything else.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I think Narset definitely one of the pivotal pieces against this Enchantress deck, as you say. Very much like Auras, kind of just shutting it down, stopping it from grinding card advantage, which is something your control deck is always going to want to do. I can't help but think we're in a bit of a sticky spot here. Paladin class seems kind of cool. Sterling Grove gives us like a pseudo-demonic tutor, but I'm not really sure what our best out to Narset is, other than just trying to attack it down with Lair of the Hydra here, which we kind of see John doing and putting it to 1, and I guess trying to hope to get rid of it over the course of 2 turns.
Yeah, it's kind of sad though because they use the whole turn to not even kill the Narset. They just use their turn to slightly reduce Narset.
Yeah, it doesn't seem ideal. Yeah. This Sylveon just showing you why it's so powerful in this archetype and why it's been so popular recently. Obviously just dodging all your own removal, and it's just already drawn 2 cards by turn 5. Seems like a great way of pressuring your opponent while also just holding up your counter magic efficiently.
Yeah, I mean, I had to say I was a bit surprised that, like, the first time I looked at it, it's like a 3/4, they just kill it. It's like, it's gonna be just like the the only target for the removal, but like actually it doesn't really die to that much. Like Unholy Heat kills pretty much everything, so you can't really count that. But yeah, I mean, if you get to attack a bunch of times with, and a 3/4 is also a good rate as just a stat line. You can block very well against like humans, whatever.
For sure. This deck even kind of leans even more into that 3-mana threat kind of situation. Because it's even playing some Thief of Sanity in the sideboard, a card that we haven't seen in a very long time.
I've seen it in the cubes.
I've also seen it in the cubes, but I haven't seen it since before Shark Typhoon was printed, so really cool to see Thief of Sanity also playing well with your Henny's expertise and playing your opponent's deck, if you so choose.
And this I believe really is a deck which would have a much better time dealing with like something like auras, because you get stuff like fatal pushes and stuff like that, which and you get thought seizes to discard their stuff. So
yeah, even Drown in the Lock seems super reasonable once the game starts going long. Does seem like it's a bit more prepared for that matchup.
Yeah, just because again you just have the cheap removal, cheap ways to stop them from setting up their engines.
Interesting here. Blue-black control player looking like they're realizing they might be the aggro in this spot and just have to get this closed before we see some kind of Solemnity lock. Boots up the Hall of the Storm Giants, comes in for lethal, and we are going to game number 3.
Yeah, I think that's the problematic part of the matchup for the control is that there's a lot of really hard to deal with permanence. So if they manage to resolve, like you might just not have a way to win anymore. So you have to kind of try to really weave your way through like just letting them resolve the things which don't actually matter, then like trying to block their counter with Narset in the meanwhile, take apart their hand, and then try to close the game. Because if you give them a lot of time and they resolve some of the nasty challenges, you don't really have ways to kill them once they're on the board.
Interesting to kind of look at the sideboarding choices here as well for this blue-black deck. Looks like they primarily, at least for Game 2, kept in most of their fatal pushes, their Yehenni's expertises, their Shadow's Verdict even. I guess maybe they're particularly concerned about the like Destiny Spinners and Enchantress that's a creature, the 2-mana one. Do we think that's enough to rationalize quite so many sweepers?
I guess the Destiny Spinner can be pretty problematic because you're running like 7-8 counters, counting the rounds as well. So you kind of do want to have your stuff online.
Makes
and
sense.
It depends, I guess, as well, like what else they have. The sideboard, maybe there's not like that many better options anyway.
Yeah, sure. Maybe there's just nothing that fits the matchup better, and they don't want to fall foul to a Destiny Spinner. Obviously, the 7 here, unfortunately, just unkeepable. Can't cast spells, much like the 6. Looks like we're struggling to find a hand with lands here.
A lot of the times, sideboarding it becomes not as much about how amazing is this, and as much as like how bad are the other cards I can have.
Yeah,
of course. Pretty much the case, I guess, in some of these considerations.
You know, just got to get the worst of the worst out of your deck and hope the rest of it's not embarrassing, I suppose. Keeping a Fatal Push Yehenni's Expertise hand here, definitely a bit of a nod, I suppose, towards those early creatures that may prove to be a problem for this archetype. Mainly this one, Scythis here, the Harvest Hand. We do come very well prepared to handle this. Looks like our Enchantress player mulliganed as well, so both players working with limited resources here. This could be quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, this is the kind of...
Ooh, Narset is a huge draw here.
I was just gonna say, like, this presence, they can start getting out of control, but yeah, that was a perfect foil.
Yeah, both players found their 3-mana way to grind and interfere and generate resources. Really interesting here, the blue-black player choosing to leave their Narset at 5 loyalty, just make it as hard to get off the table as possible. I like that quite a lot, actually.
And now we're getting back to the square one. Oh, I need to attack this Narset before I can continue playing this game.
Does seem like it's a really impactful card in this matchup. Narset does seem to shut this Enchantress deck down. A lot of really good tools in our opponent's hand too. But if you can keep this Narset alive, these double Enchantress's presence, they're not going to do an awful lot. So we remove the Lord.
I'm surprised about that. I mean, they could have said it from the land. I feel like the land's going to be animated at some point here to go after the...
Does seem like this is going to have to try and take it off the table somehow.
You're not gonna have a great way to deal with the land now that you've used your spot removal.
Of course.
Because the cities you could have potentially killed with the expertise, whereas the expertise cannot touch the land.
Yeah, I very
Now
much
you're
agree with
missing
that.
land drops.
Seems like we maybe didn't respect Lair of the Hydra enough. Definitely a testament to how good these creature lands are in matchups like Blue-Black Control. Just giving you like this alternative axis of attack in spots where your resources are really taxed.
This is non-land permanent, right? On the chart.
I believe so, yeah. So it looks like
it is interesting to see like how it's a kind of extremely limited resources game.
Yeah, both players
are missing land drops and like running out of cards, but
yeah, both players obviously mulliganed quite aggressively, doing our best to keep Narset alive here by making a Shark, trying to hit our land drops, courtesy of Shark Typhoon. Super cool to see this Enchantress deck kind of just pivot into Lair of the Hydra aggro. Wow, Drown in the Lock, really solid draw here to take care of this Lair of the Hydra.
Man, I feel like if they had drawn the Narset even like one turn later, this might have already spiraled a bit into John's favor.
Yeah, I think it really was a perfectly timed Narset.
Very timely indeed.
Speaking of Narset, we do find ourselves with the second one. Unsurprisingly, keeping it in hand here, holding open Commit to Memory. Just looking to slowly accrue our land drops and maybe Archmage Charm for cards if our opponent doesn't do anything we care about.
This is so sad. I feel for John. Like, you're playing this... You know that this is not the best deck in history, the Enchantress deck, but you just like drawing cards and playing stuff, and then they just play an Narset and your whole deck is just sad.
Oh yeah, my opponent doesn't like me to have fun. You know, it's a very sad day. Interesting, we have the Wolf Willow Haven coming down at least. That can generate a 2/2 that will inevitably get stolen by Archmage's Charm. But it gives us another way to potentially challenge Narset, at least in the eyes of our Enchantress player who doesn't know what's waiting for them on the other side. They have a theoretical way of removing the Planeswalker. Now, do you ever just memory here?
Maybe. But looks like Ginkgo is not in the...
No, Ginkgo choosing to utilize the resources they have before spinning the memory. Definitely think it's a consideration. Refreshing your entire hand, keeping your opponent with one card locked in it does seem like a real valid choice to me. Super intriguing, they're not even burning this Archmage's Charm. They're not drawing cards. They'd much rather scry, find a Fatal Push the hard way.
Yeah, you have a limited number of counter spells, and they are realizing that there might be permanents which you need to counter, so just cashing in for a couple cards doesn't seem the best.
Yeah, it seems like a very knowledgeable restriction of the use of Archmage Charm, just understanding its role in the matchup and knowing that you need it to handle certain threats, so it's just incorrect to draw cards, try and hit lands, you need to hold on to it for later. It's not like you're under an overwhelming amount of pressure here. Your Narset really did a number on your opponent's draw.
That was very timely indeed, and like that's like the whole fundamental basis of this Enchantress deck is just draw cards. Like, you can compare it to the Aura's deck, but at least the Aura's deck sometimes just doesn't mind beating for 7, but you're not beating anybody for anything here. You're just trying to draw as many cards as possible. But...
Ginkgo here scrying into 2 Shark Typhoons as well, so we're going to start putting a clock on pretty quickly here.
Yeah, this seems like I'm pretty ready to call this over.
Wow.
We have 4/4 into a 5/5 potentially.
Super interesting game, especially with both players operating on so few resources to start with. Narset definitely just showing its value in shutting down Enchantress. I think, as you say, without it coming off the top on the turn that it did, this game would have been very different.
Yeah, I mean, one turn maybe wouldn't have been the end. But imagine it came 2 turns later. That probably would have been too late. John might have drawn 4 extra cards at that point. That might have been hard to overcome at that point.
So if you're coming down
basically, Ginkgo was holding onto the straws here with the Narset because that was blocking all the possible plays that John could make there for a series of turns.
Absolutely. Yeah, super interesting game, and nice to see the Blue-Black Control deck continuing to churn its way forward in this tournament. Hopefully, still very live for top 8. Fingers crossed.
I have to say that Ginkgo definitely showed a lot of understanding of this particular matchup. It really seemed like the way they were sideboarding, the way they were keeping or mulliganing hands, the way they were prioritizing getting rid of certain permanents and not not using charm just to draw 2 cards and stuff like that. It really you really could see that they knew what they were trying to achieve in that matchup.
It was super impressive, honestly, to watch someone who clearly knows what they're talking about in this matchup. As you say, understanding the role of Archmage's Charm correctly, assessing what it needed to be done for, navigate the matchup. Clearly something they're very experienced with, clearly a deck they're very good with. Overall, I thought it was a super impressive watch, and I really enjoyed watching that matchup play out.
I was told that there's a Heliod Squirrel mirror ongoing right now.
I am told that's the case, yes. So unfortunately, we at this moment in time do not have a feature match available. However, if any of the 3 remaining matches do hear my voice and you're listening to me in the background, you fancy jumping into one of those feature match channels, please consider doing so. I'm happy to cover your match if you're still going. But it does appear that we have a Heliod Squirrel mirror match, which I imagine is going to take an amount of time to finish. Jeskai versus Jund Food and Bant versus Heliod as well. We're going to take a brief opportunity here, just real quick, once again, to talk about today's show hosts. We'll see whether we're lucky enough to gain a feature match. But if we aren't, we'll talk you through it real quick, and then probably take another short break until we have another match for you to view. But this event today is brought to you by DotGG Events. If you aren't familiar with the company, they are a very upstarting company on MTG Melee, now capable of running events that can offer set championship invites. Today's event does indeed invite people to the event to qualify for the set championship. If you're interested in dipping your toes in competitive Magic, you want to try an event on MTG Melee for yourself, check them out on Melee, check out their events, and come and support a fantastic org. In addition, they are in association, I should say, with MTGA Zone, the channel we are on today. If you haven't checked out the website, please consider doing so. They are the best place to go for deck lists, articles, and just in general, high-end resources to improve your Magic game. Daninja, did you have anything you wanted to talk about or say to the crowd before we take a short break until we have another match to cover?
Not right now. I'm just interested to see more matches. I think we have still 2 rounds remaining in the Swiss, or maybe one more.
two rounds to go. 6 rounds of Swiss today, followed by a top 8 card. So still 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then a top 8 to cover. So in which case, folks, we are going to take a very short break. If we happen to gain another feature match in round 4, fantastic, we'll come and cover it. Otherwise, we'll see you very shortly, hopefully, for the start of round 5. Stay tuned, and don't go anywhere. Let's go. Welcome back, folks. Obviously, a little bit of a break there. The joys of doing this for the first time. We are heading back into round number 5. We are back for more tournament gameplay. If you've just joined us, hi, I'm Howling Minds. This is Ninja, who is looking to be significantly more fed at this moment in time. Finally taking a food break during the interval. We're back for more historic gameplay. What have we got coming up?
We have got, maybe you can tell us better because I know you were just looking at it. So
I just told him and everything. Okay, so we're featuring one of your favourite names, one of your big names this round, in fact. The lovely Jim Davis, MTG, is currently running very well in this tournament, playing a very, very sweet deck in the form of Blue-White Affinity. They're going to be taking on Green-White Heliod Company. We're going to cut to some gameplay for you now in just a second. In 3, 2, 1, there we go. We're all fine and dandy. Just in time for the start of the game. So, Green-White Heliod combo versus Blue-White Affinity. What do we think about this matchup, Ninja?
Well, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I can't really say that I've played it from either side. I'm super interested to see the Affinity deck. We haven't really been able to see that today yet. Followed by the one and only Jim Davis.
Of course, definitely a bit of a curveball choice in the historic metagame. Playing a lot of really powerful tools, really, though. Cards to shine through from MH2, things like Nettle Cyst. Really impactful cards that haven't really found a home, so I would love this deck to be good.
They do have a lot of like improvised stuff too, so I can see their deck being pretty efficient and pretty quick as well. Because they get to sort of use their small creatures as mana rocks in a way, because they get 1 mana Rebuke, potentially 2 mana Reverse Engineer, that kind of stuff.
Of course, yeah. A lot of Thought Monitors, a lot of Reverse Engineers, as you say, really efficient ways of reducing otherwise expensive spells and kind of like gaining the benefits from them. So looking at this opening hand here for our Heliod player, looks like a somewhat close one, actually. I would pretty likely mulligan this hand without too much thought, but this one land is a Temple of Plenty. When you're on the draw, that can often seem quite tempting, so not entirely sure if we should be keeping this one. I'm leaning towards throwing it back.
Yeah, I mean, some people say one land is plenty, but
well, plenty literally like in this case, yeah. Player agrees. Heliod player going to 6. Looks like Jim also going to 6 here. This seems way more reasonable to me. A couple of Prosperous Innkeepers and a Collected Company seems like a very healthy start, possibly towards an early combo turn. So let's see how this goes. Temple Garden going back makes a lot of sense. Plenty just kind of strictly better here because we don't have any turn 1 play. Jim does, however, leading on the Esper Sentinel. Really big fan of this card right now, actually. Just another Modern Horizons crossover standout. Really like showing its teeth in this format.
Yeah, Sentinel can be pretty disruptive for a lot of decks. I'm not sure exactly if that's going to be the main card upon which this matchup turns, because there's like Company and that's pretty much it. I think that
very inclined to agree.
All the,
feels like this combo deck is fairly creature heavy, as you say. Interesting pickup of Portable Hole here from the Affinity side. Obviously a really good card you can go and find with Ingenious Smith. Definitely going to help keep some of those early cards in check. Not so good against the combo pieces themselves outside of the life gain creature, though. Which does mean this is being earned. Prosperous Innkeeper is indeed earning Portable Hole to make sure that's not happening.
So we have 4, as we said, we have 4 rebukes. So probably Jim, if they do have any hand, will be looking to try to prevent a Company. Though they did tap out here, so that kind of tells me that maybe don't have it, or they just felt like that the Company wasn't a threat yet. Yeah,
definitely a little awkward here off the back of the fact that clearly Jim is missing lands. I think if rebuking a Company was a concern, you just kind of don't run out the second Esper Sentinel. Doesn't seem like it's like super necessary. So I'm kind of leaning towards him not having a rebuke here. This Nettle Cyst, however, is going to be a semi-reasonable clock. Really good attack here into the Voice of the Blessed. Looking to see whether or not this Company starts a combo chain, because it's very capable of doing so here.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Heliod deck doesn't really care about semi-competitive clocks here when they just get infinite tokens in one turn.
Very much so. So no combo here. Hilariously, only hitting the piece that you already had, which is not ideal. Choosing to pay for one of these Esper Sentinels, only letting Jim draw one card. Kind of like that, like keeping the resources limited, and realistically, you're going to be using 4 mana on most of your turns going forward anyway.
Yeah, but these Trailsars and Voices can also get pretty large. To the magnitude that probably they will just make the Nettle's creature not able to attack at some point.
Indeed, these Voices of the Blessed are going to gain an awful lot of counters here. 2 different life gain creatures making these very large. The earlier one heading towards being very indestructible, but already flying. 6/6 flyer, definitely something that you have to respect. Nelsist can outgrow these pretty quickly in a deck like this, but we kind of need an answer to this Voice of the Blessed, and we kind of need it now.
Also, the important keyword is Vigilance, because then you can keep attacking with impunity, just don't care about anything, just attack, and I still have all the defense up. So that really makes it super easy for the deck, like just to have the offense without having to double worry about being dead on the Kragavek or something.
Absolutely, really helps you win those races in creature mirrors, kind of like this one appears to be right now, just because you get to be the aggressor and the defender all at the same time.
Yeah, the way this one is going so far, I mean, obviously Jim didn't have the greatest start, but if this is any semblance to how this usually goes, then this feels like it probably should be heavily favored for the Celestina deck, but maybe this is just a case of Jim just having a really slower start here. But I can see these Voices being like, how do we? They don't. Jim doesn't really have removal per se, right? So
I imagine he's stumped up on portable holes, right? I imagine we really have to lean like really heavily into portable hole. I would imagine to kind of take care of these. Thought Monitor really solid here. It's at least going to chump block one of these Voices for you while digging you towards some answers. But we are definitely struggling to handle these huge flyers right now.
If ever we get to go off, I think that's just game over, right? I don't think Jim has a way to come back from the combo going off.
To my knowledge, I don't believe there's a way to handle 1,000,001 squirrels in the Affinity deck, but I would love to be wrong. At this point, if we assembled the combo, the infinitely large Voice would be lethal anyway. So well worth trying to spike it here. If we happen to hit both Oak and Heliod, the game just ends on the spot. We do hit the Heliod, but not the Oak. The Oak, unfortunately, stuck in our hand.
This is still going to be pretty good, though.
This is certainly not bad. This is potentially lethal anyway, actually. If we load all these Heliod counters onto the smaller Voice, these are both 11 power creatures, I believe, so this should be lethal. Jim agrees, does concede game 1. Pretty clinical showing by the Heliod deck there.
Yeah, this one just doesn't seem particularly close, and I'm not sure if that is because the matchup is so bad or if that was just because of how the draws lined up, but yeah, I'm a little bit concerned for Jim going to game 2. We'll see if they can bring in 4 glass caskets on top of their holes, so maybe that helps.
An awful lot of cheap artifact-based removal, at least in game number 2. That's super impressive. Sideboarding here is very intriguing. What do we think is coming in from the Heliod players' side?
Well, I guess we'll see. I'm not sure really what they are thinking about this matchup. I mean, might not even. I think the Heliod matchup, the Heliod deck doesn't really push sideboard too much because they really do rely on getting the right parts of the combo, so they don't really have too much chaff they want to get rid of. So I think they probably stick between just a couple picks in every matchup, depending on which one they have. And you can see there's a bit of a spread of cards as well in the sideboard, so that probably means that they probably just use like 1 or 2 maximum of the sideboard cards for any particular matchup. The ones which are just the most impactful for the given matchup, and then still keep like 56, 57 of the main deck intact.
It does seem like a very tight deck, a lot of moving parts, super synergistic with each other. Interesting to see Thalia coming in here. Dromoka's command seems a little strange to me. This doesn't answer artifacts, so I'm a little confused by that one. Captain coming out makes a lot of sense if you're bringing in these commands, but the command Thalia split seems a little strange. I think if this was me, I might be leaning towards Archon of Emeria. I feel like the Affinity deck is full of an awful lot of cheap artifacts, so maybe limiting them to only one spell a turn seems quite impactful. But our Heliod player here, super high on Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. Think that's definitely worth making these glass caskets and portable holes into cheaper cards. And interested in a single copy of Dromoka's Command, which is possibly just a way to fight through some early blockers, maybe.
Yeah, I suppose so. We'll see if Jim can get a little bit faster curve out, because what they had last time around was not quite good enough.
No, well, looking at this hand, Smish Smash, we have a combo hand. We have everything you're going to need to create infinite squirrels, and we also have a Thalia somewhere in the middle, so really solid starting hand for J-Knight here. Temple possibly even going to help finding that third land.
And I think the strong suit of the Celestia deck is like you have the combo in there, which kind of threatens to, at any point, if opponent pulls their lowers their guard down, can just win the game on the spot, unless they're playing against like control with sweepers, whatever. And on top of that, you have like kind of curveballs. You go like turn 1 Soulborn and turn 2 Trelisara or the Voice, and that can like that kind of aggro kind of life synergy beatdown can just win a lot of games too. Especially with Heliod, which can give something big. Lifelink that can stabilize you a lot. You just gain a lot of life incidentally. So this deck can race easily without the combo as well. If you're not playing against something super over the top, like some sort of control deck.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this deck kind of lives and dies on its flexibility, its versatility. Just lets you attack from a lot of angles, always kind of threatening the power of the combo. Often compared to decks like Splinter Twin in Modern, just for having a fair game to play with a combo finish. Unfortunately, Jim looking to be a bit of a mulligan to 5 here, so kind of struggling to find a good hand. Going to see how this kind of lines up against this really well-positioned start from our Heliod player. Gotta hope there's some cheap removal over there.
What do you think, Scott? How does Jim's curve out need to look like to have a good shot, have a good chance in this matchup? Because we already kind of established that we feel like maybe they are a bit disadvantaged. So what do they need to be? How do they need to be curving out here for you to think that they have a good chance to win the particular game?
It's a really interesting question. I feel like, somewhat hilariously, cards like Soul Warden provide a serious problem for Jim's deck. Just because you're incidentally giving them so much of a life buffer and so much time by playing your cards. I do think, as hard as it might be, maybe Jim needs to try and be some kind of control deck in this matchup. We know we have 4 portable holes, we have 4 glass caskets, maybe we have some extra removal available to us in the sideboard as well, not entirely sure. I feel like we've just got to stick one threat, maybe an Ingenious Smith that we can keep making larger, and then carefully and curatedly just remove our opponent's cards and let that threat go to work. I think maybe that's the only route I can see to a way to win this game.
Yeah, and looks like this Thalia has hit right where it hurts the most, because it seems like this glass casket is, for now at least, uncastable, and there might be more stuff which is kind of kept in the hand right now, which cannot be deployed because of the extra tax.
Absolutely. Decision to board in Thalia looking very clever from J-Knight's perspective here. Already shutting down glass caskets. Obviously, Jim missing lands on an unfortunate mulligan to 5. J-Knight almost certainly just checking here, making sure there's no way to grow this Smith at instant speed, making sure that Thalia is not going to get eaten. But looking really, really comfortable here, setting up their life gain creatures before playing out their Heliod and their Oak. Just getting ready to combo, but already ahead on board. So I think Jim needs to find this land, certainly does. Finds Barbed Spike, interesting choice. So we're choosing to leave the Thalia alive. What do you think about that, Ninja?
What is the decision, I suppose? I mean, this Thalia is gonna make their life. They're gonna have to kill it at some point, I assume, or maybe maybe Jim intends to just like try to ignore it and just go after the combo pieces. We'll see if he goes after the Scurry Oak, if that's deployed, or I guess he can't take the Heliod Hut because that's a creature that doesn't. That's not a creature. I mean, so they can't really get gotten with the glass casket. So if they go for Heliod, then I guess the only thing you can do is kill the Thalia because they have 2 of the Soul Sisters out.
Yeah, I actually think this is a super interesting decision on Jim's part. I think it kind of shows that he believes he maybe needs to be the aggressor in this matchup, and that the removal is super valuable. It can't be afforded to be wasted on a card like Thalia, because we only have so much of it to handle combo pieces. So choosing to play the Spike to push damage in the future, and hold on to this casket when you can now cast it for, I guess, one of the more important cards, seems like a very direct statement of your role in the matchup.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing, Scott, how Jim is supposed to be the aggressor here, because the amount of life gain that already has been gained by J9 and will be gained by J9 in the upcoming turns here is gonna be it's just gonna be huge.
Oh no, I very much agree. I'm kind of surprised to see this, but I'm intrigued, and it's definitely something that I didn't expect. But it's looking kind of promising here. Obviously, not knowing about the oak coming, which is unfortunate. But we did put a lot of power into play here, which was going to really help us pressure through this Thalia.
I wonder if we just see a transition here, or if something's gonna happen that's different.
I'd have to check Jim's sideboard real quick, but I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure if he has an out to this board, but it's definitely worth looking to see if he does.
Not sure about that. He has the Archon of Absolution. Exactly sure what that does.
Yeah, nope. Jim agrees. There is unfortunately no out here. Combo gonna do the work, and Heliod, unfortunately for Jim, putting him into the 3 and 2 bracket and making quick work of blue-white affinity.
Actually, the Archon of Absolution would have been sort of a solution, because that makes opponent pay 1 mana for each creature that attacks you, so that basically they only attack with 1 or 2 big creatures per turn or something. So, but that only buys you some time. It still doesn't solve the huge oak on the battlefield. So
it buys you some time.
Stalling technique.
I'm inclined to agree. So, unfortunate one there for Jim. We do have a backup feature match to cut to in this case. So, I'm going to hop on over to feature match number 1 if you'd like to join me, Ninja, and we'll have you on screen in just a moment once we have a new match available. So bear with me, folks, while we set you up for this next match. Looking like a Phoenix Mirror match. I'm not sure how the Phoenix Mirror plays. What do you think's important in this mirror?
That's a good question. I suppose to a certain degree it just comes down to sort of goldfishing and whoever can get their engine online first. I do kind of like these drakes, I suppose. That seems like an efficient creature in the matchup, and yeah, this might be a lot about who's on the play, who can get there more, who can find more Phoenixes quicker and then deploy them. Doesn't seem like either player has a lot of exile burn spells. Seeing none of them here for this player, so. Yeah, once you get the Phoenixes out of the bag, then that's gonna be hard to stabilize with the other person, because they can Unholy Heat, but they just keep bringing them back. So if there's no exile, then the first person to really get a couple of Phoenixes out might be in big advantage here.
Yeah, certainly, for sure. I kind of like the inclusion of the Flame Blessed Bolt here. It does give you a pseudo way of permanently answering a Phoenix. Interesting to see this player having access to Demi-Lich in their sideboard. It's a bit of an unusual inclusion. Alongside 3 copies of Seasoned Pyromancer, looking like they're maybe boarding into more of a is it tempo deck against Graveyard Hate. Kind of intrigued to see how they're choosing to board in the mirror. We're actually looking like we're cutting Spikefield Hazard, maybe some of the other cheap red removal as well. Maybe just accepting that getting into a fight over Phoenixes is really not how you want to go.
So is this a player who has cybered out their Delvers, or they don't play that? I think they probably just don't play them at all.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any Delvers in this list to me.
Yeah, in either of the lists looks like. So I kind of like these lists over the Delvers. I already said that I don't love those too much. Couple of the Sprite Dragons seem pretty nice.
Yeah, I like Sprite Dragon quite a lot. And
we have the Kraken Dragons, the Trekland Drakes, and even some Demi-Lich. I guess one of Demi-Lich, maybe it's not that bad. Especially now that you have the 4th power, right?
Yeah, the 4th toughness, yeah. Very much like we were talking about with Sylveon earlier on. Makes that card really hard to kill in this format right now. Seems like a really good one-off choice.
There's like the small change, which seems like, oh, they just added one toughness, who cares? But yeah, actually makes the card significantly like differently positioned to the main removals, mainly the red ones.
Absolutely. So looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Sandy leaning on DRC here with a Tormod's Crypt to follow that up. That's a pretty solid start. Obviously, Piker's hand here, not particularly graveyard-centric, but definitely tells you a little something about how Sandy thinks the matchup goes.
Yeah, but we didn't see a Surveil there, so potentially some really nice stuff on top of the library then if they didn't Surveil it down. So
fingers crossed.
Wonder what they've just drawn then. Could be something like a Sprite, I guess.
Might be a Sprite Dragon. Maybe they're in
Yeah.
need of lands. Who knows? It's really hard to tell. Obviously, the DRC eating an Unholy Heat early, try and stop those Surveils from happening. Extending our Sprite Dragon here ourselves. I'm not entirely sure I like this, honestly. It seems very likely this is going to die here, and we have no other threats.
Yeah, I kind of agree. On the other hand, like, are you ever gonna be able to protect that really realistically from like a heat?
I suppose in the world of Unholy Heat, it's basically always killing the Sprite Dragon, right? So maybe we're just okay getting that exchange out of the way now. Wow, Stormwing Entity coming from Sandy Dog. That's a very interesting choice in this deck. Kind of
That's
mimicking.
a blast from the past.
Yeah, definitely mimicking this kind of thing we were discussing with Piker's sideboard earlier on. In that playing these threats that are unlike some of the other options we saw in Phoenix earlier on, just like more prowess and like, is it tempo orientated? So making like a dedicated decision to move away from Phoenix, move away from graveyard reliance in these sideboard games, and just have access to more independently powerful threats.
Yeah, that seems right because we've seen like how DRC, how Delver looks kind of pathetic against the Rip on the other side. Well, if you have a Entity or a Spider Dragon, you're completely fine with the Rip on the other side. It doesn't really affect you at all.
Yeah, seems like a very careful consideration for the amount of graveyard hate that appears in Historic right now. I like it quite a lot.
And I mean, already like even if there's no graveyard hate to speak of, like Entity is just a good card. Same thing with the Spider Dragon. They're efficient and it's not. I just like them better just on front, just on the front face, just on the front value that they show, over just like the cheaper one mana ones. I mean, I do still like DRC. I think that is a good one, but the Delver, I don't know. That just feels a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. You're playing with like if you ever don't flip it like on the first or turn or two, then you're just wasting too much tempo at that point.
Yeah, I've tried long and hard to make Delver a Secret's a playable card in formats that aren't Legacy, and all that's happened in that time is it stopped being playable in Legacy as well. Have not found a home for it just yet.
It feels like you really need a lot more ways to easily manipulate your top of the library than you have in Historic right now to make it really efficient threat.
Absolutely. A really good iteration for our opponent here. So this is interesting. We're choosing to, I guess, turn on Unholy Heat here to try and kill this Storming Entity, as opposed to playing our own Dragon Trades Channeler. I like that quite a lot. I think using this Opt and turning on Delirium. I guess we didn't. Oh. Okay, in which case, if we're not turning on Delirium here, I think I preferred playing our Channeler before we played our Opt.
Yeah, that is... I wasn't sure why that was. I was like expecting just like to see the DRC come down, and then it didn't. I was like, okay, what are we trying to achieve then here? We're not casting it here. Maybe they're trying to like somehow protect it, but how are you protecting it anyway?
I just kind of assumed that we needed an instant for Delirium, but evidently I was wrong. So
That would make sense. Yeah.
Not sure. The thought process there. I feel like we have to keep this Unholy Heat to deal with this entity. So leaving our mana unspent seems a little skeptical. Another Stormwing here. Whoa, this is kind of huge. This card definitely showing its chops in a matchup like this. And I guess just in general, like having this alternative game plan to turn to in your Phoenix deck seems really powerful to me.
Yeah, indeed. These are proving to be very efficient and very strong threats here, because they can easily get up to like 5 power on a given turn. with just like 2 spells cast.
Yeah, certainly not impossible. These entities can close the game in like as little as 1 turn if given a little bit of help.
Especially if opponent gets a little bit cocky and they're like, "Oh, I'm on 13, I can't lose here." Like, up, surveil, you know.
Oh, it's
Out of
real
nowhere,
easy to die from 13 there. It's
a 7/7/7/7 attacking you by 14 life.
If in doubt, send them in. Yeah. So DRC turned on, Delirium turned on. We do only have the 1 red source here, so we're only going to get to kill 1 of these entities. Second red here would have been kind of a big deal to take care of them both.
Huh?
Ooh.
Are they considering betting that? No.
It looks like they were for just a moment. I do think keeping hold of the third Unholy Heat is probably worthwhile here. Means you are kind of beating 1 protection effect. You do have 3 red sources too, so yeah, I kind of like stocking up on Unholy Heat.
They do have 3 between them and the top of the library, I suppose. That is 18 damage worth of 3 mana.
Safe to say that Bigger Power is indeed extremely warm right about now. Mucho Unholy Heat. So we've got a DRC into a Consider here for Sandy. Going to take that Surveil, try and set up the top of the deck, and trigger Prowess on these entities.
These have been overperforming these entities. Like, even if they get dealt with here, like they have already surveilled 2 and like dealt a couple damage each one.
Yeah, these have looked extremely impressive. I have to wonder if they're kind of a card that's been like forgotten by the wayside in the shuffle with everyone trying different threats in Phoenix. Maybe Entity's just a card we forgot about. It being somewhat immune to Fatal Push is a little bit more than relevant than it was before in the face of 3 black food and similar decks. So maybe it's just time for Entity to come out of the woodwork.
Indeed, and yeah, it just slots pretty well. Like with the discount as well. You get the value right away with the Scry.
Exiling the opponent's graveyard here, turning off this DRC and bringing it right back down to the floor. Just trying to stem the amount of damage we're taking. This is currently 11, so, well, not 11, sorry, because Delirium was turned off. DRC still in the way, and now dead, courtesy of Tormod's Crypt. Unholy Heat in response will let us surveil. Are we still keeping the 3rd Heat? I think I am, in the face of the threats. So Graveyard's gone, Channel are gone, taking 5, falling to 8. So we got to use 2 Heats here at the moment to take care of Storming Entity. Hopefully we can find a way off of this iteration to prevent that from being the case. Looking good. Soul Guide Lantern and Flame Blessed Bolt, both likely card types missing at the moment for these Unholy Heats. Maybe we can turn them on.
Yeah. See, I'm not sure exactly how much they have. If one card type creature, now it's gonna be sorcery. If we can size artifact, I guess.
So yeah, we have to sack the artifact, play the instant. That works, right? So we sack Soul Guide Lantern, Flame Blessed Bolt, the DRC, and then Unholy Heat the entity.
That could be happening here, yeah. Looks like...
So we're choosing to Unholy Heat the DRC. I guess we're fine and like holding on to this Soul Guide Lantern. So yeah, this actually makes a lot of sense, right? If we hold on to Soul Guide Lantern, we're kind of hedging our bets around Phoenixes, and we can still just like pop it in a pinch to turn on Unholy Heat. Flame Blessed Bolt looking pretty well. Thank God you kept the bolt for this Phoenix. That's actually very clever. Phoenix into the banish zone.
I mean, one player certainly has more life, but otherwise, outside of that...
Yeah, this is looking awfully close, barring the life totals. We are certainly starting to stabilize here. This entity is going to bite the dust to this Unholy Heat in a moment. We find a Phoenix of our own, so 1 mana short of running that out this turn, but we do have a threat. The comeback potentially initiated.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, Baikai is slightly ahead on cards by, like, 1 land.
I love keeping the land in hand here. It just makes these like faithless looting draws and similar effects going to be much more powerful off the top of the library, courtesy of keeping it around. Finding another Phoenix, we are going full Snare Thopter mode Time to send our 3-2s with haste at our opponent's skull the hard
This is
way.
gonna be hardcast into hardcast Phoenix back to back. I mean, maybe.
That's a clock. That's a real clock. We're opting. We're looking for ways of taking care of the bird.
It's interesting how quickly the game changed from Sandy's attacking me every turn, I have to kill her stuff, to, oh, now I'm attacking Sandy every turn, he needs to kill my stuff now.
Absolutely. Really super well navigated games. I think Pike has done a really good job at taking care of business this game. Very impressed so far.
Yeah, I thought Pika was kind of done for, but yeah, they found the answer for everything. And now it looks like Sandy's kind of struggling to find
spinning wheels. Just okay, we mill the Phoenix off
Maybe
the
they can get one back here.
Getting one back does a lot of good. Flashes back a looting.
It's probably at least the third spell here.
Yeah, I believe this is the third spell. Bins looting, pulls back a Phoenix. Okay.
Down to two potentially.
Whoa, we racing. Down to 2 indeed. How do we tackle
okay here?
I like it. I like it a lot actually. So the question is, do you attack with one Phoenix here? I'm assuming you do, right? You have to actually race. No.
Yeah.
Leaving back both birds. The spell pierce looking a little bit blank here, but
Yeah, the spell pierce has seen better days than now. They would have to play a 5 spell to be able to spell pierce, or a multitude of cheaper spells, I suppose.
yeah, it's not impossible to get some value, but definitely not the draw step we were looking for. Huh? We keep with the consider, so got to be something impactful here for Sandy. We are Flame Blessed bolting a Phoenix. Okay, we're on a level playing field once again.
That's a nice start.
This game feels very close. Feels like top decks are likely going to decide this. I wonder if Sandy wants to trade these Phoenixes. Do you think that's a profitable exchange? Whoa! Finale is insane! Spell Pierce is better! Oh! Oh!
we were just joking about how the spell pierce is just absolutely.
I mean, Finale, I promise,
and
is one way to make that Spell Pierce look like the best thing since sliced bread. That's genuinely exceptionally impressive.
Wow. That was definitely lethal.
Yeah, I love this attack. Love this attack. Makes an awful lot of sense to make them trade Phoenixes. Crackling Drake is huge. What a draw. That is a 11-4 Crackling Drake at this moment in time.
That is. These are some big top decks.
Sandy, what can you find? You gotta pull one back.
Yeah, Sandy needs to come.
Expressive Iteration's a good one.
That's a start.
Okay. Might have been best possible. That's one of the easiest ways to chain together 3 spells to pull back a Phoenix. Looking for an answer to this Drake. This is close. Maybe you can even just find a way to deal 2 damage to your opponent.
Yeah.
There is a Prismari command. Unfortunately in the wrong deck. No Prismari command for... There is a Fading Hope here.
Don't they have Flame usually as a 1 or something?
Can't see it in this list, unfortunately. But, yeah, you got Pillar of Flame. There is, in fact, a Pillar of Flame. 2 Pillar of Flames in Sandy's list. So, does potentially have ways to burn out here.
For Jeff I guess
finds their own Crackling Drake. Okay. This one is not done. Dragon's Rage Channeler. Not the best, not the worst.
This is back and forth. A return, like who gets the better top deck this turn, huh?
Finds Faithless Looting. Okay.
Draws that. Interesting.
I like keeping that here. Burns the land, lets you surveil again. You can flashback it later. Increases the count for the Drake. Seems like a fine keep to me. Finding another DRC here seems pretty great too. You could keep the looting instead and pull back your Phoenix. Exactly what we're choosing to do. Looking to pull back the Arclight Phoenix here. Chaining together 3 spells off the top yet again.
Never iteration. Wow.
finds an iteration. Unfortunately,
Two iterations?
they are both getting
No.
discarded to the looting, but we get our Phoenix back.
Okay, I guess you forced to trade here.
I mean, yeah, you forced the trade, get in for 3. It means you're the one with 6 power, Sandy back to having nothing.
Yeah, forcing the trade is smart because that prevents a situation when they find a rainbow for your threat.
Another iteration. These haymakers don't stop.
You
Yeah.
see, like, infinite iterations here.
Yeah, absolutely. Expressive iteration, more like infinite iterations. Am I right? Good lord.
When you see another one.
We
So
banish
we go in
a looting. So very likely that Sandy's Phoenix makes its way back here too. Can we find a pillar of flame? We know they got to be lurking in there somewhere.
I imagine this might be something that Sandy's digging towards here too. I mean, they would be very well aware of having those in there.
Of course, it makes sense for them to still be in the deck as well. They are a clean answer to Arclight Phoenix, so certainly not impossible they weren't sided out. Lightning Axe, discarding Dispute.
Sandy has a bit of a reputation for playing
This does it,
bird
right?
decks as well.
This is the Phoenix coming back for lethal.
The Phoenix come back? Okay, we found a line.
We found the line. Phoenix going to score the lethal hit off the Lightning Axe. Extremely well played by both players. What a game.
That was a masterclass in Phoenix from both players, I think.
Exceptional. Really enjoyed that one. But to one, we even get a game 3, which is the best part of that. Do you think anything changes here with us being on the play?
It just changes whoever is more favored here, I guess.
I more meant like sideboarding, for example. Do you think we change how we're boarded in any way?
Not too much, I guess. Looks like maybe a Brazen could be coming in for something a bit slower.
Yeah, trimming the Demi-Lich by the
Otherwise,
looks of
yeah.
it. Interesting.
Yeah. Otherwise, looks like they're happy with the configuration.
Yeah, for sure. What a game. I really enjoyed that one. Super back and forth between both players.
I've changed my mind like 6 times to who's leading at a particular point.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was definitely a tale of the top decks, but neither player missed, which made that into a really exciting race.
It was like Sandy looked pretty far ahead in the beginning, and then it leveled up, and then Pyko was looking at he was super far ahead, and then Sandy just found his stuff, and then he gets his stuff back. Like, yeah, this can go for a while. And
yeah, absolutely. Super impressed by the resiliency of both of these decks, and I'm looking forward to more. I want to see more of that. Have to wonder if Sandy's considering adjusting too. Maybe having seen how that game played out, they want those Pillar of Flames back if they got rid of them previously.
Yeah, I suppose maybe they didn't have any pillars to find, which would be very bad because that was exactly the type of card they were looking for.
For sure. I have no idea how good that is in the matchup in general, but it does seem like it would be a pretty versatile tool.
Depends on what we're getting with that, huh? I mean, we might struggle to kill like a Dorak with that because it's probably gonna get pumped out of range most of the time.
Does make sense. It's definitely a bit of a marginal card in the matchup. It'd be interesting to see whether it's still here. I do like keeping this hand. The one-landers in Phoenix feel way more palatable when you are looking at looting Phoenix Opt and Consider. Looking to shock and
That is
pass.
always suspicious.
Yeah, I think both players might be on the Consider plan. We get to bin a free Phoenix here. That is the perfect.
Binning Phoenix, that is chef's kiss.
Just about the perfect. Gonna need this land though. Haven't found it yet. Gonna opt. Bricking here would be pretty bad, honestly. Dorak to the bottom. We do find the island. Perfect. Never punished. Sandy gonna consider. Seems like a lot of these marginal amounts of lands kind of hands being kept. Mills of Phoenix too. Okay, both players scoring a free Phoenix off the top of their deck.
That is nice. Nice to see it stay nice and balanced.
Of course, we can't have one person getting too lucky now, can we? Dragon's Rage Channeler here seems like a really good place to start. Obviously, only the one answer rolled up at the moment, but I like kind of leading on this, getting some value from it for sure. Milling another Phoenix off the top with another Consider. Sandy snacking on those Phoenixes at the moment. Looking like we might have 2 Phoenixes per player in the early turns of this game. This could get real quick, real fast.
Ooh, we have an Ox going to the graveyard here.
Ox, yeah, for sure. Finding land number 3 as well definitely seems like the more important part. I feel like we probably have 2 Phoenixes coming back this turn. I guess we need to find something we can cast off the island, otherwise we're going to fail to do that.
Yeah. That seems like it could be challenging with all these unholy heats and whatnot.
Certainly does. I imagine we likely just have to play the Spire Bluff Canal, Faithless Looting again, and pray to find a blue cantrip. No, choosing to take the more conservative route. We are just going to kill our opponent's Dragon's Rage Channeler and look to bring back Phoenixes later.
So, looks like we haven't quite get ourselves the first Phoenix yet.
No, so no Phoenix is coming back just yet. It's possible that Sandy can pull back 2 or more this turn, depending on how well their hand lines up.
This is all the game of setup. Like, who are we looking at? 1 or 2 from Sandy here?
2 from Sandy here as well, at least.
Already 2, okay.
Yeah, both players finding 2 Phoenixes very early in this game. No third spell for Sandy.
Ooh. That hurts.
Okay, well, both players suffering from
It's also kind of unlucky
problems.
that they will have the third spell next turn. I mean, if they didn't have it now, then what do they have in hand?
Absolutely. It's amazing to see this opt coming off the top here. Means that Piker actually would have got there last turn if they'd gone for it. Thankfully, able to iteration here, have a... Oh no, they missed again. No, they have the looting. They have the looting. We're okay. They can guarantee their Phoenixes here, it's fine. They have a Faithless Looting left over. I looked at the Spire Bluff Canal and my heart dropped for a second, but there is a mountain in hand. So we're accepting that we're losing that canal to guarantee these 2 Phoenixes. Seems like a really big... Wow, 3 Phoenixes. Yeah, seems like a huge swing for Piker here that Sandy bricked on the spell last turn. Triple Phoenix.
Yeah, it looks like Piker is going to be dealing first blood here.
Well, Flameless Bolt taking care of one of these birds. Pretty interesting to see the Bolt being, like, I guess Sandy's downfall almost, in the sense that it was a spell he couldn't cast to bring back his own Phoenixes. So, 2 Phoenixes in play for Piker. Sandy can do the same. Expressive Iteration going to be a very good start to that.
Okay, fine here. We would like to see some more cheap stuff like Ops, Consider, Unholy Heat.
Yeah, I guess you need to find a way to remove some of your opponent's Phoenixes indefinitely. I feel like with the opposing Unholy Heat, you being the player that's already on 12, Tormont's Crypt could be huge here. If we've got a way to remove these Phoenixes, the Crypt can deal with them indefinitely, and that could really give Sandy a window back into this. I don't know about you, but I've actually found this Phoenix Mirror to be extremely intriguing. Seems like there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, it seems like every small mistake here can really come to bite you. Like, if you just kind of miss out on getting there with the third spell, you kind of like undo all the good stuff you've done on the turn.
So discarding Ox and Storming Entity here to our Faithless Looting. Playing a Tormont's Crypt. Shocking ourselves. Do we have a way to remove a Phoenix? Would be kind of huge if we do. Looking like it. Lightning Axe it is. Discarding an Opt. Bird
You do what you gotta do, huh?
in the bin. I mean, that's absolutely fine. This pulls back your phoenixes, guarantees you that you can strand your opponent with just one. I love the aggressive pop of Tormont's Crypt here. It's really tempting to keep it to try and score the third Phoenix, but getting rid of all those Faithless Lootings and the Ox that is in Piker's graveyard has so much incidental value. Really like the aggressive use of Tormont's Crypt there. Interesting to see Sandy not attacking at all. How do we feel about that?
I think that it works out for them. I mean, does Platefire kill anything right now? Kills one of the... But it doesn't kill it forever, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, it might maybe buys you a window. Like, this is really rough, I think, for Piker now. There's not an awful lot we've got going on. This iteration kind of whiffed. You were the aggressor. You were really punishing Sandy's life total. You can not really do that here, unfortunately. Like, you could... I mean... Maybe you just have to kill both these Phoenixes, try and race, and hope they can't bring them back. While Soul Guide Lantern could be very pivotal.
Yeah.
Chooses to get rid of it. In the end, too slow.
It should have been this turn is what he's thinking.
Yeah, I think I actually agree with this. I think this is very clever. Getting the extra Surveil from Dragon's Rage Channeler. If you're losing to Sandy's Phoenixes, it's because they're coming back right now. Not because they're coming back in 2 turns' time. So Soul Guide Lantern, just a little bit too slow here.
Yeah. Was one card too deep a little bit for that. So we're going to see iteration number 735.
There have been an awful lot of expressive iterations in this match. It's almost like this card is good or something.
Yeah, I don't trust that. Probably just a scam.
Everyone's overrating the best cantrip in 5 years. Yeah. Opting. So any 1-mana spell to pull these Phoenixes back again. Does keep on top. Looks like that is definitely happening. Do we have a way to remove an opposing threat in the process? Certainly do. Unholy Heat killing the DRC. Back come the birdies. Once again, choosing not to attack. Once again, finding an expressive iteration. And that is quite the iteration. This is double Crackling Drake here. And these are 12-4s? Good lord.
These have shown to be able to close out games more than before. And quickly so.
Starting the turn on a Faithless Looting. I feel like we pretty desperately need answers for this Drake. Trading for it with Phoenixes deals with the first one, but is extremely soft to any piece of interaction.
And this Drake, if that untabs here, that's gonna be... You're gonna have to chump that every turn, basically.
Basically, yeah. Returning the favor with Stormwing here. Stormwing is very interesting because at least if we have an instant in our hand, we do not, but we do have a Pillar of Flame. So Phoenix down. But theoretically, Stormwing can trade with the Drake with any instant. But of course, the second Crackling Drake coming down here. Oh wow, Brazen Borrower could be huge in this spot. If Sandy's forced to double block one of these Drakes, it could lead to quite the blowout. I don't think you can ever attack here, though. So, looks like we are just holding the fort with our 12-4s.
We are starting to see little bits of the clock showing up on Sandy's side now. 7 minutes.
7 minutes. I would be surprised if that's what this game came down to, but you're very right. It's definitely a concern.
It shows, like, even though it seems like not that much happened, like, these small decisions on return, they add up to quite a bit.
Absolutely. So the Ox of Agonas being escaped from the graveyard here. Looking at 3 fresh ones for Sandy. The Scars of Phoenix in the process too. That's some... We call that value.
We call that a wombo combo.
Yes, the old wombo combo. Interfaithless looting, alright.
Till we're dealing with these drakes, I guess. We can try to double block them. Let's.
It does feel like that's kind of Arclight Phoenix's role at this point, right? We're not struggling to bring them back turn on turns. They just have to be here to offer to trade for Phoenixes, for Drakes, I should say. Maybe we just end up at the point where the Ox has to go all the way, while the skies are kept in check by the Phoenixes and the Entity.
Right. So do we see a bounce or something here?
Well, looks like we are, yeah. Petty Theft going to take care of Stormwing Entity, remove a blocker. So we're forced to chump both of these Drakes. And this Phoenix coming down is going to make this even worse. There's a Brazen Borrower being flashed in here at the end of the turn too. I mean, turns out, choosing to board in that Brazen Borrower, pretty good.
Chump, chump.
Chump, chump, down to 4. We've got, well, 30 powers worth of flyers, Sandy. What can you do? You may flashback Faithless Looting. That is an acceptable start.
How many heats are we even looking at left in the library at this point? I wonder.
2, maybe less. Hard to keep track.
You've already seen some casts for sure, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is a world where Sandy pulls back 3 Phoenixes here and isn't dead. 4 Phoenixes here. 4 Phoenixes. Iteration, okay.
Iteration number 5,300,000.
Oh god, please. I'm gonna like go to sleep later and get like iteration-based PTSD. It's been a lot of these today, rightfully so. Alright, looking for a spell for these Phoenixes to make their way back. Tormont's Crypt.
That's a free spell.
Unfortunately, Tormont's Crypt doesn't count.
This just feels like it's done, huh? I mean, they can't even have
double... Wow, no instant or sorcery to save Sandy. Pull back those Phoenixes. Does come up just a little bit short. What a match. I was really impressed by that Phoenix Mirror.
Yeah, congratulations to Pika. I mean, this... yeah, that was long as well. I mean,
for sure.
That was just back and forth. They only had like 5 or 6 lands. Didn't seem like... But they all did all the land they drew over the course of like the 30 turns we played here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just using all the mana every turn repeatedly, successfully so, in fact. I think both players navigated that match extremely well, from my understanding. It made it a pleasure to watch. Yeah, loved it.
It was pretty obvious they knew which parts of the deck mattered and how to sequence their draw spells and removals, which that they could like let be there for a while, which threats they needed to get rid of, how they can afford to like double block and stuff. So I think it was a game where both players had a lot of chance to win at any point.
Absolutely, yeah. I think if you're interested in playing Phoenix,
slightly too much stuff for Pika to be taken care of by Sandy.
By Sandy, yeah, absolutely. No, very much think if you're interested in playing Phoenix, that's a match to watch back and consider. So that was, in fact, our last match of round number 5. So we are currently in the process of pairing round number 6. We're going to have the last round of Swiss coming up now. So this is make it or break it for all of our players who are still in the running to decide whether or not they're going to be making the top 8 cut. Looking forward to telling you what the feature matches are as soon as I know. It is currently in the process of doing exactly that. So we'll take this window as we normally do to do the normal plugs and all that kind of wonderful jazz, just while we get the match ready to go for round 6. And then we'll take a short break after round 6, just before the start of the top 8, which we're very much looking forward to bringing your way as well. So as always then, if you haven't already, please consider following the channel. We intend on being here more for more events like this. If you enjoy event commentary, please consider hanging out. It would be great to see you again in the future. If you want to play these events yourself, it's really easy to do so. Hop on over to MTG Melee, check out .gg events. They are hosting on the regular, multiple times weekly, everything from cash events to qualifying for set championships. You want to dip your toes in, come and play. mtgmelee.com, check out .gg events. Last but not least, MTGA Zone, the website to go to for all of your articles, all of your lovely research endeavors, deck lists, things that you want to do, things you want to play, well worth checking out. Make sure you stop by the website if you haven't done so before. Deninja, I guess, what are you kind of hoping to see in this last round? You got any hopes for previous players in the event to hopefully be making top 8?
So I've been checking out what we have still here in the undefeated bracket. Looks like Karatidam, Dominic, is currently the maybe only player undefeated who's playing Phoenix.
Okay.
And yeah, I would really love to see more of the Dimir Control deck play out. And I'm not sure if we're going to get to see the Celestia Enchantress, but that we only saw a brief game that are getting destroyed by the Dimir player earlier. But I think the Celestia player is at 4-1, so that was the only match they lost. So apparently the deck functions pretty well. So I would love to see. I do like playing Enchantress myself, so I would like to see how they approached it, and they are being successful here.
Brilliant.
The only loss being to the Dimir Control.
That'd be great. Hopefully we can see some more Dimir Control. Hopefully we can see some more Enchantress. Hopefully we can see just some more good gameplay in general. Definitely all of it on the line for top 8 in this upcoming match. Okay, so we're going to be getting yourselves set up. Bear with me just a second while I get your feature match ready to go. We're going to move ourselves over into the other feature match area to start things off for this match. Okie dokie, so let's take a peek at what we've got going on for you this round. I don't know what we've got yet. We're going to have some...
I guess it's going to be a surprise.
It's going to be a surprise by the looks of it. We're just getting the broadcast window up, but our featured player has not revealed their deck to me yet, so I can't actually tell you. But we will have some gameplay for you in just a second. The joys of small one-man shows. And we can switch this over here. Perfect. So let's switch on over to our gameplay window. We are going to be ready to go with our featured player for this round. I will let you know the matchup and update it on screen for you as soon as I know. But looking forward to round 6. Definitely got it all on the line here. I'm very excited to see what is coming for this last round.
Yeah. Let's see if we get maybe a peek of that Celestia Enchantress. We'll see who would we see the username, but I'm not sure if we can really point it to anybody in the tournament. So
yeah,
we'll see what they reveal.
You can try and dig around if you want to and try and guess. I'm just gonna wait. It's easier for me to do that way.
Let's get surprised.
Indeed. So I know we've got a couple of backup features ready to go in this match as well, which is going to be really sweet. Very much looking forward to exploring those too. Yeah, this
I actually have seen that Hawkpog, who's also setting up in the other room, they are matched against the Enchantress deck.
Ooh. Okay, so we have Auras versus Enchantress as the backup feature match. Okay. All right. Looking forward to seeing that one. How do you think that goes?
I don't know how good Enchantress is at dealing with those creatures.
Yeah, it does feel like they're lacking something like solitary confinement or similar to kind of shut down the aggression. It'd be really interesting to see how that one plays out.
But once you get the 9 Life Solemnity, I mean, that's kind of GG for the Ars player, I think.
Very true. I don't think there's any effective ways of removing that from the battlefield. Will be interesting to see if the turn 4 Solemnity nut draw is good enough.
I guess then it becomes like which player can manage to draw fewer cards, because both of those decks are very capable of drawing a lot of cards. So
yeah, very true. Very true.
Mill out slower will deck out slower will actually win after that lock is assembled, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a long, arduous feature match for sure. Just waiting to have our player receive their go-ahead to start this match. And we will hopefully be underway with what I assume will be exhilarating final round historic. So bear with us, folks. Just got to send the go-ahead through to them to let them know they are A-OK to start. Thankfully, our players are pretty great. They do us some favours, and they tend to just hold fire if they're told they're a feature match until they are given the go-ahead, just so we can set everything up and try and bring you the cleanest show possible. It does sometimes mean there is a bit of a delay, though, so that is what it is. But yeah, so Enchantress versus Auras in the backup match. I do not know what we've got here in the main feature. I'm looking forward to finding out as much as the rest of you. Oh. I'm still kind of marveling over that Phoenix mirror, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a doozy. I kind of, at some point, I couldn't even keep track of who was actually doing what. Like, people were just killing stuff and making more stuff, and stuff was coming back, and drawing cards, iterating. I mean, it just felt like every turn was kind of the same, but at the end of every turn, somebody else was at the winning end of the spectrum.
Yeah, it was like surprisingly back and forth. So this is looking like, I'm guessing from the icon, Jeskai control.
Unless they're being very tricky with their mono green deck, yeah.
Yeah. Could definitely be bending the rules just a little bit. Alright, so we got some Jeskai control. Looking forward to figuring out what their opponent is on.
Jeskai against Phoenix. Wow, we haven't seen this Phoenix deck yet. I wonder what that's about.
So are we Jeskai versus Phoenix? Is that what we are?
And I guess we're watching the Jeskai side.
We certainly are. Okay, so Jeskai versus Phoenix. Let's correct the graphic.
Is this the Phoenix with the cheap stuff or not? I guess we'll see. There's no cheap stuff on the one room.
No, certainly not. Not yet.
Not exactly how you want me starting as a Phoenix player, I don't think. Just
no, this seems like a rather anemic start so far, for sure.
Yeah, giving the Jeskai player time to set up their mana, however, but without taking damage from their painful shock lands is not where you want to be. And now iteration, so there's not even any Phoenixes coming back this turn. Yeah. I guess we need to see like a Drake next turn, but they can be just countered.
Indeed, this is somewhat interesting. I always never know how to evaluate these early iteration turns. It always kind of feels like you've gotten away with one by your opponent not having early Dragon's Rage Channelers or just turn 3 Phoenixes, but they obviously just represent a lot of card filtration, leads them to being equally scary. So Jeskai control player looking to have a pretty merry time of this so far, not really under any pressure whatsoever, Lightning Helix taking out the only threat they've seen.
At the same time, they're also not getting extremely ahead though, because like, what can you do here? Like you're gonna just straight here, and then you're basically down to like 1 removal, 1 shark. One still has 5-6 cards in hand, so
true. We are running a little light on resources in comparison. Interesting, this Crackling Drake is resolving.
I don't know if I love that decision.
This is actually a very interesting choice. I think maybe the Jeskai player has decided, very much like we were just talking about, that they need gas. That holding on to the one charm is just not good enough, and they had to find something else, or weren't going to be able to stabilize here. So choosing to draw cards with the charm, finding it's a fairy.
It's a fairy plus and kill end of turn. No, it can't because
Justice,
it only has
Justice
1 power.
Strike not currently eligible to kill a Crackling Drake, but I guess it's possible your opponent casts 3 spells and you find a way to get it off the table. We are untapping 2 lands here.
That was surprising to me. Not using the counter for the Drake. I mean, that's a 2-for-1 already when it resolves.
Indeed. Really interesting choice. I guess we have to see if it pays off. It did mean that our Jeskai control player gets to their Teferi a whole turn faster than they would have done otherwise. Which is obviously very good when the Phoenix player was tapped out.
Phoenix is definitely drawing cards.
They certainly are. There is
currently have like 10 in their hand.
I think, whoa, two Phoenixes from the looting. So we do get to kill this Crackling Drake, but now we do have another 6 power to deal with.
That's exactly what I was telling you. Like, sure, the Jeskai player, was doing fine. They were like dealing with the threats, but like they were not really getting anywhere.
Yeah, sure,
And
makes a
now,
lot of sense.
Now actually is the Phoenix player who has drawn a lot more cards at this point, and now has also produced the board to show
even hedging around the removal
that.
spell here, sending both Phoenixes at Teferi seems great to me.
Yeah.
We are going to strike here.
This removal spell was pretty much telegraphed. I mean, you would never play Teferi without a backup there, so they were smart not to just attack one there.
Of course, it's a small, somewhat common sense play to a lot of folks, but definitely worth acknowledging that it happened. Yeah, interesting to see how the Jeskai player is going to bail themselves out of this. Hand does not seem to line up very well against these recursive 3/2 flyers. Oh, are we hardcasting? Oh my god, we're hardcasting. This is a in-play Shark Typhoon stream now.
That's what every Twitch chatter wants to see is hardcast.
100%. I hope Twitch chat is exploding in a few moments at the prospects of the Shark Typhoon being hardcast.
Honestly, this might be one of the few instances where it actually seems pretty reasonable to have done that.
I agree. I really like it here. I don't think the Shark Typhoon being cycled is going to get you anywhere, whereas theoretically it being in play here might offer you a way to constantly handle flyers. Yet another Crackling Drake coming down here.
These Crackling Drake are looking amazing for Key here.
They've looked really good all day.
Needs to be answered. Doesn't die to the stupid 3 damage burst spells, and even if they kill it somehow, it still already has replaced itself. So that's why you see Key with, is that 6 or 7 cards?
Looks like 7 to me. Looks like a fully stocked hand.
Full grip?
Yeah, I mean, looking like a full grip with this board in play.
Wow.
The Shark's starting to come to fruition, but these Narsets are just a wee bit late, unfortunately. Interesting to see these main deck Narsets, though.
Yeah, I think Narsets are just well positioned against Phoenix, against Enchantress, against the Aura decks, right? So there's a lot of matchups you like it.
Absolutely.
I
like choosing to minus here. It's very hard to realistically keep the Narset alive, regardless if they want it dead.
So this very much looks like the version with no Mythic's Mastery Opus, right? This looks like the traditional control so far to me.
More traditional Jeskai control, none of the I say it's cheating with Magma Opus, if you like.
Yeah, that's what we kind of discussed earlier, where like this version can sometimes feel a little bit fair. You see that there's nothing outrageous going on the Jeskai side, and it kind of feels like the Jeskai player is falling behind now. They are kind of casting spells, getting into something, but in the end, Key has the bigger board, bigger hand.
Yeah, Key just has so many cards. It feels like they have an awful lot of options here. Obviously, they kind of need to remove this Narset to enable most of those cards. Will be interesting to see whether or not this weird combination in hand of a second Narset alongside Commit Memory can maybe get us somewhere. If we can somehow memory our opponent while we have a Narset in play with a Shark Typhoon in play, that seems like a real surefire way of counteracting all this advantage.
You know what? It looks like they have found the key to this match.
Puns. I love it.
Yeah, and do they have 8 cards now? It's really hard to keep track.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, looks like 8 cards to me. Looks like an overfull grip at this point. Clearly, all the decisions to be had from our Phoenix player. They got all the cards in the game currently. Finale of Promise, targeting just Faithless Looter.
Hold on.
There is a Narset in play, buddy.
What was that about?
That was, oh. I guess we finale'd a looting... Is this lethal? Good
I don't know
lord, what a line!
I don't know what just happened, but I guess it did something.
So, our opponent finale'd a looting into Narset to discard 2 more spells. That grew the Crackling Drake large enough to... and turned on Delirium, which means they could double kill the Sharks and attack for lethal.
Alright.
What an
That's
incredible
a
line.
sick play. Yeah.
That's a
was very
otherworldly
much-
spot.
That was very much not an oopsie, but a calculated play to the Narset.
Yeah, I mean, very often is it correct to flash back a 3-mana Faithless Looting in the face of Narset, but when it finds you lethal, oh goody does it find you lethal. What a play by our key there. That phenomenal play.
It was also very intentional because they had like a lot of stuff. They had a bunch of iteration to give too. So if they wanted to get value, they would have obviously done it differently. So this was definitely just a way to try to set up lethal.
Yeah, I have no. They took their entire time to consider their option there, figured it all out, did all the math, and correctly spotted that casting Faithless Looting into the Narset was going to give them lethal. That's incredible.
A lot of players. That's also interesting because a lot of players would not even have thought about just like checking for lethal there because it might have seemed a little bit off at that point. But they thought, okay, if I just can like discard my whole hand and burn them, maybe I just barely kill them.
Yeah, really
and
incredible.
yeah, it worked out.
Jeskai list actually looking really solid in this matchup. Clearly came prepared. Multiple portable holes, 3 rest in pieces, 3 disputes, 3 Narsets, 2 anger of the gods. A lot of really good tools for this matchup. So I imagine that improves significantly for them post board.
I surely hope so for the Jeskai player because the first game they got pretty much trashed so far. So
wow,
let's see if they can come back.
Absolutely stunned by that lethal. I'm genuinely amazed.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Cool. This
I was
hand looks
surprised
pretty
because
great.
I wasn't sure what was happening. I was like, did they just pun that? And I was like, no, I guess they're just winning.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the beauty of it in a weird way, is that I think we both just sat there for a second and was like, oh god, no, there's an Narset. What are you doing? And apparently winning the game was the answer.
It was the second that I saw that they were only getting 1 spell was like, okay, there's something going on here because they clearly could have gotten, if they were going for it, they clearly could have gotten the iteration. So there was some shenanigans afoot when we saw that there was only 1 spell getting out of that.
Yeah, I guess had to keep Delirium active. Very, very well calculated. Opponent unfortunately walking into a dispute here. The iteration going into the toilet. We're kind of working with not an awful lot here. We do have anger to take care of, I guess, some early threats, but not a lot on the Jeskai side here.
To say, Scott, these entities and the drakes, I have really preferred these versions so much more. From what you've seen today, these are just so efficient. They dodge some of the removal on the drake's part. 2-for-1, you get this Cries on the ETB. Like they just play, I think, better in like mirrors. They play better against like control.
Yeah.
I think they just overall.
I think the more I've seen these
options.
Phoenix decks play today, the more I agree with you. I think these Storming Entity, Crackling Drake style threats, especially in the post-board games, just seem to be such an efficient and well-costed way of challenging Graveyard Hate and challenging like traditional game plans against Is It Phoenix?
Yeah, like I've played a ton of Jeskai control and Historic, and if I'm here in the Jeskai player's shoes, like I'm feeling really bad about this spot.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree.
I have like 1 sweeper and then 3 lands which don't do anything, and I'm really hoping this Titan finds me something, but
like there's also no guarantee this sweeper even kills this Storming Entity if the opponent holds up mana and just has the ability to spin an instant in response. So definitely not the sweeper you wanted.
They could have killed it, right, if they wanted to, because they were Key was tapped out.
Yes.
But they kind of chose to wait, which I'm not sure what they're really trying
Perhaps
to do with that.
Maybe overvaluing Anger of the Gods just a bit and like feeling it's necessary to take care of Arclight Phoenix, so you can't afford to use it on another threat. Not sure I agree with that, but maybe that's the kind of thought process we're going with.
Because that was like your clean shot to kill the entity. Now you might never get a shot to kill it again with the anger.
Yeah, I mean,
Like if you just play it here, then it's probably not dying.
no, there's no way. If you anger here, there's just no way this entity dies. Opponent carefully not using their spells during their own turn to keep it safe. Hold open the 3 mana. Jeskai player looking like they're in a lot of trouble here. Awful lot of lands and not a lot of action.
But they kind of did this to themselves with not casting the anger.
Yeah, for sure.
I said that it felt like they were in not a great position, but that's where I think that you just have to take your 1-for-1s and just kill the entity and hope that then later on you cycle the shark for 3/3 and you eventually get somewhere. But yeah, you're just jumping again. And
unsurprisingly, trying to trade for the entity here, baiting an instant. I guess you're just getting to the point where you really are hoping your opponent's hand is all duds. Otherwise, this entity is not going anywhere.
I would be shocked out of this world if there was not a single instant in
Yeah, there is so many lands here. Our Jeskai player flooding out pretty egregiously. I don't see this Anger of the Gods killing this Stormwing entity. Definitely pretty telling. They made the choice not to kill it when they had the chance, and possibly coming back to bite them here.
Yeah, they're like at this point, like think, oh, I could just kill it, but now they probably have it. And do I even play that? You know, I know these posts much too well. But yeah,
you've been here before, I see.
This is the
we do fire off the anger. I don't like it, but we gotta try, I guess. Gets ether gusted. Oh, it's basically a time walk. It's just instant speed time walk. Putting it on top. I'm assuming cycling into it during our opponent's turn.
All I can say that they did it to themselves. They had an option, they didn't take it. I mean, I can't feel bad for them even here. That is just on them at this point.
I do feel sorry for them. I think there's definitely a rationale behind holding your Anger of the Gods. I understand being scared of the card Arc like Phoenix and wanting to make sure you have your premium removal spell for Phoenixes available. Don't want to just take your 1-for-1s, but it's clearly catching up with Jobber here. Definitely not playing out the way they'd hoped. Crackling Drake even coming down, avoiding the Anger of the Gods. 1 mana instant still very available.
I totally agree with you that, like, yes, like the Angers are really good against the Phoenixes, and you want to try to be seeing them. But if you have no other removal, you just have to do what you have to do. Like, you can't really keep a big threat on the board for a long time, which has happened here so far.
Yeah, definitely a testament to taking your 1-for-1 trades in a matchup like this.
And again,
just
we're
to
hoping.
Whoa,
Okay, actually, good there.
Okay, no instant. Even drew the Helix. We might have this Drake down.
Wow.
Back in it. Okay.
This couldn't have gone better for them. Okay, that is huge.
I got a lot of respect for keeping the Anger on top. It's pretty telling that you thought it was your only way out. Another Crackling Drake.
There's more trouble though.
There is indeed more threats. Can only wish our Jeskai player had a few more resources available to them here. But they are kind of just out of gas. Thankfully, this Drake isn't completely unreasonable at this point in time. It is, I say, just a 4/4, but that does not die to Lightning Helix. In comes Snarethopter. Send for 7. Are we just helixing this Phoenix here?
They have to probably. But yeah, this is the kind of. When I was talking about sometimes we're talking about this like some time ago where the Phoenix player can outgrind the Jeskai player, but sometimes it doesn't have to be just by like pure card draw, but it's like situations like these where they are forced to use their removal on a threat which will probably come back later on. So it's like this kind of indirect grinding where it doesn't really appear so, but after a couple these kind of spells, we just use a good removal spell on just a recursive threat.
Yeah.
You just kind of empty-handed, and the opponent still has 5 cards in hand at the end
like
of that.
As the Phoenix player, it's like secretly drawing you a card by trading resources over and over again for threats that are just going to come back. Of course, Mystical Dispute right on time here.
And the problem is you don't have Gearhawk, you don't have Opus. What are you hoping to draw now, right? Teferi is probably your best draw at this point.
This has to be like Teferi into some like iteration into some stuff. I don't really see how we catch up without a good chain of top decks one after the other to kind of tie this together and let us get back in. Otherwise, it does feel like the Phoenix player here, again, a bit of a masterclass. Really, been very impressed by all these Phoenix players. Just kind of valuing their resources exceptionally well, understanding what the matchup is about.
Ooh,
More iterations.
dirty.
Don't you love it when your draw 2 draws you another draw 2?
Iteration into iteration. And Jeskai players like cry in the corner, like, what am I doing here with my disputes?
Yeah, I mean, this is like... I believe we've lost the broadcast.
I suppose we know in which direction this was headed.
I have no idea if that match has finished or whether the individual in question just stopped broadcasting.
Maybe they have taken an assault on their personal computer. But
entirely possible they decided to take Discord with them. Yeah, less than ideal. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we were like, the Jeskai player was down to a dispute, and then we had a big threat on the other side with like 5 cards in hand. This is a situation where the Opus player might be able to just claw back in it, but I think the traditional Jeskai control just doesn't really have the options to go in. Like if you top deck Teferi, you probably just have to play it and tuck the Drake, and then they probably just kill off the Teferi, and you're back to square zero.
Yeah, it does feel pretty exceptionally difficult. I'm not really sure how you get out of a situation like that. Very much as you say, it's kind of a be-all, end-all. Yeah, it's a lot. It's definitely a lot, and I don't really see how your Jeskai player is catching back up from there. Does look, unfortunately, like we are light of a feature match. The Auras versus Enchantress matchup is also over. I can tell you it looks like that went the way of Enchantress by the looks of it. So yeah, looks to have gone the Enchantress way.
Oh.
No, sorry, gone the Aura's way. Sorry, not to get anyone's hopes up. Yeah, looks to have had our dreams crushed.
You hopes of Scott, and now you crushed them.
Yeah, I'm afraid that was possibly the worst place for me to misspeak. Yeah, unfortunately, looks like the Auras player has indeed taken that down. So
I suppose they're both Enchantresses in a way.
I mean, sure, I can definitely see that. Looks like we might have a backup feature match to cut to, though. We have Gallopin versus Sandy Dog in the Phoenix versus Lotus Field matchup. So, going to do my best to get you over there as a backup feature match this time around. Give me a second while I set this up. We're going to head on over into a different feature window and get you some gameplay of this matchup. We're going to be joining it in progress, of course. So please do keep that in mind.
Is this maybe the last match we have going on?
Yeah, looks like we've had them generous enough to hop on in to the Discord to give us something to check out. So we'll do exactly that. Let's hop on over to their match of Phoenix versus Jeskai, well, Blue-White Lotus Field in this particular case. Just with an Anger of the Gods in the hand, courtesy of being able to cast that off a Lotus Field. Good to see Sandy playing again. I really enjoyed their gameplay last time.
Could you please explain to us how does this Phoenix deck function?
I think we've seen more than enough Phoenix at this point in time to understand roughly what this deck is trying to do at this point in time. Definitely the most popular choice today, and unsurprisingly doing pretty well in the process as well. So looking forward to
Apparently this version is trying to get a big Sprite Dragon, which I do support. I don't think we've seen a Sprite Dragon on the battlefield today, or maybe once, but I don't.
Yeah, I think we caught a space with a Sprite Dragon in play earlier on. That was it didn't last very long, but it did look better than Delver of Secrets, so we take those.
There we go. This is a 6/6 Delver here.
Yeah,
Delver's
sure.
older brother.
Delver's slightly larger, more awkward to kill, cousin. Definitely.
With haste.
With haste, importantly. Yes, very much so. Looking impactful here. This hand is stacked for our Lotus Field player.
There's black cards.
There is a ley line of the
blue
void.
cards, white cards.
I mean, this is blue-white control, but with a bit of help to kind of make that work.
At this point, we're just not playing green, I suppose.
Yeah,
let's add in some Toski so we can call it 5 color.
Yeah, let's go. I want 5 color Lotus Field. Let's go. So Phoenix is coming back here. Do we play around Sell the Wreckage?
I'm surprised that this leyline has not entered the battlefield at any point of the game yet.
Indeed.
We are choosing the field to cast it.
We're choosing not to play around Settle the Wreckage. It is 2018 all over again. And I believe these Phoenixes are about to leave this establishment. Could have a counter spell on the way back.
These wreckages might be settled here.
Certainly, maybe.
And a charm. That's a lovely pickup.
Yeah, charm's great on top there. This Narset looking like it's done a fair amount of work in this game so far. Sell the Wreckage is a throwback, but particularly brutal here.
This is looking pretty decent for the... especially given the hall, which is hiding innocuously in the mana base. If we do dare to activate that, I guess we don't.
No, we had the hall offers us theoretical lethal. Opponent would have taken the 7 from the hall, but again, I just don't think you need to take that risk, right? Like, I suppose.
I think just do it next turn. Yeah.
Like you can always just anger the gods away, anything that gets in the way, and still bring back the hall. You have access to Archmage's Charm. You have these Shark Typhoons. I think this is kind of like an all roads lead to Rome scenario. Milling a memory deluge from your Surveil there is pretty nice. Can't argue with that. This is looking good for our Lotus Field player. Looking like we might get a game 3 here against Phoenix.
Especially this Nars that probably is blocking a couple of cards from Sandy's hand from being awesome.
Yeah, I can imagine that is the case. Arclight Phoenix coming in and doing its best Snarethopter impression once again. I think you're fine with this, honestly. You just create a very large shark, no? Yeah, Sandy agrees. Game is definitely over. We head on into game number Trey. This is going to be for all the marbles for, I imagine, both of these players. I imagine this is a winning in for top 8, so let's see how this goes.
Might for be.
3 Leyline of the Void now in the deck to be casting off those Lotus Fields.
For free?
No, come on, let's be fair. No one ever opens Leyline of the Void. It is always your 8th card.
I'm pretty sure my opponents always have at least 2 in their hand.
I see, okay. I've definitely been doing it wrong. I have a horrible habit of drawing Leyline as my 8th card.
You're supposed to draw 1, and then the other 2 are the bottom 2 cards of your deck. Don't you know about that?
Yes. Now, I'm afraid that we can't all be as whitelisted as yourself, I'm afraid. So, no, the rest of us have to deal with drawing Leyline of the Void like a normal human being.
You just have to carefully shuffle your deck before the game.
I see. Okay. Oh, we're getting into some dangerous territory now. Yeah, like, it's easy to only draw 1 Leyline. Just make sure you only draw 1.
I used my special shuffle into the top 8.
Oh no.
Both players are 3-2 currently.
Yes, looks like they are playing for the set championship qualifier entry. So they're going to be, if they win this, they're going to be qualified for the DotGG set championship qualifier for Kamigawa set championship. And if they get particularly lucky, their tiebreakers break in a good way. They can make top 8, so they are in with a chance.
That's a good chance. Maybe one of them at least does. I guess both of them can't win, so there's only going to be one winner here.
I'm afraid only one of them can win, yes. Gallo here being just professional and drawing this Leyline of the Void, as you suggested, on turn 0.
I just explained it to you, Scott. Are you surprised? Or?
No, I'm just somewhat mildly annoyed at myself.
This is how the card works.
I've been doing it wrong for so many years. Yes, no, good to see. He's going to turn off all these shenanigans, hopefully dial down these DRCs, keep the Phoenixes in check. And most of all, I guess, just buy our Lotus Field player a lot of time to hopefully crack their way through the grind this Phoenix deck provides.
Sure, we might see Proctor Gamble here coming down, making a greatest impression of a 1/3 flyer.
Yeah, I mean it blocks. We put the card in our deck. We get to block with it. I imagine it gets played here basically always. Yep. Yeah.
Such a weird card, this Proctor, honestly.
It's extremely frustrating for myself, who is a known ephemerate aficionado, that this card is apparently playable in the format. So yeah, this one can leave as far as I'm concerned. Kind of feels like cheating with lowest field.
Interesting that you kind of support your combos, but you get like a bit of random hate from your Proctor too against a certain amount of decks. And usually the decks you get hate against are decks which don't really have a lot of interaction. I would have guessed in game one, so that's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's like kind of weird in a way that like the interaction those decks play for Strict Proctor is like Skyclave Apparition, which is obviously terrible against Strict Proctor, which is a really funny exchange. So kind of cool seeing it just be like a speed bump for this this Dragon's Rage channeler, but it's doing a job. I can't argue with that. We got all the cycle lands, the Archmage Charm, the Memory Deluge. Looks like we're set up to grind. We just kind of need to hopefully keep our opponent's threats in check.
Take this position for the control player. This is looking okay. This is
Silver yes. Also making its appearance in Sandy's Phoenix deck, yeah.
Interesting. This is all over the place now.
Yeah, the tech.
And a dispute backup.
That is an incredible dispute here to resolve this 3-4. We've got no way of handling this right now, and it's going to draw some cards.
This is huge. This turn from probably can't lose this to probably can't win this.
Yeah,
in a
no
very
way
quick
line.
fashion.
Now, this is quite the nice deluge. We got a lot of options here. What are we taking?
I mean, what I'm seeing here is, or rather, what I'm not seeing here is an answer for Svelon. I guess we're taking. I mean, Narset maybe does something still.
Stops it drawing cards, I guess. It's not the best.
They
option.
can just attack the Narset, which.
Yeah, I mean, true. You can bust your Strict Proctor if you particularly want to. We do go with Shark Typhoon Narset. Again, just being repeatedly impressed by Sylveon coming out of the sideboard of these blue decks as a way to beat interaction, or in the blue-black control deck's case, just being the main deck way of winning the game. It's just looked extremely hard to answer for so many decks in this format.
It just makes sense after seeing this twice now. I mean, like 3 mana 3/4 is already above the curve stat line. And drawing card on attacking, not even usually this is combat damage. These kind of cards work when they do combat damage to a player, but this is on attack, so you can even attack a planeswalker and still get your card, which usually isn't the case with these kind of cards.
Absolutely, definitely showcasing itself as a bit of a format all-star. Honestly, it's amazing to see this card seeing play outside of Merfolk. Who would have guessed?
Yeah, I was super surprised when I saw it first, but now it just makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Because just the sizing works well, and it's so cheap too. Like, it just feels like a 4-drop or a 5-drop when it's on the battlefield, but it's just a 3-drop.
Yeah, it kind of rose to popularity. There was a blue-black control deck that made #1 Mythic that was playing it alongside Yohenni's Expertise, and it just really hasn't gone away since then. People have definitely agreed with the initial assessment that it is just a really powerful card for these more controlling games, which means it fits in those control shells, and it also fits into the sideboard plan for Phoenix.
In a potential control mirror, it's a clock, right?
Oh yeah, of course. You don't want to keep in all these chunks of dead removal in the control mirror, and you kind of do need to answer Sylveon, or it's just going to run away with a game all by itself.
Fading Hope.
Fading Hope.
That is pretty apt here.
Possibly the most accurately named card in recent memory, yeah.
This is end step of Gallopin, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
It certainly is. So we can contest this Narset, courtesy of this Arclight Phoenix.
Our favorite snare top down.
Indeed, coming in yet again. DRC coming to face, no card drawn, courtesy of Narset on the way out, but it is now, in fact, dead. As a doorknob, we find more Shark Typhoons. A noticeable lack of sweeper effects here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what does it? Well, their sweeper suit looks like pole board here, but yeah, that would be the one thing which would have been perfect this turn. Shield's
Yeah.
pretty much down. I guess a spell pierce maybe on Sunny Zux could be open, but outside of that,
For sure. I think
Mhm.
off the back of the Leyline of the Void, like being able to sweep away here would have been kind of huge. And just instead finding ourselves kind of chunked up on Shark Typhoons that we don't really have an awful lot of time to make sharks with.
yeah, exactly. Like the hand is strong. You have access to 2 deluges flashback plus one plus extra like 3 flashbacks plus an
Yeah.
actual cast. Like you don't have a problem with cards here, but the mana is a bit of a constraint here, and life total at this point too.
Yeah, of course, running out of life to play with, running out of mana to play with, and this Sylveon just continuing to draw cards each and every turn. Imagine shocking in the 6th land here and passing as Sandy Dog. Definitely sends a statement of power in this particular case. Definitely feeling like they're in a super amount of control in this game, which is...
The problem here is, you're supposed to be this field deck with this huge amount of mana, but you're only 1 mana up out on this low to the ground aggro Phoenix deck.
Currently, your Phoenix deck is rivaling you in the amount of mana you're making, which is...
now it's probably going to be tight if they play a 7th land. So
very impressed by this deck in general. Honestly, you can see why Phoenix just continues to be the one of the mainstays of the historic formats and other formats too, where you're allowed to play it. It's just so good at doing so many different things.
this is through turn 0 ley line here as well. The whole
of course.
game.
Yeah, turn 0 leyline achieved nothing. I think it's maybe I'm going out on a limb a bit and I might embarrass myself in the future, but I'm starting to feel like you really don't want to be boarding in your graveyard hate against these Phoenix decks. Like, they're just so ready for all of your graveyard interaction that, as we've seen a couple of times today, the Rest in Pieces, the Leyline of the Voids, they're just not stopping these storming entities, these crackling drakes, these Sylveons, just these additional threats post-sideboard that just do not care about you going down a card to try and stop Phoenixes from coming back. They're just happy to cast these 3/2s with haste.
Yeah, and that's just another piece of the puzzle which goes into why these Phoenix decks just tend to outgrind even the control post war, because you're just like down on almost every exchange. Like Phoenixes come back, or if you're playing the ley lines, then the ley lines are minus a card,
Yeah, of course.
And then we see these threats like the Drakes and Spherules just don't really care. They're good on their own. They don't care about the ley lines, and they're hard to deal with. And the Sphelunk that hits pretty hard. 3 damage each turn, comes down on turn 3.
It's a very quick clock. Brazen Borrower here bouncing the shark out of the way. We got one more shark incoming to prevent imminent death, but this is
imminent death.
Imminent death is definitely this Anger of the Gods looking somewhat embarrassing without access to Lotus Field here. Wouldn't even be that great if we could cast it.
So we're just playing this Anger, just hoping to field it out, or
just hoping to Lotus Field it out, I guess. Yeah, looks like it.
Oof. That's a bit sus.
Yeah, I can't see any other red lands. So it seems a little suspect. Phoenix traded for at least 3 life to play with in the face of Brazen Borrower and 2 other threats here that are already in play. Looking really good for our Phoenix player.
Yeah.
Okay, Dispute going to take care of the Borrower.
Honestly, I mean, if Sandy doesn't respect potential another Shark Typhoon, this could be the end of the Svelin.
Certainly could be.
And it's not like the Phoenix player has like a ton of like player burn spells. They have like haste creatures in the Phoenixes, but outside of that.
Of course. I mean, it'll be obviously a downside here if this Sylveon happens to eat the Shark Typhoon, but all in all, it's drawn, 5-6 cards this game?
Yeah, it's done its job well enough to go for maximum here, probably.
Certainly. I think you have to go for at least a 4. You have to trade for this Sylveon, right?
Yeah, I don't see what you're leaving mana 4 behind if you're not doing maximum here.
Yeah, leaving 1 mana open doesn't get us anywhere. There's no fading hopes for us. Finally finding the Lotus Field.
And this actually looks like it will work out.
Looks like it. Looks like we have managed to successfully trade for Sylveon in this case. 5-5 Shark, possibly left standing. 10-4 Crackling Drake coming down to contest it. Okay.
Hello. If we had a Proctor, I guess the field still comes untapped, right? So it's like more of a longer game setup than immediately getting 3 mana ramp.
Well, we found all those Lotus Fields. They were hiding towards the bottom of the deck, somewhat unfortunately for our field player.
A little bit too little, a little bit too late here, though.
Maybe. I mean, if the Shark remains alive, we are not dead, but there's not a lot going on here. We need to answer a Crackling Drake, and our opponent still has 6 cards in their hand.
Yeah. Even if we survive here, like, our prospects are not looking the best.
In comes the Snarethopter, once again looking to be lethal.
We can cycle for, I don't even know, if anything.
Fateful Absence, maybe, something to that effect, but nope, just yet another land.
And planes.
And it looks like this one is over. Snarethopter mode of Phoenix good enough. Turn 0 Leyline not good enough. Sandy Dog, MTG, getting themselves to 4-2 with Is It Phoenix. Some impressive play and delightful to watch for sure.
We've seen these Jeskai decks not quite being able to deal with the Phoenix. I wonder if the Dimir player, the Dimir control player, got into the top 8, if they will be able to deal with them, because I think they might be a little bit better set up, but so it might be a challenge in matchup too.
Yeah, will certainly be interesting to see if the deck that's like, I guess the Dimir deck is main decking more Narsets, courtesy of being a Yeheni's Expertise deck, and maybe that helps sway that matchup quite significantly. Will be interesting to see for sure. Okay, folks, we're going to be taking this opportunity at the end of Swiss to have a short break once again. So, thank you for joining us. If you are looking forward to the top 8, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very shortly for the beginning of that top 8 round. I look forward to telling you who made it, who didn't, and what matches we get to watch at the beginning of the top 8. But for now, go make yourself a drink or a snack and come back shortly. We'll see you for the top 8. Welcome back, folks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Welcome back to DotGG's premier online coverage of the historic Set Championship qualifying event. We get to send you towards qualifying for the Set Championship tonight. It is almost time for the top 8 of this event, and we've got a doozy of a top 8. Deninja, do you want to tell the audience who made it and with what deck?
Yeah, so we have a couple of Phoenix players, followed by Dominic and Jeff.
Surprise, surprise.
Then we have Riley Hicks on Dimmer Control, which I've liked what we've seen so far. So hopefully we get to catch some more games in the top 8 as well. Then we have Arya Hawkpog on the Azorius Auras we've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
There is a player James on the Heliod Company combo.
Mm-hmm.
We have gotten the Celestia Enchantress player who I'm secretly rooting for.
Hey, Celestia Enchantress making top 8. Okay.
Jim Davis with his Azorius Affinity. And running up the top 8 is John Food. Interesting.
Okay, so some of the expected, some of the not expected. Definitely some brews in there. Definitely some established metagame choices. You kind of love to see it. I think it's fair to say you're rooting for Enchantress here.
I would love to see Enchantress do some good stuff. I'm a little bit surprised that there's no BG Food in the top 8. I guess we only get the Jump Food, and looks like BG Food didn't have the best day today.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see the food decks struggling to handle, I guess, like Phoenix and Control, which seems to have been most of the rest of the room. I personally have a bit of a soft spot for this Dimir Control deck. I'm kind of hoping that it goes the whole way. I know Riley's been playing this in a lot of events on MTG Melee. It looks really sweet. The main deck Sylvunes are an incredible tech piece to me. So I'm definitely very, very hopeful that we're going to be heading to Blue-Black Control Town as we play towards a finish here. We are going to be starting on one of the non-Phoenix, non-Control matchups. This is basically in hope to try and get us as much top 8 content as possible. So we're going to start on the matchup that we do think is going to be the quickest and hope to move over to one of the more controlling matchups a little later on. So we're starting on Hogpog on Blue-White Auras versus Green-White Heliod Company. So what do we think about this matchup? Who do we think's favored?
That's again one of those matchups where the opposing side of the Heliod player doesn't really have tons of interaction, so if they just manage to get their combo off, that just might be again lights out. So it's about like how well can Arya pressure the opponent, and how, I mean, honestly, if they both get their perfect hands, I think that the Heliod player just wins because they can get their combo on quicker and easier. But if there's a bit of disruption, or maybe the hands don't fill up perfectly, then I think the Aura player is actually, the Aura deck is a bit more consistent, I think, overall. So we'll see who wins there, but it's gonna be really hard to interact with the combo side of the deck for Arya.
Sure. So we're very much expecting the nut draws to go the Heliod's way. And the more consistent draws to go the Aura's way. We're going to flip on over to our gameplay scene because our match is about to start. Let's get underway with our top 8.
Hawkpog versus J-Knight.
J-Knight indeed on Heliod combo. Let's see who comes out on top in this particular case. Pretty miserable opening hand, yeah. Oh no. Yeah, let's looking like a pretty rough start. Okay, we found an Artificer in this hand. Which of these auras do you prioritize keeping? You definitely bottom a land, but
the flight probably is important because you need evasion.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. Arcane Flight, obviously getting over these squirrels seems super relevant, and of course just Insight just being the card draw engine, if you like. Starting on Soul Warden here. Pretty good start for our Heliod player, going to incidentally gain some life early. Really cool to see these Curse of Silences in the main deck, by the way.
Those might be naming like Coco here, probably, I would assume.
Seems like the easiest way to try and shut down multiple combo pieces in one go, so very much agree with that. Leading on Curse here is very cool. Let's see what Hogpog decides is the correct thing to name. Not establishing the second threat, just looking to try and find the land the hard way. We're going for Heliod itself. Okay.
So okay, so they don't want them to play it here on turn 3.
Yeah, I guess this is very much a consideration to it being played on curve, and mostly wanting to make sure that doesn't happen. So we're giving our SRAM flying, we're going to send it in and start chipping away at our opponent's life total, try and keep the opponent from jamming that Heliod on curve, which we have successfully done. I guess we kind of need to fade Skyclave Apparition here. Could be slightly awkward if our SRAM is removed. It's going to be kind of hard to re-establish a board in a meaningful time if we keep missing land drops. Speaking of the devil,
Just as you said, yeah.
the old commentator's curse. I'm awfully sorry, Hogbog. Looks like there's maybe a consideration here for going for the curse.
Yeah, I saw the quick light up on that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, if that doesn't tell you Heliod is in hand, I don't know what will. That's pretty indicative of needing to get that removed.
I think that actually tells you that probably maybe both parts of the war in hand.
Pretty indicative of wanting to get a combo kill as quickly as possible and just needing to unlock those pieces. We have found the land, so we are going to start spiraling onto additional creatures here. Hopefully, SRAM and Drake are going to be capable of racing this somewhat slow Heliod combo. But we're just incidentally gaining life while we play. Down comes the big god himself. Going to prove to be a bit of a rock, honestly. It's not going to be blocking very much, given that both of the real threats are in the sky.
Actually comes as a creature, which doesn't happen that often.
Oh, no.
5,
Heliod normally coming
devotion.
down as an enchantment, first of all, but coming into play as a creature, which I guess is somewhat meaningful. It might end up being the case that Heliod's actually the threat here, while our company player is setting up their combo.
I mean, you get 2 procs, right, from that being a creature, so it's 2 life and 2 counters.
Absolutely. Choosing to stick the counters onto this apparition, and we're looking to attack here. Are we willing to trade? Well, it looks like we might be willing to trade with this Drake and this 1/1.
I mean, you're dying to trade if.
Yeah, I think if they never want to take this trade. It seems to me like Staggering Insight, obviously going to gain that life back. You just want the clock, otherwise you're never beating the combo draws. So, Staggering Insight here, stapling onto a Drake.
I think they're just hoping to find another. No, I guess you're just dead if they have it.
Yeah, I think if they have exactly the oak here, the Aura's player are going to be in a lot of trouble. This Spell Pierce, surprisingly relevant if the card in hand is Collected Company.
Well, that's true. So they're trying to play around what they can play around.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Putting the opponent to 14.
You can't play around and there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Very much expected that to be the case after the Curse of Silence was removed with Skyclave Apparition. This is going to be infinite life as much as our Heliod player wants to click. I don't think there's any way Aura's beats this. I think we talked about it pre-game. I would be surprised if we stuck around in game 1 here, but maybe Hogpog knows something that we don't.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna be able to have like a decent lifelinker, so that just forces Jaina to make more than would usually be necessary. Like they probably want to go a bit overboard because they don't know how big they can make this Drake be.
True.
End up being like a 12 power lifelinker or something. So
one of the weirdest ways to lose this game, I suppose, would just be keeping yourself at like 37 life or something and getting punked out by flyers, so certainly not impossible. So makes sense that Hog is willing to play this out and see where our Heliod player wants to stop. Doesn't make for the best of coverage, but
this is the difference between paper and arena, because like in paper, I'm pretty sure that Hog would have already conceded, because Jaina would have said, okay, I'm doing this infinite times, I'm getting 5 million life, and then Hog would be like, okay, well, I'm conceding because I can't beat 5 million life.
Yeah, absolutely.
But here, there's been instances where people get a bit lazy, or think, okay, I'm 50 is enough, and then actually somehow they chumble a couple times, get in the air for 30 damage, and they're dead, right? So
absolutely,
this is about endurance, I guess.
It makes sense. So for those folks who might not be understanding exactly what's happening here, if Heliod is the first time you've seen this Heliod combo deck, you'll notice that Heliod Suncrowned here going to put a +1/+1 counter onto a creature of your choice every time you gain life. Scurried Oak is going to make a 1/1 squirrel every time it gets a +1/+1 counter, and we have two creatures in play that are both gaining you a life every single time a creature comes into play, which means this is going to repeat ad infinitum as long as the Heliod player wants it to. You're going to put the counter from Heliod onto the Oak, it will make a squirrel, which will gain you more life, repeating that entire process over and over again. So we currently have an exceptionally large Scurried Oak, currently a 26-27, but only getting larger with all these extra life gain triggers on the stack, just going as high as they need to feel safe in this particular case. But I can only imagine this game is all but done, assuming the Heliod player doesn't stop themselves at a too low a life total and randomly gets punked by flyers.
Yeah, this is what we call in the business arena infinite.
Yeah, the joys of unfortunately not being able to declare a loop inside this program are not lost on me. But alas, not something we can do. And I respect, Hogpog deciding that, hey, there is in fact a chance I can do 50 damage, I can do 55 damage. Definitely makes some amount of sense that they don't want to concede to just this going off. They're going to take their draw step, and then almost certainly die, but there you go. So we're going to stop targeting the Scurried Oak here. We've decided we have in fact got enough life. Just going to start making our creatures arbitrarily large. I guess in an ideal world, again, given all the time, you could actually just attack for lethal here, because you can just stack your creatures all to be 19/19s, attack with all three of them, and win the game. So there's a chance there is actually enough triggers on the stack here to do that, and it might just end the game right now. But of course, if this was infinite, you just start moving all these extra life gain triggers over onto your other creatures, make 3 19/19s, and attack past the two blockers. So
I mean, even if they make them chump with the Drake, I think at that point it's probably done. Like,
yeah, of course.
I think that Arya needs this Drake to even have a fighting chance of some sort of comeback. So
yeah, pretty rough one. Kind of playing out how we expected it to in the pre-game. Basically, just who had the more linear draw and who got there fast. Can't say it was any more exciting than that, sadly.
And they didn't even need the Coco to get like both pieces. They just kind of naturally did get all three parts of the combo in the game.
Yeah, I think you made a pretty phenomenal read when it came to the Skyclave apparition, taking care of the Curse of Silence. I obviously just sat there and thought that, hey, that maybe means the Heliod's in hand, but I think you were correct to say it's very likely that both pieces were in hand, which is what earns that apparition. Looks like we're lingering on first strike damage for a moment, but we are indeed going to two.
Could have made just 2 extra.
Could have made 2 more squirrels. Well, the main deck Cerulean Drake, by the way, coming up. But indeed, Hog understanding that you're not coming back from that. So, game 1 on the scoreboard for the Heliod player. How do we think we counteract this matchup, the Ninja? Are we hinging solely on Hushbringer?
Hushbringer definitely is our best way to approach this, right? And then I guess they have your favorite card, Containment Priest.
I am a big fan of Containment Priest. Also really good in this matchup. Looks like quite a lot of sideboard cards coming in here. I actually like this list from Hogpog quite a lot. There's a lot of really instrumental one-offs kind of tucked in the main deck. There's like an All That Glitters. There's the one-off Cerulean Drake that is going to help you high-roll specific matchups that you can start boarding out in matchups like this where they just end up being completely blank. So Drake goes, Spell Pierce goes. We get to bring in all these declarations in stone, these Containment Priests. Some pretty serious upgrades in these post-sideboard games.
This post-war games are gonna be a lot about Hushbringer. Hogpog wants to have Hushbringer on the battlefield more than anything, and then J9 wants to have Hogpog not have.
Yes, this is very much about Hushbringer post-board. There was 2 in the main deck. It was not impossible. They came up in game 1. But definitely a case of revolving around that card in the post-board games. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw the Heliod player make sure they're bringing in those additional pieces of removal. Not only are they good against the Aura enchantment, like the SRAM-style creatures, but also giving you an additional answer to the Hushbringer, which you kind of need to do.
I wonder how this matchup changes really post-board, if it gets particularly better for either side. I assume it has to get a little bit better for the auras because the Hushbringers are gonna be absolutely key, and like pre-board you have pretty much no good way to attack. Like you either have to have an extremely amazing fast start and to have the opponent fumble, or you just kind of lose. I think because it's pretty easy to set up the Heliod combo with no disruption for the opponent. But now we have the Hushbringers, which need to be dealt with like one-on-one basis usually.
Absolutely. Snapping off this opening 7. Bit of a weird one. No auras to go with these cantrip creatures, but with 2 of them and a Hushbringer, I don't think we're ever sending this one back.
Yeah, you have a Hushbringer. Don't think this hand's going anywhere.
We're certainly not short on Spirit Dancers at this point in time either, so looking for an aura or 2. Hushbringer does take to the battlefield. We're going to hopefully shut down an awful lot of Heliod shenanigans.
I just thinking like, how about an aura in this aura deck?
I would like an aura, please, in my my blue-white auras deck. So Spirit Dancer coming on down, holding open that Karametric thing. Yeah, please, God. I put auras in my deck for a reason. Yeah, no.
Jaina missing land drops. That is no bueno.
Yeah, that is actually pretty disastrous here, honestly. Soul Warden, basically a blank piece of digital cardboard in this particular case.
Their only saving grace is that Hawkbog actually hasn't found anything yet.
So far, this Auras deck is looking more like blue-white Spirit Dancer. They do choose to Declaration in Stone the Soul Warden, which I think is a very interesting choice. It's obviously currently turned off by the Hushbringer, giving them a clue here to try and hit their land drop.
God, even with the clue they couldn't get there.
Yeah, they bricked. They're moving to discard. Discarding the Scurrydo. We have yet to find an aura in our auras deck.
This is the weirdest match where the Heli Oak player is discarding Oaks, and then the aura player has not played a single aura, and it's turn 5. What are we watching here?
This is quite the weird one. Yet another land for Horn.
I guess it's Lurus time.
It is indeed Lurus to hand time at this spot. There are auras in this deck, folks, I promise. We just can't seem to find them.
Maybe Hawkbog has a really interesting cyber strategy when they take out all the auras post-board.
Wow, that would be truly next level. And,
just put in like 20 basics and call it a day.
Yeah, just got to make sure we don't miss our land drops. Just mulligan to Hushbringer, it'll be fine. Yeah, really strange game, this one. Just missed land drops and a somewhat non-functional deck lead to a bit of a bizarre circumstance here. I do think, however, Hogpog is still massively favoured here. Any aura just starts running this away, right? Oh my god.
I'm not sure how much longer they can keep missing on auras and still be massively ahead.
No, I mean, sure. I mean, eventually your mana-screwed opponent is going to catch up. If they have an answer to this Hushbringer, this is fair game, but they would kind of need to kill the Lurus too. But they are starting to unscrew.
This is going to be a long battle for J9. They need to kill the Hushbringer, they need to kill the Lurus, and then they need to get Heliod, and they need to get a 1-drop, which gives him life. So that's a lot of things they need to do before they can combo off here.
Certainly. However, our blue-white auras player currently capable of casting Khan Liberated, which is not a common sight with this particular deck. Genuinely quite impressive.
Or 7 Squadron Hawks.
Wow, good point. Didn't think of that. Yet another Scurried Oak coming down here, just kind of holding the fort on the ground. We find another Hushbringer. Well, I mean, if it's not an aura, it's probably the next best thing. This is...
Is it? I mean, if they have Deck in Stone, I guess it doesn't really matter, huh?
Sure, I mean, Declaration in Stone is going to be the answer to Hushbringer regardless, but this circumvents the line of, like, I guess, removal spell into Skyclave Apparition to clear out the Lurus. So, yeah, I mean, this is Heliod here. No life being gained at this moment in time, so the extra Hushbringer is kind of giving us a bit of security.
Is Hawkball gonna kill them just with Hushbringer Beast here?
There might legitimately be 4 in the air into 4 in the air being lethal damage.
What do you think is the over-under on casting an aura in this matchup? Ah, there we go.
That is in fact an aura. I'm going to take those odds, whatever they were. I'm going to accept.
0% now.
God damn it, my money. Okay, well, can we find a second one? We can. Okay, now basically the machine is just in full flow. It really wouldn't surprise me if this is just lethal damage here off the back of all that glitters into some more auras. Unsurprisingly, naming collected company. I imagine this ends up being enough juice to win the game, assuming we don't brick off on an aura yet again, which of course...
Even if you break off, you have the blessing, which I think might be just enough here.
4 or 5, 6, yeah, blessing is enough here.
And they did actually break off, but
they actually did brick off. Yeah,
blessing.
Having drawn
They've
10,
cast a total of 2 auras in this like 17-turn game.
we drew 10 lands, 2 auras, and that was in fact good. Okay, we're going to game number 3 in this blue-white auras, green-white Heliod matchup. I promise you that's what it is, even though it hasn't looked much like it. What a strange game.
This looked like a. This was like some sort of like Halloween prank or something. trying to like play their decks as badly as possible, and the weirdest way possible.
Yeah.
And we got a game which ended up just attacking a bunch of times with 1-2 in the air.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. I've never seen an Auras Heliod game play out quite like that one before. But that was something special. That was
and you might never see it again, Scott.
I will almost certainly never see it again, yeah. Okay, opening hand here. This looks I guess somewhat reasonable, but no interaction in terms of Hushbringer.
Keeps it though.
It certainly does. So we got all these card draw creatures again. I can't blame Hogpog for keeping this hand. This is kind of what this deck is all about. Early Curse of Silence too, certainly very impressive. I guess we kind of have to hope that a Heliod player isn't exceptionally linear in this particular case. Makes sense that we are, of course, naming Heliod if that's the case, and that's the concern.
The problem is, like, still doesn't really circumvent... Like, Coco still goes around that, so...
Sure, that's very true. But we have to hedge our bets against something, and it makes sense to go for the, I guess, the earlier play on the curve as well. So Spirit Dancer here into pass. This Thalia doing a little bit of work, going to make this kind of hard to chain off multiple spells. We are kind of shy on mana here.
That's not a great play.
No, Voice of the Blessed, not ideal. We are going to Declaration in Stone this Thalia. Earns the respect it deserves. Going to take it off the table, make sure that we can start chaining auras together.
Maybe this unlocks a Coco here, though, Scott.
Certainly might. Not free. Might indeed turn the Collected Company back on.
This is a really interesting kind of non-bow situation with Thalia and Coco, where you kind of want to be Cocoing as soon as possible to get your combo, but then you can't because Thalia is making it more expensive.
Does indeed turn the company back on. Well,
yeah. Maybe actually Jaynard was happy about the deck in stone there.
Yeah, might have been exceptionally happy that Thalia bit the dust, gave them access to a play they wouldn't have had otherwise. Let's see if this Coco finds anything particularly relevant.
I mean, just like a Soul Sister and something. Yeah, this is decent.
Soul Sister Oak. This is okay. This isn't terrible. If the opponent has the 5th land here, they can possibly even resolve the Heliod through Curse of Silence and close this out. This is looking pretty dicey.
This is the problem. Like, it's pretty hard for the Aura player to assert a clock whilst also trying to be disruptive.
Interesting dilemma we find ourselves with. Okay, so we find the Hushbringer. That feels kind of huge. I think... So we need to fade Heliod this turn. Land into Heliod is going to be a problem if it comes down. But if we can fade it for a turn, we have the answer. We have a way of interacting. Thalia means we are Heliod free. We still have a game.
I don't know if I love these Thalias too much. I mean, I guess they do make it hard with the auras, but... Yeah, I guess it makes sense, but it's still a little bit ugly with...
Yeah, it's like somewhat of a non-bow. I understand the thought process of wanting to just like goldfish to your combo as quickly as possible. I can definitely see an argument for leaving Thalia out, but at the same time, I also kind of see the argument for bringing it in. So, bit of a tough one.
I think you're just like the faster kind of combo deck. So like slowing yourself down, I don't know. There's pros and cons for it. It's definitely not cost-free to run it. Especially in this kind of a matchup where it's really about, like, they just can't interact really much, so if you can get that quickly, they just lose.
Indeed, absolutely. So no life being gained from this token here. I mean, Hogpog, not an awful lot of life to play with whatsoever. Just the 5 here. Heliod player going surprisingly wide too.
How did Hogpog get to 5 life? I didn't even notice.
Took a hit from the Voice of the Blessed, which took away a good chunk
I guess
of their
before
life
they
total.
took some extra hits from some other stuff, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So
And
not
they
a ton of life.
probably took like 4 life from the lance too. I think they probably paid for both of them.
And there is the
And
Heliod. So this Hushbringer ended up being exceptionally clutch. No combo at the moment, but this might just be good enough as an indestructible 5/5. Hushbringer kind of keeping the infinite in check, but okay. So are we sending this voice to its death in the face of a 6/8 Spirit Dancer? That seems.
Wait! What's happening here?
What is this attack?
This can't be lethal.
No, this is only pushing. So does this force a chump with the Hushbringer? I'm just trying to do the math now real quick. No, because we can block the 1/1, we block here. No, this only does 3 damage.
What is this attack?
So we're going to 2 here? This is interesting. So Heliod now turned off. No way of gaining life if the Hushbringer dies. How very interesting. I'm not sure of the benefits trying to put your opponent to 3 life there. Staggering Insight, even a horrid draw to see here. If you are a Heliod player.
Life gainers, and they lost the Thalia too in that process.
Yeah, very strange attack. Not entirely sure I understand the thought process there. Would love to hear about it.
Yeah. But that didn't seem like a misclick because they were thinking about it for a while in the attack, so they have some sort of a plan, but.
I mean, this is gaining 14 life here, courtesy of Hushbringer.
Also
and
putting them on like a 1-turn clock here too.
Yeah, this went from real close to looking pretty over to me. Very strange game.
I guess we'll see something maybe here.
Yeah, I'm very very intrigued. The Book of Exalted Deeds. Do we have any angels?
You don't have the 3 mana, I don't think.
Well, not right now, no. But I guess I'm just trying to see whether there is any angel we can try and get frisky with, and I can't even see any in the list off the top of my head.
Some changelings, maybe? I don't know.
No, nothing I can spot.
There has to be something, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing that.
It's getting a little bit of life here. Again, Hushbringer just worth its weight in absolute gold in this particular moment in time. Just shutting off all of the stuff. Gets the good game. Looks like the Spirit Dancer's just coming in for lethal here. Very confused by that attack.
Yes, me too.
Interesting game nonetheless. Looks like our Auras player continuing their dominance into the top 4.
Congratulations.
Congratulations indeed to Hogpog. Hopefully their victory long may continue. Looks like we have the match that everyone is demanding is still on the way. So I am going to try my best to hook you up with Blue-Black Control versus Enchantress, which I believe is Satoshi Nakayama. So we're going to hop on over into that channel. And hopefully have a broadcast for you in just a moment. So bear with me while I set you up, folks. We can hopefully have some Enchantress versus some Blue-Black Control. This one could be kind of interesting. Definitely a match that people are kind of clamoring for. 2 of the more unconventional decks to make the elimination rounds here. Very impressive stuff all in all. Really looking forward to showcasing these decks. So, going to have some gameplay for you in a hot moment. We just need to switch to the correct feed. There you go. Okay, so we're joining this match in progress. Deep in progress, actually. We're in Game 3. In play, God Eternal Kefnet at this moment in time. Staring down Destiny Spinners. Yeah.
Oh, but
these Destiny Spinners might be making lethal attackers just as we join.
How much mana can we generate here?
Well, these Sanctum Weavers are creating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what's 8 mana each. This is
that's a lot of mana.
This is Yeah, this is. Oh my lord!
Ooh,
Just attacking for.
We're just coming at the best time,
attacking
Scott,
for
here.
32.
Yeah.
Crunch.
Who cares about Narset? Let me just make you dead.
Who needs to draw cards? I'm just gonna kill you. Wow. Enchantress locking itself up into the top 4 of this event. Looks like we turned up just at the right time to witness that showcase coming down. Who have we still got going? We've got...
That's also revenge this time around, Scott, because I think the first time around they actually lost in the Swiss. So
Absolutely. Looks like they
Sweet
managed to
revenge.
successfully avenge themselves in this particular case.
yes,
Have we still got any feature matches going? Trying to take a peek real quick. I'm not seeing any. Looks like this was the match we were watching. Yeah, that looks like the last round of the top 8.
Alright.
By the looks of it. So we got to see the lock-up there, of course, for Enchantress versus Blue-Black Control. Got to watch Auras taking down Heliod. We'll have the other results for you in a hot second, as it does look like we're going to be moving our way to the top 4 in just a sec. Alrighty, folks. So, half of the top 4 known. Enchantress coming up trumps. Auras coming up trumps. I think it's fair to say your pet choice for this event knocked mine out of the event, unfortunately. So I am the loser in the guessing of the winners bracket.
I like both of those decks, though, Scott. So
Well,
I kind of was a little bit disappointed that they got paired the first match, because that meant that we won't be able to see more of one of them.
Well, I think it's pretty clear to me that the folks at home really want to see more of the Enchantress deck, so I'll do my best, if I can pull some weight, to try and make sure we have it on camera for you in the top 4. I think it's going to be an awful lot of fun to watch that deck play out. I imagine we won't have very long until the start of the next round, one way or the other. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. We're just kind of wrapping up details, making sure that we have the feature matches coming available. So standings and pairings being pushed in a hot second, folks, so don't panic. We'll have the next round coming for you very shortly. I guess I'll take this moment to thank the lovely raids. We've had some fellows send their viewers in, that including Jim Davis, of course, who was playing in our top 8, unfortunately not lucky enough to make the top 4 cut. Welcome on in, folks. Hopefully you are enjoying the show tonight. So our top 4 has indeed been announced. We've got Dominic versus Hogpogs. That is it Phoenix versus Auras? And we've got Jeff on Phoenix versus Enchantress. So both of the Phoenix players remaining untouched. They are the ones to make the top 4. And I guess our heroes in this case, Auras and Enchantress. I guess give me a shout as the resident Enchantress player, Deninja. How do you like your chances against Is It Phoenix?
I think that's a pretty challenging matchup, because the Phoenix deck can come out of the gates very quickly, so we'll see, because that is one thing which the Enchantress deck doesn't excel in, is like being like super quick out of the gates. So we'll see, and unless they have the Shroud enchantment, their creatures can be just burned off, which is something that the Phoenix decks excel at. So yeah, if they can weather the storm and the early draws, then I think if they just assemble the combo of the 9 lives, then they just probably can't lose.
Okay,
so we'll
that's
see
interesting
if
stuff.
they are going to be able to just weather the early turns. But I think it's going to be definitely a challenging matchup, probably more challenging than like the control decks.
Okay, whereas I guess on the other end of the spectrum, Auras versus Phoenix. Looks like Hogpog's been eating these Phoenix players alive most of today. Is it safe to say that we think that matchup favors the Auras player, or do you disagree?
I think that matchup favors Hogpog. Not sure if it favors the Auras players, but I think Hogpog knows what they're doing, and they brought a clean list, and they've been delivering the goods. So
I think that is perfectly fair to say. Hogpog, obviously, a player you never really want to bet against, so it makes an awful lot of sense that you are taking their side on this front. So we're going to be staying with our Enchantress player as promised. Green-White Enchantress versus Phoenix coming up. Just moving our players into the feature match area. Let's switch on over to the gameplay scene, and we'll get you underway in just a sec. Alrighty, so getting ready for our feature match to go live, just popping the notification through to our players. They are in fact allowed to start when they're ready. They're lovely. They wait for us. They keep us clean, keep us honest. We'll update the round here as we are churning through these rounds like lightning at the moment. Top 4, Phoenix versus Enchantress. Let's go. Looking forward to this one. Should be a blast.
Yep, I know who I am rooting for.
I think I know who most people who aren't fans of Faithless Looting might be rooting for in this particular case. It's definitely nice to see one of the more curveball choices running so hot in today's tournament. I will remain unbiased as a caster, except I definitely want Enchantress to win. So there is that.
It's nice to see, like, everybody knows it's like close to being a top tier deck, but looks like maybe John has really cracked the formula here, and they found a version which just performs like a notch above the usual Enchantress builds. So
Absolutely, fingers
happy
crossed.
to see. This might be the first one we actually see like from the beginning to the end. So
yeah, we've
love to see,
only managed to catch this deck kind of in passing, hopping into its feature matches so far. So looking forward to kind of getting a nice full view of how it plays out.
Like here you see with this hand, not the fastest hand in the universe. I have a spinner into a presence, and then you might be already dead by turn 4, maybe.
Yeah,
So,
Borrow Time does feel
know.
like it's kind of clunky removal in this matchup, but it is a permanent answer to a Phoenix at the very least. I do think this hand is agreeably rather slow. I agree with the mulligan here.
I think John agreed,
no.
and oh no. At least we have a Rest in Peace, which is better in game 1 than it is post board, but
Very true. We do have the game 1 rest in peace, but this is a mulligan to 4 for our Enchantress player, which is definitely a rough way to start their day.
as far as mulligan to 4, though, I don't think this can be too much better if we're being like.
Yeah, this
if we're
actually might be
taking
close to the
4.
perfect.
Yeah.
It's not hard to get the perfect mulligan to 4, but yeah, we'll take it. I really like leading on Rest in Peace here. Obviously, just extending his Sanctum Weaver into obvious Unholy Heat seems really bad.
Yep, and we're hoping for untapped land here, and then maybe we are off to the races.
Fingers crossed. Expressive iteration number 9 million of the day currently hitting our screens. Phoenix player digging, finding the land they are looking for, putting a card of choice into their hand. We'll take an untapped land in exchange for our Enchantress player here, fingers crossed. We do not find it, but we do have both combo pieces in hand now.
Yeah, we probably have to play the Weaver here, even though we know he probably dies.
Yeah, there's no chance you hold on to this. You just have to spend your mana when you can. So Weaver, indeed, going down his smoke, earning the Unholy Heat. Very much desperately looking for land number 3. Does Phoenix have a good way of outing this combo game 1?
I don't think it has a great way even after post board, after Borg, honestly. But
It's only really
I
Brazen
think their
Borrower,
main
right?
gameplay is just like get out there quickly. But this Rest in Peace, I think, is gonna potentially buy John quite a lot of time to look for the lands here, because what I was saying before was like you're afraid of like the turn 3 reanimate 2 or 3 Phoenixes. That is really something that you struggle against with like being the Enchantress. And they go with Solemnity first. I thought it was a slam. I thought it was a slam presence, but
No, I actually quite like this. I think if John has taken a look at the Phoenix list they're playing against and come to the conclusion that they just can't out this combo, just get your pieces on the table, try and lock it down, get it over.
I'm sorry. I didn't even see they had both pieces. I just thought, because they just drew the 9 life. I think that I was just thinking that they were just playing that to, I guess, stop counters being put on Sprite Dragons or whatever. But that makes sense.
A bit of a linear one. Demi-Lich coming down here. If this 9 life sticks, I think this might do it. You know.
Maybe.
I'm not sure the Phoenix player has any way out of this.
Like I can say, hey, show me like your win cons, but I think John will show them their win cons eventually.
Yeah, very much agree. In the tank here, trying to, I guess, go over their own deck list, see what the options are. Wow!
Yeah, that's a very respectful scoop, because what are you gonna do?
No way out. Mulligan to 4. Good enough. for the Enchantress player. Finds Rest in Peace, finds combo pieces, closes the door. Impressive stuff. Yeah, that's a pretty heavy endorsement if you're looking for a deck to beat Phoenix, no?
Yeah, I mean, they did keep a 4-card hand, which is brutal to mulligan to 4, but their 4 was really good because they had I'm not sure how many Rest in Peace they play in main deck, maybe 1 or 2.
They're on 3, I believe, by the looks of it. So three Rest in Peace, 1 in the board, I believe.
So that actually gives them a decent chance to actually find it in the first game against Phoenix, and then that Rest in Peace bought them a lot of time because then Pika wasn't able to do something like, I made 2 or 3 Phoenixes turn 3 and start smashing. And even though they missed land drops, like they just had time to look for more, and then thankfully they got both of the combo and just got on the board, and that was it.
Yeah, basically. John, just like definitely rewarded here for those aggressive mulligans, clearly understanding what the matchup is about, the kind of power cards that really matter in game 1, and getting rewarded for mulliganing the 7 specifically. Obviously the 6 and the 5 were a little less thought-provoking.
And this is a mulligan to 6,
probably? To 5? Yeah, looking like a 5 again.
I mean, you have the rib, but this is a sketchy keep if you do. Ooh,
okay. We're keeping the 6 and hoping to pray for a land.
You know what? I don't know if I love this because I like the Rest in Peace is pretty damn efficient game 1, but they're gonna expect it post board, so that's not gonna have the huge effect you're looking for, I think.
It does feel like less of a concrete like game ender in game 2 for sure. This keep definitely seems very ambitious to me. Hopefully they don't get punished for it. It's looking fairly punished to me.
Yeah. This is like sometimes I will do keep like this if I feel like, this matchup is so bad that like I have to get lucky. This hand looks pretty good, but I think their deck is good enough in this matchup that they can afford to go down to 5. That their deck is strong enough. We've seen it in the first game that they can come back from those, tougher mulligans. So
absolutely, very surprised by the keep. I assume again maybe that's just something that we're missing from the fundamental understanding of what John's up to. But this is over. Yeah, this is rather unfortunate, but this is 2 Phoenixes on turn 3, courtesy of Faithless Looting. The Rest in Peace, too late. Not going to stop these anymore. Do not find the land. Game has ended. That was a little... Honestly, both of these first 2 games have kind of been a bit non-gamey, really.
This is usually where you draw the land at the turn where you're losing, just like, now I have it. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah,
they didn't get it even at the end, so I guess that's a better feeling than getting it like 1 turn too late. Like, come on, 1 turn, you just get 1 turn. Come on.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just 1 card earlier.
Okay, let's see if we can find ourselves with a somewhat more interactive game.
We have 2 lands. Hey, let's go.
We do have 2 lands. We also have a Scythis. That is good enough in the opinion of our Enchantress player. So we're gonna get to work.
I think our Enchantress player was like, hey, this is double the lands I had last game.
And naturally drawing the Rest in Peace. That seems kind of huge. Leading on Destiny Spinner here.
Interesting.
I guess their concern is how easy it is for their spells to be countered in this matchup.
The Rest in Peace is not important on turn 2. It is important on turn 3, so they can avoid 1 more turn here easily.
Oh, no, I think that's fair to say. I was more surprised not to see, I guess, maybe Sterling Grove to try and keep the Rest in Peace safe once it was in play. But I guess they just want to guarantee that it resolves and they feel comfortable waiting. This way they score a Phoenix too. Opponent indeed putting the extra Phoenix in the bin. Yeah, and the looting too, absolutely. So definitely some rewards. Missing the land themselves. Phoenix player keeping the 1 lander themselves and bricking out. Are we not playing the rip here? We're not. Oh dear. Okay.
You don't have to here again.
Yeah, I mean you're right. 100%.
You need to do it before turn 3, but until they have 3 mana, it's not necessary. It's not a priority.
No, I very much agree. I think it's a very easy mistake to make to just get this Rest in Peace slammed. But there are other options here. Definitely things you should explore. Given that the opponent missed their 2nd land, it's going to be very hard for them to bring those Phoenixes back. This turn cycle, so well worth using your mana efficiently here and maybe playing something like 9 lives.
They are very, very much torn here.
They are, certainly. So going with the Scythis here, Looking to, I guess, prioritize drawing cards off of their enchantments, try and smooth their draw out a little bit, maybe find their Solemnity. Phoenix player finds a land and does play with fire to kill the Lord, so...
And now we're gonna double spell, yeah.
Yeah, we will Full of Haven into Rest in Peace here. Pretty clean and buttery. Gonna exile that graveyard, get rid of that Phoenix, and leave ourselves still with a 2-3 in play.
And you can see that John understands the Phoenix math, where like they purposefully didn't prioritize the Rest in Peace until it was absolutely necessary, because they knew until they have 3 mana, it doesn't matter. It's actually better to wait, because then they might put some extra stuff in the yard, which we get to exile. Which exactly what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really good tip for people that are not necessarily familiar with the matchup, that you can hang on to that Rest in Peace and extrude more value from it later.
Especially since they already had the spinner, so like there was like almost no way they could get it countered later on. So yeah, this is looking pretty rough for the Phoenix player, but it's not that amazing for John either.
We're definitely a little bit anemic here. Not an awful lot to write home about. I have to wonder if the Phoenix player is maybe drawing towards something like a Crackling Drake to try and buy themselves some time against these 2-3s that are currently dominating this board.
Yeah, I mean, they have done 6 damage so far.
Absolutely,
that's not too bad.
Expressive iteration, indeed. Going to do some surveying. You would imagine finds land 4. Does indeed mill away the mountain, so in desperate need of a blue source by the looks of it.
So we're 1 untapped land from being able to combo up here. I guess not even... It's just like in 2 turns they have a combo set up here if they want to. Don't need any lands.
That's very true. Alternatively, we are just pushing an awful lot of damage. We can activate these spinners and create 5/5s at this moment in time.
Yeah.
And that might very well just close the game faster than trying to lock our opponent out.
I'm not used to activating the spinners until you have the mana from the Weavers, but here you have actually just 4 or 5 mana already, so you might just be able to go animate my pathway, attack you for a bunch.
Yeah, ends up sending for 5, 6, and 9 damage if that's the case. Drawing a Presence does look to potentially change their mind.
I don't even know if you want to play the Presence, honestly.
Yeah,
Isn't it better to just play the 9 lives and then search for a Solemnity and just have a guaranteed next turn?
Yeah, I think I definitely...
Or even slam for 5.
Lean more towards the aggressive line, as we say, in turning these lands into threats, or as you say, cracking the Sterling Grove and just kind of guaranteeing your combo next turn. A little surprised by the Presence, but I'm hoping these Destiny Spinners are just getting the job done regardless.
I mean, I guess John likes drawing cards, which I can't blame him for.
I certainly can't blame him either. No. Snare Thopter mode.
I do think that the aggressive line was probably the best there. I don't think they can interact profitably with like a 5/5 land or a 4/4 land.
I'm inclined to agree. Feels like the opponent
they
would
might
be
have
under a
had
lot more
lethal
pressure
this
here.
turn. I think because I think it's trampled too, so I think they would have maybe been able to force lethal this turn.
Yeah, they are now considering this line. They have been hovering over the spinners, coming to the conclusion that's not what they want to do. They want to continue with the enchantments in question. So. Looking like we're leading on 9 lives here. They're definitely aware they can activate Destiny Spinner. They were hovering over it just now. So,
but
they do
because
choose
they
to
didn't
do
do
so.
it last turn, okay, I guess they are changing their mind. But yeah, if they did it last turn, they would be
changing their mind yet again.
I thought that they just like lost all the mana because they mistap or something. That would be awful.
Certainly would. No, thankfully they're choosing to go the more conservative route. Draw the Solemnity. Which obviously can't be cast this turn, but I mean it's gonna be perfectly available to shut the opponent down next turn. We find Paladin class. We have the backup Rest in Peace. Looking good here. Looking like this is basically an all roads to Rome scenario. Phoenix player probably going to need an awful lot of help. I mean, once this lock comes down with Solemnity, there's a Sterling Grove in play. I just don't see a way to remove it.
Yeah, unless they have some sick cyber tech, I think if this Solemnity lands, which it probably will because there's double spinner, which seems hard to disrupt.
It does seem kind of hard to remove. The Sterling Grove being the big one, giving all the other enchantments hexproof. Definitely a bit of well, Shroud, I should say, not Hexproof. Definitely a bit of a thorn in the side if you were trying to remove either 9 lives or Solemnity. Really wouldn't surprise me if this prompts a concession in a moment.
I think the only thing missing to this being a hard lock is a second Grove, and then it's just a hard lock at that point.
Yeah, because obviously at the moment the Grove is not given Shroud, so it's possible to remove. But yeah, this is looking
You have to
pretty
bounce
great.
the Grove and then bounce Solemnity, and then you still haven't really achieved anything at that
It does
point.
seem like a somewhat of an uphill battle. Enchantress deck definitely demonstrating here what it's capable of doing, setting up these hard to interact with locks that a lot of decks just can't beat, grinding card advantage, drawing all the cards, definitely showing you why you might want to play this archetype. It definitely looks like the Phoenix matchup is pretty reasonable, which is definitely an endorsement based on today's metagame.
Yeah, the first win on the Multi-4 was impressive, and they have been really smashing these, and now we're seeing the Solemnity blocking the Dorat counters.
That
Love
is
to see it.
Genuinely quite funny. For those waiting on the result from our other match, I can now confirm for you that Hogpog makes their way to the final. The blue-white Auras deck continuing to march forward. Going to meet the winner of this match in the finals.
Not surprised.
Which is going to be our Enchantress player. So finals for today is indeed going to be blue-white Auras versus Enchantress. Now, who would have called that at the start of today?
These players already met earlier, haven't they?
That I'm not sure, actually.
Auras versus Enchantments. I think we had that earlier, maybe in the Swiss. Auras versus Enchantments.
We might have
Not sure how
brushed
it
past the feature match. It definitely wasn't one that we focused on, but maybe we hopped into it real quick.
I think you that was the one you let me the false hope that it actually was Enchantress won,
yeah,
and
of
it
course.
was the other way around.
Of course. I tried to forget. My apologies. But yes, looking pretty promising. Rematch of round 6. Yeah, just had it confirmed for me. So this was actually the last round of Swiss. Both players made it, and then here they are in the finals.
Right.
So looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Okay, so we are going to spend some time real quick hopping on over. I think if I recall correctly, Auras won this match last time, so this is going to be a bit of a grudge match for our Enchantress player. I am going to head on over to a brand new lobby and we'll get ourselves set up with a feature match as soon as we can. Finals coming up for you very soon. Going to take this opportunity to give ourselves and I guess our sponsor one final plug for today, just while we're kind of getting ourselves set up and ready to play this final match of the day. If you haven't already, please do consider checking out DotGG, premier online tournaments and events. They are now hosting regular events multiple times every single week on MTG Melee. If you want to get your taste of competitive Magic, you want to qualify for a set championship, you just want to win cold hard cash, they are the organizer to go to. Highly recommend coming and playing events like this, and maybe you can even appear on commentary as well. Alternatively, if you want to support the masterminds behind this production, MTGA Zone, the place to go for all your deck lists, all of your advice, all your content creation, just everything you could possibly want, bundled up in a nice, lovely website. I'll also take this opportunity for the final plug just to kind of talk about ourselves. DaNinja, if the people want to find you, where can they find you?
So my name is Thomas Pokorny. I stream on Twitch at DaNinja, same handle as I use on Twitter. Currently in the Rivals League, and yeah, playing a lot of Magic, streaming a lot of Magic, and just overall having fun.
It sounds like a good time to me, and obviously a respectable name, a respectable player who knows their stuff. If you're interested in following me and you want to check out my content, my name is Howling Minds. I go by the same handle as well on Twitter and Twitch. I'm live 4 days a week with everything from sealed to historic to limited, brewing fresh decks and trying cool stuff. So hopefully I'll see my fair share of you in the future. Over there as well. So getting ourselves set up for this final, moving our players into the right places. Blue-white Auras versus green-white Enchantress. Place your bets, chat. I do have to wonder who we think is taking this one down. So just a moment while we are configuring the difficult parts. We're going to watch this from... Let's watch it from the Enchantress player's perspective.
Oh, yes,
I think that's the more interesting side of things. As far as, I guess, maybe my co-commentator is concerned. So we'll stay that way. They are just currently getting themselves set into the area. Both players taking a brief reprieve before playing their finals match. Obviously, all the pressure on the line. For those who are joining us late, this match is for $400. There is some big money, some real cash up for grabs for our players to win this finals. So everything at stake. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Alrighty. I think that's mostly everything from me. So we're gonna be chilling here for a hot second, just while we wait for this match to get set up. Obviously, again, both our players. Long day. Been live for about 7 hours now, so it does make a fair amount of sense. That's the case. Okay, so I'm currently told the players are just having a discussion about how they want this match to go down. So we'll give them time to do that one way or the other. And hopefully we get a brand new shiny feature match final for you very shortly. I guess we'll say, what was your favourite match from today then, Thomas?
Ooh, my favorite match. I mean, the Phoenix mirror nonsense was pretty interesting. That was probably the longest one we've watched today. Just back and forth, every turn, killing stuff, making more threats. That was definitely a memorable one.
Yeah.
And also the Jan food versus Black Green food we played earlier in the tournament. That was also interesting. Just like the Corval just coming on top, and just even though the Jan player was always behind, the Corval just like getting there over the top in the end. So I like those two.
Yeah, I actually think I mostly agree. It's surprising to me that both the mirror matches ended up being kind of the most impactful games of the day. That Phoenix mirror was something really special and showed a lot of like well understood navigation of how that matchup plays. I'm reliably informed these matches are actually going to be available on YouTube within a week, hopefully, with everything being edited up and chopped down to more digestible sizes. So if you're not following MTGA Zone over on YouTube and you missed any of those matches, you want to check out the Swiss from this event or any of the top 8 that you haven't seen so far, make sure you're going and doing that, because those matches will be available for you to rewatch over there at your convenience very shortly. So, these players, as I say, just having a quick discussion, real quick, about how they want things to navigate here. Obviously, a lot of money up for grabs, so it makes sense to have a real brief discussion. But we are going to head on over into our gameplay window in just a second. They're just challenging each other now. And we'll have a finals to call for you. I am very much looking forward to this one. I'm hoping not for a repeat of the Swiss.
And Scott, honorable mention for the turn of the tournament, I would say it was the Phoenix player discarding their whole hand to the Narset to get over for lethal.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Jeskai control player.
Yeah, if you missed it, against Phoenix against Jeskai control earlier, finding lethal through Narset by casting Faithless Looting to discard cards to get Delirium. Fantastic turn. Alright, looks like we got some gameplay finally coming up. Let's hop on over to our other scene. And our players just getting their challenge underway. The finals for all the marbles. Enchantment versus Auras. Oh, I'm excited.
Yep.
Don't sound so excited.
I mean, I just can't wait to see what John's gonna put up here. I mean, Hawkpaw probably is gonna not want to lose this one, but my money is on John. He's battled through a lot of tough opponents here.
Absolutely.
Even the Phoenix player, which I thought would be a challenging matchup, but in the end they just kind of ate them. So
yeah, ate them alive. Absolutely.
What
lovely to see two non-Phoenix, non-food decks in the final here, squaring off as well. Very, very cool.
Yep.
Very excited. So good looking opening hand for our Enchantment player here. I'm not sure you can afford to keep this in this matchup though. You're not really interacting with your opponent or setting up any of your combos. Maybe this hand is just a bit of do nothing.
It is fast, but it doesn't really do anything. Because Double Viewer, that's a lot of mana. You're just hoping to get something. Yeah, if you had like one of the draw engines, that this would be okay, but yeah.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like going fast into nothing gets you killed against Auras. Like, I mean, even this Destiny Spinner is going to be making some undersized lands in the face of a large Spirit Dancer, so I don't feel like you can keep this hand.
You are on the play, you get a lot of mana. Oh.
That's... Okay.
Not sure what that's about. Maybe we're just
I'm
getting.
guessing we have to
rematch
redo
or
it. I'm
something.
guessing maybe the wrong player is on the play.
That does happen from time to
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was confusing, to say the
I
least.
thought the hand wasn't great, but I wouldn't just straight up concede the match. God, I mean,
Can you imagine just looking at this opening hand that's like good in other matchups and just being like, nah, we made it to the
nah,
finals.
I'm
We're
just going to bed.
just gonna check out. It's been too long of a day. Okay, it looks like we had some kind of issue with the right player being on the play, perhaps, or something else fundamentally. We're all good. No one snap conceding. thank God.
Looks like we're gonna get a rematch here right away, and hopefully this time we see some actual cards for John here. That wasn't the. I guess they get a mulligan to 7 again.
I mean,
That's
true.
how it
They get
works.
a somewhat free look, I suppose.
Or they have to go second here, I suppose, because
Yeah,
of the
looks like it.
Swiss standings. I would assume. This is actually a bit better than what they had before, I think, but still a little bit dicey. But I guess it's okay.
Yeah, this kind of hand, for me at least, it has the
Ooh,
same
this is
kind
a
of
nice-
problems as the previous one. Like, we're really fast, but we're not fast at doing a whole lot.
But we do have the Sithis, and now we've beat out the Weaver, which was pretty big.
Okay.
They gonna go for presents here? I would maybe Weaver. Not sure what they go for here.
I wonder what you cast to silence. Yeah, naming
Weaver,
the
okay,
Weaver.
makes sense.
Okay, very clever.
I think so far Hawkbook has almost always been prioritizing the play they can make on the very next turn. The most impactful play they can make on the next turn, I think.
Or
Even though
missing the
a land up here,
land.
that is rough.
That is pretty disastrous. I have to
And the
assume this
Sithis is-
hand is pretty loaded otherwise, in the sense of everything you could want.
Yeah, this is kind of funny. They could have like double Haven, but then they have the Sentinel, so they don't want to give them a card because they're missing land drops.
Yeah, choosing to deny them the card to not maximize your mana there. Turns out Hog does indeed hit the land and is gonna land that Spirit Dancer. This Sunpetal Grove is having a bit of a moment in the corner of the screen.
Looks like John is maybe not happy about the Sunpetal coming
It's
in.
perhaps fairly obvious that there are two pathways in a lair of the Hydra, and I would hazard a guess that John is not particularly happy about that fact. But maybe I'm
here we
wrong.
go. Third pathway.
Another pathway, perfect.
That means that we're gonna have the same problem next turn, probably.
Yeah, these pathways
have
definitely a little bit loaded here.
We're gonna have a Dancing Grove again, maybe.
Oh dear. Yeah, not the optimal land draw, but thankfully the pathway does indeed give us some options here. Interesting to see we're going with this Sterling Grove. I kind of like the fact we're securing our spells, but like, using our mana efficiently while we've already got underneath Esper Sentinel. I do feel like we're still kind of doing a whole lot of not much though.
They chose to pay, right? I think as well this turn.
Yes, yeah, they
For
did.
the Sentinel, so I don't know. At this point, I feel just let them just have all the cards that they want to. I mean, they already have the core at this point.
Yeah, like I'm not sure denying them cards matters all that much here. It seems like
Guess
most
which
of the
card has
enemies
Hawkbook in the hand? A certain blessing, probably.
Does indeed smell like Karametra's Blessing, having shocked in the Hallowed Fountain. Certainly can't guarantee it, but I wouldn't be surprised if this Spirit Dancer was being kept somewhat safe. These Sanctum Weavers, all a bit expensive at the moment.
The spinner comes down and potentially protects the presence coming down. Maybe you just want to play a Weaver, though, because you just want to have the mana, even though it costs more.
Yeah, I kind of actually like extending a Weaver here. I think if this is going to go your way, we need to draw a lot of cards and find a lot of interaction. This Spirit Dance is going to get out of hand very, very quickly. So I like being able to just chain together, hopefully as many spells as we can in the following turns. And Weaver is going to be the easiest way for us to do that.
Yeah. And then... Do they? Yeah, they go
cash
for
it in.
sack and draw. Curse is an interesting concept. Yeah, I do think that's a good card.
Very sweet inclusion into this archetype. Think it's done a lot of work today in this list as well. Been very impressed every time it's appeared on camera. Gave us a real game against Heliod alongside Hushbringer.
It's also nice in the fact that it's kind of skill testing, because it really depends on your ability to read a matchup or even a particular game to know what to name. A lot of people can say like, "Oh no, don't block that. They're gonna blessing you." Oh, there we go.
Figured it out.
Oh no, that is the same thing.
No, this doesn't stop the blessing. I like blocking the Sentinel with the Destiny Spinner perhaps, but blocking with the Scythe seems like a small oversight in the face of Karametric. Oh, we. Oh, okay.
Interesting.
That's interesting. We're
So
choosing to trade for the Spinner. Interesting. Okay.
It's strange, because like you already have like pretty much your whole hand full, and then so this also gives you life, so helps you a bit stabilize against the aggro they're doing there.
Yeah, we're gonna grab the 9 lives. Makes a lot of sense. It's gonna buy us a lot of time in the face of in this core Spirit Dancer.
We're gonna have a decent amount of mana here.
Indeed. Well, we have a lot of mana here. Slightly less than we did before due to Destiny Spinner dying, but still plenty of mana, courtesy of this Sanctum Weaver.
And this Weaver can probably cast the other 2 Weavers.
I think this Weaver could probably cast an Emrakul at this point. It's getting pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of the Enchantress engine in full effect. Very much just making 8 mana from this Sanctum Weaver, playing the 9 lives, really hoping to draw Solemnity. Unfortunately, no such luck. Gonna level up the Paladin class.
Class gets rowdy.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a nice way of spending some excess mana, huh? So we are discarding 2 lands here, almost certainly. You can get rid of that 4th pathway. Looking pretty good for our Enchantress player here, I would say. They're definitely heading the right way. Okay, so this is a way through. If we can give this Spirit Dancer flying and start really like pushing this 9 lives, I guess they're never blocking this anyway. So it doesn't much matter that it's not evasive, but yeah, kind of just got to bust through 9 life counters
2 counters.
Here. Yeah, you got to start somewhere. Here's hoping they just, I guess, brick off on Solemnity with all this mana.
The little Sentinel did the same amount of damage as the 12-14 core Spirit Dancer.
Yeah, it certainly did. Looking like Hog, willing to call it there, unfortunately, does not believe they're going to be able to stabilize or get through this here. Just too many cards in hand for our Enchantress player. Very willing to accept that Solemnity is, if not immediate, in their near future. Really cool to see the 3 copies of Divine Purge coming in this matchup.
Makes sense. That probably doesn't... I guess you do have some creatures it would hit, but... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, outside of... Obviously, you're keeping your spinners and your Scythises and stuff in, but outside of that, it's obviously like your best way of handling multiple of these aura-wearing creatures at the same time. Really recent printing to digital from Alchemy's drop. Really cool to see it pulling its weight in Historic here, too.
Can you even call it a printing card if there's no
creation? Digital... Okay.
Summoning?
Willing into existence? Yeah, I don't know. Something along those lines.
Conjuring, no?
Conjuring, maybe. Yeah. Seek. We seeked for it and found it. There we go. Really interesting keep here from our
This might be a trademark word, but I'm not sure if we can use that.
Oh dear. No. No one contact WotC, thank you. Yeah, so really interesting keep from our Enchantress player here. Very much leaning into these
infringement on the stream yesterday.
Oh no. Yeah, not so sure about this hand. We're very much leaning into these purges, but we kind of have to aggressively burn them here to take care of this Shram, at least briefly, because we're not really doing much otherwise.
I mean, purging here seems pretty okay. No? Yeah.
Yeah, I have to think so. Like, purging here seems great.
They just... Yeah.
Just delays by a lot, buys you a lot of time. Finds the second Shram, no land. Okay, alright, so I have to be honest, these Paladin classes are looking a bit disjointed.
Yeah, this whole opener here for John is a bit disjointed. Like, what are we doing here exactly? There's no draw engines. There's nothing on the board.
Do you
There's
think
a
you would
bunch
ever?
of wolves if you want. But
Yeah. Do you think there's any
Well,
argument to considering just firing off the second purge in a world where we know the Auras player missed their second land drop and there's no guarantee they have a third Aura creature to suit up?
they might have a bunch of like staggering inside type cards, but they need the blue mana. I think they might be stuck on blue right now.
I believe this Paladin class has just reached level 3, which is
What does that mean for us?
something I never thought I would see from the Enchantress
Ooh,
deck.
there's an
but-
attacker.
Oh, we've found a lair of
guess-
the Hydra.
We're gonna see a purge here.
I think this is a pretty well-positioned purge, honestly. I like this quite a lot. It just saves you having to extend your 9 lives for yet another turn. Yeah, seems fine to me.
Hawkborg is having some issues over there.
Certainly is. Second Paladin class to level 2. Just-
We don't see exactly Hawkborg's hand, but something is not right there. There's a lack of auras in there.
Kind of a lack of mana too. Definitely seems like we're taxed in some weird ways. Plenty of these creatures, actually. The Srams, the Drakes and stuff to suit up, but seems like we're struggling to kind of tie the room together.
That's a 4 or 5
This
Destiny
Destiny
Spinner, by the
Spinner
way.
has 8 power with haste. It's, oh my god, it's double
Doubles-
striking.
8 double strike.
It's in for
Letter of the
16.
Hydra. Whoa. That was maybe the best Destiny Spinner, like,
Best Destiny
Like
Spinner
ever.
ever. Literally ever. That no one has ever cast a better Destiny Spinner that attacked for 16 the turn it came in. Wow. Okay, Heliod's punishment somewhat well timed in this particular case.
definitely punished for being a Helios.
Okay, 9 lives looking to be active here, I think. Gonna try and keep us alive in this now somewhat really close game in terms of a damage race.
Yeah, both. They can still attack for enough so that they chump.
Yeah, so this is
think-
interesting because this doesn't force a chump this way. This is just for. Oh no, you're right. This does force a chump. It has double strike, obviously.
This
Um,
very much forces chump here, even without the double strike.
Don't worry, I'm just dumb. It's been a long day. Yeah, no, Chump City Central, having also played the 9 lives.
Because
wow.
there's 3 anthem effects or 2.
That's-
I think there's 3 maybe.
That's incredible. Yeah,
There's 2.
X is 2 with
right
2
now.
anthem effects and also the double strike trigger. That's something very, very special. Alright, dumping out a Spirit Dancer and a token from a Cartouche into Portable Hole. We have to, I guess, take care of the fully leveled Paladin class.
We gotta have a second 9 lives though. This is 18 lives at this point.
Sterling Grove just a smidgen too late to keep that fully leveled Paladin class intact. Yeah, this Sterling Grove is probably pretty good here. This is also, as you say, 18 lives. Courtesy of these 9 lives. Does seem like our enchantment player has a lot of room to play with. Interesting to see how the Enchantress player is going to bust through this. Sterling Grove does seem really kind of big here, making sure that these any interaction that might be here for this 9 lives just is no longer here. Very interested to see if this ends up being the kind of reason that we can't get Solemnity off the table.
You're just playing the second 9 lives maybe?
Apparently there's an argument to continuing to level these Paladin classes. Make this...
Wanna make the Destiny Spinner great again?
Evidently, yes. Evidently our priority is... we are the beatdown in this particular situation. Not something I was expecting from our Enchantress deck. Alright, wheels well and truly spinning for the Auras player. Sentinel Eyes coming onto the Spirit Dancer here, drawing a absolute boatload of cards. I mean, hard to see exactly how many cards are in the hand just because of how many creatures are exiled from Divine Purge. Definitely not running out of resources anytime soon. Getting aggressive, 9 lives, ticking away up to 4 in this particular case.
I think John was just checking if his Destiny Spinner still has the clause about non-counterability, but it does not have because of the Heliod. So he has to wait until he can shake off the Heliod, then he can go for the second part of the combo here.
Indeed, yeah, very good catch in that we need this Destiny Spinner to have its text, otherwise we do indeed risk losing our combo to counter spells.
I think I would like to play the second 9 lives finally, just for insurance.
It's a bit of a weird one, right? Like maybe the second 9 lives even earns another counter spell, perhaps. If Hog thinks the way to win this game is to push through the single copy of 9 lives that's in play. We are going to like 7 counters next turn. It's really not that hard to believe that 2 turns from now we're just pushing with too many creatures.
Maybe John is even thinking of setting up just a spinner activation next turn, because I think that's gonna be shaking off the aura next turn, the punishment, and then we're clear for takeoff for another big attack with the land here, which is gonna be again like double anthem plus double striking plus trample.
So this is interesting, of course, as well. Sterling Grove with the additional flavor text as well, in the sense that if the spinner does start preventing spells from being countered again, we can just go and fetch Solemnity. Lots
Watch
of options
Hogpog just
available
play
here.
2 Bomat careers and just finish the game.
Yeah, these surprise sideboard Bomat couriers coming in clutch to rip the game away. Not seen a 9 lives on 7 counters in a while. Curious Obsession post-combat makes a fair bit of sense. Doesn't change anything to do with pre-combat.
Like, I know that there's no hasters, but I still feel uneasy when there's a 7 counters at 9 lives, and you have a second one in the hand, but you still didn't deploy it. I mean, what are we doing here with the second 9 lives?
I think it's actually somewhat interesting. As you say, this Destiny Spin is going to go to being making spells uncounterable again in a minute. So if we wait to play this 9 lives, we are kind of guaranteeing that it resolves, which we were definitely risking not being the case before.
Yeah, but I guess... Okay.
So it looks like we're cracking Grove in the draw step to fetch our combo piece, I
Maybe.
assume. Yep, looks like it. So I imagine we're just making our spells uncounterable here and trying to resolve our combo.
And this is open necklace, so John will know what interaction Hogpog has, so I'm pretty sure that he knows, okay, if I do this, then there probably shouldn't be anything instant speed that can interact.
Counterspell should not be valid anymore. Solemnity.
Are we going to see a concession here, or is there going to be anything from Hogpog? There is something. There's
Dovin's Veto, which unfortunately achieves
wasn't quite-
nothing due to Destiny Spinner.
Had to try it. Had to
Yeah,
try
I
it.
mean, maybe the arena client just forgets. And
What are you going to do?
Yeah, you got to try.
John astutely waited until it was Destiny Spirit time to get out of the gel-free card, and
Yeah, I think that was actually extremely well played. Understanding that forcing your cards through veto is more valuable than getting them into play early. Not immediately obvious, but pretty well navigated by our Enchantress player.
Yeah, and if John has done his research, then he probably knows that this should be the end, unless there's some some secret cyber card like Cleansing Nova or something. That'd be sick.
That'd be quite spicy, huh?
Imagine Cleansing Nova.
Yep. Yeah, no outs, unfortunately, for Hogpog. But I mean, for all those Enchantress fans at home, congratulations. Today's eventual champion, John, finding his way to a win with green-white Enchantress. Not one that I was expecting to see taking the trophy at the start of today.
You know what I will be doing? I will be doing a copy and paste here of the winning deck list.
I can see that happening. I imagine most of chat will be doing the same. I
Enjoying that
imagine.
on the ladder.
Yeah, sounds good. I think there'll be a substantial increase in the amount of Enchantress players on the ladder over the next few days. Folks, I guess thank you very, very much for joining us for this broadcast. It's been super appreciated having you all here, enjoying the content. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. If you haven't already, please do consider going and following this channel, and also following the organisers behind today's event, DotGG and MTGA Zone. They deserve your love, and it's been very, very good to be able to showcase this tournament with you, and just give you a little bit of taste of what Historic has been about. Daninja, anything you'd like to say to our lovely viewership before we leave them be for the rest of the night?
Yeah, thank you, Scott, for doing this with me today. It was great fun. We've seen a lot of great decks. I'm glad that we actually got to see some, non-standard, so to speak, decks in the top 8, battling it out, and kind of a rogue deck to say the least, in the first place with the Enchantress. So nice to see, not just like Phoenix against Food or something in the finals, but actually two completely different decks. And I will like to see how this evolves on the ladder. And I will be checking out this Celestina deck, and I also want to check out the Dimir deck we've seen before. That seems extremely interesting as well.
Absolutely. Very sweet. Lots of very cool decks and some fantastic matches. I look forward to watching back myself. But until next time, ladies and gentlemen, that's been Ninja. I've been Howling Minds. You've been amazing. And we'll see you again very, very soon.